Very good evening, everybody. Nice to have your company wherever you're tuning in, all around Australia or indeed the world. These are the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, and this is Thursday Night Motorsport, live, exclusive and free across Facebook and YouTube. And that is the gateway to hypothermia, the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit down there in Victoria. Seen this weekend for the opening round of the Shannon Speed Series. And tonight, the stage, the setting for an epic triple treat super sprint finale in the GSRC Porsche Cup. Good evening, everybody. I'm Zach Caban. Andrew Neal is here alongside me. Apologies, I'm huffing and puffing because I was halfway up the stairs to pick up some top-ups for the drink bottle tonight, and Neely says, oh, we've got about 5 seconds and we're on air. But credit to Dan Hall and the great people at Logitech, because the wireless headset saved my proverbial derriere on that occasion, because I was able to walk and talk at the same time. The joys of the range in which you can work with those magnificent headphones. Little bit of housekeeping off the top tonight. We're waiting for our good mate Johnny Bannack to jump in and join us here in Central Commentary. Looking forward to getting his insights throughout the course of the evening. I'm soon going to be referring to him as the Neil Crompton of the GSRC. That was a stellar debut last week. And tonight's agenda is jam-packed full, ladies and gentlemen, because we're a three-split championship offering this term in the Porsche Cup. Race 1 comes to you from the AM split, race 2 from the open split, race 3 from the elite split. Provided that we haven't been stitched up and our mate Adam Lavis has actually spread everything out enough so that the servers start 5, 10, 15 minutes after one another, so that we have enough time to jump between race 1 and race 2 and race 2 and race 3 between the two servers. Should be a fascinating night. Then we'll do our Porsche post-race show, hopefully bring you the final point standings across the three splits. And then, obviously, within all of that post-race show, the news, the information, the interviews, you'll hear from the drivers. Then, if that's not enough, before we even go back and revisit tonight's entree, the GT4 finale from the Nürburgring in Germany, we're going to reveal the slate, the state of play, and what's on the agenda, what's on the menu, and what night of the week it's on for Term 2, Season 25 of this magnificent club. Andrew Neal, good evening to you. Let me catch my breath here. The Porsche guys must be bloody sick of the rain by now.
I would think so. Rain 2 weeks in a row. Certainly going to make for some interesting racing around the island.
Indeed it is, mate. Great to have you on board. I'm keeping an eye out for Johnny Bannack to jump into the green room. I told him jump in at any time. It is no stress at our end. Around the grounds tonight, the AFL underway. Geelong leading Adelaide 41-33 at half-time. Manly leading the Sydney City Roosters 10-8 at half-time in the NRL. Tomorrow night, by the way, this is Jonathan Harris. Good evening to you. Although Jono was here till about 1:30 this morning just listening into the conversation of the post-race show and just slid himself out without saying anything. Couldn't get a word in, the poor bloke. This is the open split. This is the AM split, mate. Race 2 will be the open split. Race 3 will be the elite split. So essentially, same as when we do a super sprint round in GT3, it would go AM, Pro. Same here. AM, open, elite. Lay of the land is quite interesting, isn't it? Because this is the final round of the season. You'll get all the information regarding Term 2, and then we'll go back and revisit the GT4 finale. It's a magnificent night, and the state of play here shows you that it's a Dakin 1-2 at the moment in the Porsche Amateur Cup. Cameron in second, trailing Jordan in first, 36 points the advantage at the moment. 431 plays 395. And then Kelly McLaren on 346 with Lee Peckham on 345 and 288 points for Joel and Hanson. Going to be a magnificent night here on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club into the early hours of tomorrow morning as well. We'll try not to keep you here until 2 a.m. or 1 a.m. or whatever it was when we got out last time around. It was fantastic to have people here that late tuning in and enjoying all the action with us. But yes, on the back of last night's marathon, Monday night's marathon, and our good mate here being a little bit weary-eyed last Friday, and the fact that I'm running on empty at the moment, I think we're looking forward to getting out of here closer to 1 a.m. than 2 a.m. That is for sure. Righto. Good old Johnny Bannock helping his teammate Will Buchanan with something at the moment. He'll be on his way very shortly. So, yes, we've had a fair bit of wet weather in this series so far. The track is starting to dry out at the moment. We'll have a look at the track, actually, for you, ladies and gentlemen. You know it, you love it, you're very familiar with the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, the real estate at play, or in play, rather. Our playground is one of our all-time favourites, ladies and gentlemen. It never puts on a dull show here in a GSRC competition, irrespective of the car of choice that we bring to the venue. 4.448 kilometres, 12 turns, anti-clockwise the direction. Kurt Nommensen's sick of the rain, quite frankly. And then, of course, we remind you, in amongst all of that, that we don't necessarily refer to it via its turn numbers per se, but, of course, Doohan Corner, the Southern Loop, Stoner Corner, Miller Corner, Siberia, the Hayshed, Lukey Heights, MG, and then turn 11 and 12 don't really have anything attached to them at the moment, so they're the only two corners that we refer to by number. Going to be a great night. Join in the fun of the fair in the comments section on YouTube and Facebook, wherever you're tuning in right around Australia. It is great to have you here for the 14th, 15th and 16th races of the season, followed by our as live replay of the GT4s from the Nürburgring. Interesting to note, very quiet Thursday night as far as sport is concerned, because we had the Sheffield Shield final get underway today, and they got about 28 overs in. 28 overs in before rain ruined any chance of play for the balance of the day. So South Australia against Victoria in the Sheffield Shield final continuing tomorrow. NBL finals continuing tomorrow as well. So it's a quiet Thursday night of sport, but it's still great to be able to be a part of it here on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. There's the circuit for you. Cars lining up on the grid for Heat 1. Let's have a look at that grid for you now. And also the weather information on the right-hand side of the screen, if we can too, as well, please, Andrew Neal. The grid will tell you that, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. Geez, that's early for a sprint, isn't it, around here? I'm pretty sure the real world, they've got a curfew that prevents them getting on the circuit until 9, but that's okay. 8 o'clock it is. 22 kilometre an hour winds, 22 degrees the ambient, 22 on track. They're taking the you-know-what with 22 degrees at Phillip Island at 8 a.m. on a morning in March. 222, so what's that? That's south to southwesterly, and we're looking at 70% humidity, but so far it is dry. Jordan Dakin, Joel Hansen front row, Barry Punter, Brett Bradbury second row, Lee Peckham, Kelly McLaren third row, Cameron Dakin and Justin Kahir fourth row, Kurt Nommensen and Daniel Claridge from 5. From 6 it's Edward Rollo and Tristan Koch. From 7 it's Shane Beaumont and Jake Cowman, and we are set to rock and roll. Invert top 8 for race 2 tonight, invert top 12 for race 3, and we are set to go. Advantage Jordan by 36 points in the championship and by 6 positions on track as well. Oh, green lights on and out and go. That's new. Great start, Jordan Dakin. The Porsche Cup finale underway on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club, racing down towards turn 1. The sun barely poking through at 8 o'clock in the morning server time as they make their way around to the Southern Loop. Clean start for all and sundry. Normally we associate this round with carnage and chaos. Off goes Barry Punter through the grass at the Southern Loop on the outside. But with the grid numbers not where they would normally be for a trip to the island, I'm not that necessarily surprised to see that we were able to get it through the first quarter completely unscathed without contact. Lee Peckham off the road and done. That was a wild ride for him. Now, Andrew, you can actually run live replays for me in this race, which is good for all and sundry. And we look forward to having a look at the replay in just a few moments' time of how on earth Lee Peckham's ended up out there in the weeds. Here it is, through Stoner Corner. And then... Oh, okay. Yep. So, he missed his braking marker, but then the brakes were useless to him because he was trying to brake on the dirt. He had two wheels in the dirt whilst trying to slam the brakes on. That was never going to work. And how lucky was he that he didn't just wipe the front end off Jordan Dakin's Porsche in the process. Main straight, 1 lap in the books. It's a 10-lap sprint to get us going. Justin Kahir touches the dirt on the exit of the final corner and loses out to Tristan Koch. Cameron Dakin and Shane Beaumont go through to 8th and 9th, and Barry Punter is on the comeback trail. Not a good start for Cameron Dakin. So Jordan with one hand on the championship at the moment. We'll have Johnny Bannock here with us shortly for races 2 and 3 with Rollo and Lee Peckham off the road at the moment. Rollo drops down to 14th. When it rains, it pours because Peckham's in a one-way fight with Kelly McLaren for 3rd in the championship at the moment. 1 point separates them. But at the moment, McLaren holds sway on the black stuff. Fair bit of debris being kicked up there as well. Oh, that's why Barry Punter's off the road, and so too is Tristan Koch. Are you kidding me? Was there contact between these two cars? Yes, there was. Oh! Crunch! Wowee, who was it using Koch as a brake? Have a look at this. Kelly McLaren 3rd, chases Brett Bradbury. Brett Bradbury's up in 2nd. What a run he's having. Joel and Henson in 4th and Kurt Normanson 5th. Great to have you along for the ride. Thursday night Motorsport live, exclusive and free for just the 2nd time this season as the cars make their way down the main straight at the end of lap 2. And into the 29s we go. 10-lap race to get us going, so it'll be just under that 16-minute threshold that we have. 14 laps and 24 laps the journey for the remaining 2 races. Points pay down to 25th, so that's not a problem for anybody in this field. Nobody in any immediate danger of losing points. Barry Punter and Daniel Claridge off the road at the moment. Punter gets back on, but has dropped down to 15th position. Wild ride to get us going. We do it with thanks to Disruptive Labs, Waste Options, Trophy AI, merch.tgsrci.com, and also, of course, the great people at Flash Graphics, Sim Racing Real World. Comparisons for you, ladies and gentlemen. We've got, obviously, Sim Racing tonight at Phillip Island, Real World across the weekend with the Spec Series. We had the Sebring 12 Hour in the Real World last weekend. We've got it in the Sim World this weekend. And good luck to all and sundry. Off goes Kurt Normanson up at MG. The outside of Lukey Heights, he was able to get it back on the road before getting to MG. Normanson drops down to 6th. And apologies to the population of Raceview because I've just disturbed the peace on a Thursday night. Getting up into what Darryl Eastlake would refer to as the threshold of pain. Disruptive Labs replay. Barry Punter at turn 1. Uh-oh. That's one replay of Kurt Normanson to back up what we just saw earlier at Lukey Heights. So things are going from bad to worse for Kurt, and he's dropped off the road a 3rd time. And into the commentary box now on the back of what I must say was a very nice drive last night in the Supercar Grand Finale of Trophy AI from the streets of Adelaide. Good evening to you, Johnny Bannock.
Good evening. I am so sorry for being late. There was a bit of an IT issue happening at Revolution E-Racing, but we got it sorted. We're all good to go. So my apologies for the lateness, and I'll do my best again tonight.
You strike me as the tech wizard, the tech guru of that team. So I'm of the belief that as soon as the proverbial hits the fan, they're on the phone to you. Correct?
Not really. It was. I'm not exactly. I'd say imagine like a chimpanzee or a monkey with a wrench just hitting something, expecting a different result. That's essentially me with IT stuff. It was just something I've set up before, but nothing too serious. Just something sim hub related, but we're all sorted now.
I love it. Been a big week. Been a a busy week. We'll get back to Revolution in just a few moments' time because I mentioned it last night on air. I thought you guys did a magnificent job in showing your love to your mate Jake Slade, and we're thinking of Sladey. I didn't get a chance to actually reply to his message that he sent me about midnight this morning Eastern Daylight Time because I was talking to his team leader Greg Brooks until about 4 a.m. this morning. True story. And it was great to catch up with Brooksy as well. We just chewed the fat and time got the better of us, or time got away from us rather. So I've been playing catch up with other things throughout the course of the day. I've seen your message, Sladey. I appreciate it. I'll touch base with you a little bit later on, buddy. 7 minutes gone here. You join us at a good time, mate, because this is the grand finale for the AM split of the Porsche Cup, and first blood to Jordan Dakin because Cameron's down there in fourth spot at the moment, but he's trying to work on a 36-point deficit to Jordan at this point in time, and this isn't the right way to go about it for him. Jordan will be absolutely loving the fact that he's got 3 positions of leverage between himself and Cameron, because that just gives him a little bit more room to move and breathe over the final 2 races. But one thing we do know about Phillip Island, once we start throwing the inverts in, invert top 8 race 2, invert top 12 race 3, it can get very hairy.
Yeah, and depending on obviously the point situation at the moment, I feel like this is where the risk versus reward aspect is going to come in, and we're going to see some people's true colours on how desperately they want to improve their position in the championship or even actually go for glory. So no, it'd be very, very interesting to see.
Now, you wouldn't fair and believe this. We've had an interesting set of circumstances play out. Let's have a look at Edward Rollo firstly off the road at Doohan Corner and then onto the Southern Loop, and he finds the grass on the outside there as well. It's interesting, isn't it? I'm reading a report coming through that Max Verstappen ejected a journo, an English press journo, from his press conference for the Japanese Grand Prix this weekend. So obviously, if you're a MotoGP or a Formula One fan, you're in heaven this weekend. World Superbikes, Australian Superbikes on as well. There's Cameron Dakin at the top of the hill. Again, that further helps Jordan. That is live. That is happening live. That is up at Lukey Heights at this particular point in time. 6 laps gone. I can't believe that I'm about to say this, gentlemen. Record this, because this will be a moment in time that you'll probably want to play back and remind me of this time next year. I saw an article today. I didn't read the article. I just saw the headline via a social media post on Facebook from a woman or an opinion writer. I don't know whether it was male or female. It's the Herald Sun, saying 6 months of daylight saving has stretched too far, leaving families struggling with 7:36 a.m. sunrises that won't end until April 5, but it wasn't always this brutal. Now, I agree with that. That's fine. It was actually, it wasn't a woman, it was James Campbell, actually, that wrote the opinion piece. I've just been able to dig up that information. And you look at that, that's Phillip Island. We're just past 8 o'clock server time. We know server aligns with real-world timings of the circuit based on the technology and the infrastructure they've used and the Tempest weather system and all that sort of stuff, right? There was a patch update way back when iRacing launched that confirmed that time and server settings are as accurate as they possibly can be to the geographic location. So sunrise, sunset, all that sort of stuff. It's not a universal iRacing time thing. It is based on real-world information that's fed through to them. You look at that, this race is taking place at 10 past 8 in the morning, 12 past 8 in the morning. I'm inclined to agree. And I never thought I'd say that as someone that's been so against Queensland not observing daylight saving over the last however many years. I've lost count, they're 112 years behind, who cares? The reality of the matter is, you look at that, and that is bloody dark for 10 past 8 in the morning.
I'm not going to lie, I was hoping for happier news when you opened up this line. I thought, the period of pain for you would come to an end. I thought they would finally join the club like the rest of the states, but yeah, that's unfortunately not the case. But
no, New South Wales and Victoria. So New South Wales is calling, one of the MPs in New South Wales is calling for the window to be restricted or reduced, decreased in size. 6 months is also already less than what Europe observe it for and America observe it for. But again, geographic location, maybe they do have a discussion about winding the clocks back at the end of February, not the end of March slash start of April. Daniel Claridge off the road in news relevant to what's actually happening on your screen at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. He's dropped down the order. Justin Kahir has also dropped down the order because he spent the better part of a minute 16 on pit lane for for a fast repair, I believe. So he's dropped a lap down. He'll still finish 14th. He can push his way forward from there. And the good thing is when we get to race 3, all but the 7th row will be part of the reverse grid invert. This was what happened to Daniel Claridge. So New South Wales are having the discussion. Victoria are having the discussion. If they are going to do it properly, yeah, that's a big lose at the Southern Loop, and lucky to keep it off the wall. Obviously, there's a lot of runoff area there to the outside of turn 2. If they're going to have the discussion, though, as I said all along, and I've said since New South Wales touted the tabled the topic for discussion last week, have it with South Australia, have it with the ACT, have it with Tasmania, and make it an all-in blanket approach. What one does, the rest follow. You know, monkey see, monkey do, just so that there's consistency across the board. I would certainly welcome a reduction in the window, considering I live in a state where they seem content with their stance on being left behind. So, yes, any reduction in that window does actually work in my favour, as much as I'm a fan of the concept. Brett Bradbury off the road right now. That's coming out of the Southern Loop on the way up towards turn 3, Stoner Corner. And Edward Rollo's off as well, but he's got back on. So Brett Bradbury's had a moment and has dropped down to 10th spot. Currently sitting in the invert pole position slot for race 2 is Tristan Koch. I want to go back to last night while I've got you, Johnny, and ask you what your thoughts were on the hour around the streets of Adelaide from your standpoint, and were you happy with the result?
I won't, steal the spotlight for too much longer from these guys in the Porsche Cup, but I was somewhat happy. I wasn't happy with my prep. Adelaide in Supercar is a very tricky track if you're not happy with the setup. But luckily, I don't know what it was, at the last minute I was able to figure something out and adjust my driving style around to the setup I chose at the time, and was able to make it work. It was just really that first stint and final stint, my rears just went, and I was holding on for dear life. It was particularly after the overtake I did for 5th. The rear tyre just left the station, and I had to just hold on for dear life, really. So overall, I'm happy. Obviously, it would have been nice to get a win, but Albert Drop Bear, as usual, are always on top of the game, setting the benchmark. I feel like Will Buchanan's slowly getting there, so we'll be interested to see how that development goes. But overall, I'm happy with the result for the team, particularly to get 2 in the top 5 overall.
Shane Beaumont off the road, mate. Sorry to jump in. Shane Beaumont's off the road, and he's lost out to Tristan Koch and Barry Punter whilst rejoining the racetrack. So I reckon that's around about the same spot Brett Bradbury ran into trouble last lap. And I think that was over near the Southern Loop. And that's dropped Beaumont out of the invert, and Punter's jumped up into the invert pole spot in 8th outright at the moment. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we're on the last lap. How the bloody hell did that happen?
Mate, I'm glad you picked it up, Sanko. I was about to jump in and say the white flag, and this is last corner.
And that's a very, very dominant win for Jordan Dakin. A clinical performance, lights out to checkered flag, 6.8 seconds, the winning margin in the end. In fact, 6.9, give it to him, over Kelly McLaren and Joel and Hansen. Cameron's in for 4th. Lee Peckham recovered from running off the circuit at turn 4 on the opening lap into position number 5. Kurt Nommensen in for 6. Tristan Koch, Barry Punter, Shane Beaumont, Brett Bradbury, Edward Rollo, the 11. Then Kalman, Claridge and Kahir make up the field. It's interesting to note, we've got to wrap this up quickly because we're going to jump across to the open split. I'm going to come back to Johnny and his thoughts in just a few moments' time. Obviously, Punter gets the invert. Koch will start alongside of him. Nommensen, Peckham, Dakin, Hansen, McLaren, and Jordan Dakin from 8. Top 12 invert for race 3. Clinical from Jordan Dakin, and such a vitally important, pivotal moment as far as this championship is concerned. He went into the race with a 36-point advantage, and that has gone a long way to maybe helping him secure the title. So, defining moments here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. There's the bloody sun. We've been waiting for that all morning. as they get ready for their consolation race. There are the results for you. Kahir finished the lap down. Everybody else finished. 7 seconds the winning margin, Jordan Dakin. Results from race 2 and 3 later on. We'll come back with the second race of the program, but we'll do it from the open split for you on the other side of this short break. This is Thursday Night Motorsport, live, exclusive and free across the platforms of the Gentleman's Sim Racing Club, all made possible with thanks to Waste Options, Trophy AI, merch.tgsrci.com, Flash Graphics, and the great people at Disruptive Labs. Don't go away. 2 big races still to come from the Porsches, then the reveal for Term 2, then the GT4 finale, a big Thursday night across Facebook and YouTube. Stay with us. Revolution E-Racing throwing you under the bus nearly?
No, it's
How are the energy levels?
Are we clear?
Are we clear? Yeah, good. Yeah.
No, nothing. It's all good. It was just a overlay for it's like a virtual dashboard that you can put on your screen, so you don't have to sit as far away from the windscreen and the LMP2 cars and stuff like that, just to help.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so, no. I was saying with the YouTube comments only popping up now that we're off air. That's all. Yeah.
Oh no, it's all good.
Yeah. Someone said there. Did someone forget to? Second flag flying at Phillip Island for the opening race of the Porsche Open Cup for Term 1 of 2026. Zach Caven alongside Johnny Bannock and Andrew Neal for you. A reminder of the real estate we're playing on. And again, that service setting will update for you in just a moment. So we'll give you a little bit of an update with regards to track and weather conditions in just a moment. Let's give you the quick update with regards to the championship situation as it stood here going into this 10th and final round. And John Akers on top with 352 points, 19 points clear of Matt Schmidtke, ahead of Broden friend Jason Wilkinson and Todd Suter. Adam Lavis on 273 points. So that's 352 playing, 333 for Schmidtke, 318 for Friend, 310 for Wilkinson, and 302 for Sousa. 273 for Adam Lavis made up the top 6. There they are on your screen now. Cars coming into position, lining up for you. Any tick at the clock for this consolation race. 11 o'clock in the morning local server time, Eastern Daylight Time. Although we don't have a grid at the moment. I'm not sure why that is the case. In fact, I don't even have a timing screen right now. Andrew to the rescue. We'll work on that. Oh, no. There it is. There we go. Let there be life. Bobby Camo and Jack Allison the front row. John Akers, Paul Wood the second row. Adam Lavis, Tim Nicol the third row. Matt Schmidtke and Cooper Friend the fourth row. So Cooper has beaten both of his main protagonists for the championship in that opening race. Vitally important. And Schmidtke's also beaten John Akers there as well. John's only managed to be able to finish 6th in all of that. Hence the start from 30. 18 cars in the service, 16 on the grid. Greg Heaney on the back row alongside his teammate Dale Atkins. We're off and racing at the island once more. That's a beautiful start from John Akers, sliding and tossing his way through the middle. He saw his advantage, his opportunity to find clear air. He took full advantage of it and he leads to turn 1. And Cooper Friend's off the road. Cooper Friend is off the road. Is that the championship slipping out of his grasp? Unbelievable start to the first invert race of the night. Dave Oliver's up 3 spots from 9th on the grid. Sean Benici up 2. Jonathan Harris and Jason Wilkinson as well. So too Greg Heaney and Luke Brooker joins from the pits. Not an ideal start for Cooper Friend. The perfect start for John Akers. Could not have asked for more. Would have been disappointed with 6th in the opening race. And he vaults through the middle. Like a bullet that kicks, he spread eagles the field and he leads by half a second to the hay shed on the opening lap. And it wasn't a jump start either. It was clean. That's the most impressive aspect of that, Johnny.
That was pretty reminiscent of Jamie Wincup's start at the Bathurst 1000 where everyone thought that he was cheating. What an unbelievable start from Akers. He's really, at the moment, obviously leading the championship. Assuming something didn't go right in the first heat to be where he wanted to be, but he's taken charge now and that's all that matters. He's making the most of it.
Now, apologies, we didn't have the YouTube comments coming through in the opening heat, but we've got that fixed now. There was a message there from Revolution, Brooksy, saying, how are the energy levels, mate? They're absolutely fine. I'm on my 3rd coffee of the night, so we'll be absolutely fine, mate. Good to have you on board. Good to chat this morning into the early hours as well. Cooper Friend, wild ride through turn 1, rejoins. The recovery mission begins, but now it ends because he's bowled it wide at the same point of the circuit, the second lap through, and ends up slipping in behind Greg Heaney in 13th. He needs to gain one more spot to get the invert pole for race number 3, which will be over 35 minutes for you, ladies and gentlemen. John Akers, Bobby Camo, Jack Allison, Paul Wood, Adam Lavis, Dave Oliver and Matt Schmidtke, the top 7. Jonathan Harris up 5 spots already and Siobhan McKernan up 3. Sean Benici rounds out the top 10 in 10th. Up 0. Same position as where he started. Benici has Akers and Heaney breathing down his neck, but Atkins, that should be, Dale Atkins and Greg Heaney, they've both gained 4 spots. Tim Nichols lost 6. Luke Brooker's gained 1. Richard King is on pit lane, and I'm not sure if that's via the tow rope or other means.
The outside.
Jack Allison under pressure here. Bobby Camo, Paul Wood, Adam Lavis, Dave Oliver and Matt Schmidtke in behind. They're off the road. How the hell did they save that? Brilliant from Bobby Camo, brilliant from Paul Wood, Adam Lavis. They're 3 wide on the run to 1. And in the lane via the gravel trap comes Richard King. That explains why he's on the tow rope. Frantic early. Adam Lavis now under the pump in 3rd spot, chasing Jack Allison. But they're losing contact with him. Allison going out of pursuit of Akers. And it's now or never, essentially. He needs to make inroads while he can, whilst he's still somewhat in the vicinity of getting a tow. He's fast losing contact with Akers. This is Akers' race to lose right now. Johnny, have a look at the frantic nature of the action further back. Bobby Camo, Dave Oliver side by side. And Oliver going through into position number 5. Matt Schmidtke, fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 29.134. It's wild early on.
As much as this action is good for us, the viewers and the commentators, it's not really doing much good for those guys behind John Akers. Yeah, they're really just handing over the time to him, so he needs to just get up the road and just hold the advantage and just try and consolidate. That's all that John Akers can do right now. And I don't know, maybe pray for a bit of tyre wear kicking in towards the end of the sprint if they're pushing too hard, but that's really all they can wish for if John Akers keeps himself in check and consistent.
Yeah, that window of opportunity is fast evaporating for Jack Alesi because now he's more worried. Oh,
Adam Lovis!
Big one at one! Adam Lovis and Paul Wood are off the road! Can you believe that? And so too is Bobby Camo!
It looked like Lovis just tried to go for a bit of a move on the inside and just got the door just closed, I think.
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Talk us through it, Johnny.
No, he was perfectly behind him. I think he maybe just got checked up under the brakes. That's my guess. And just that loss of aero from the front from being so close to the car ahead, that combination just made the car just turn too hard, really. I think it was just very, very, very sharp braking input, and that's what caused the weight distribution just to come back around with the nature of the Porsche.
Yeah, actually, yeah, it was sliding before we even got to 1. Can we take one more replay, Andrew, and go on board with him just to get some sort of intel there? Oh, wow. And Cooper Friend and Tim Nicol have taken the fastest lap of the race identically. Oh, no. 1:28.671. That's a wild ride.
Yeah, it's not a brake check. I think maybe Lovis was a bit too much in the heat of the moment, maybe. Or maybe it really was a bit of an early break, but I wouldn't consider that a brake check by any imagination.
No.
Just a bit of a shock, and yep, just sharp inputs, just spun the car around.
And no contact in the end on the rear end of Jack Alesi. How lucky for Adam Lavis, and how even luckier for Alesi, to be fair. Friendly fire, says Joe Baldwin. Yeah, absolutely. Paul Wood to pit lane. Woodsy, unlucky. Caught up with a mechanical black flag and all of that.
Dave Oliver making moves on Jack Aisley. Nice.
He got up to second. Yeah, good pickup.
Yeah, but John Akers, he's nearly extended it out to nearly 3 seconds. So as much as this is good for us, he's just walking away with it. So these boys need to clean up and start working together.
He's doubled it. He's doubled that advantage in the space of a lap. And that's what the incident that implicated Lavis, Camo and Wood, that's what has contributed to John Akers. He's the beneficiary of all of that, being 3 seconds to the good. And let's not lose sight of the fact that is so vitally important to his championship aspirations as well. Trav Azapati, good evening to you from Race Control. 7 positions in 5 laps for him. For Dave Oliver, up in to second position now from 9th. Although the problem is now he's going to have to do it from 11th, isn't he? Invert top 12 for the season finale, and he's going to have to do it from 11th. That was how we got it done, because Alesi was wide through the southern loop on the Disruptive Labs replay. Wowee.
And yeah, just quickly to pick up on that comment you made, Zach,
yes,
about the invert grid positions and stuff based off this race. I understand in these shorter races, like, you know, there is that pressure and maybe that bit of that strategic mindset to try and like position yourself better for the next race. But I genuinely believe, regardless of that, even if it's at a track like Phillip Island where overtaking opportunities are pretty sparse unless there's mistakes going on ahead, the faster drivers do tend to come forward to the front of the field. They won't win necessarily, but they can try and consolidate good results. So unfortunately for John Akers, next race he's going to be starting a bit further back, but you know, hopefully he can just try and move his way forward and just avoid the drama.
What about Cooper Friend recovering back up into 6th already as well? Porsche Cup without having sets is just not fun to race, to be honest, says Kurt Nommensen. So an early finish for Kurt. by the looks of that. He was in the AM split. I get the feeling that he's either parked up or he's sitting there patiently waiting for race 3. He is going to come and have a quick chat to us on the way through to Betty Bye, because he's got a very early start Friday morning, and he's as mad as we are because he'd been up for 25 hours before he decided to call it quits this morning in the early hours. He said goodnight to us at about 1 a.m. He said, I've been up since midnight last night. I said, that means you've been up for 25 hours, Kurt, not 24. Get the maths right. And he had a few hours sleep, and now he's getting ready for an early alarm again tomorrow morning. Here's Matt Schmidt to the inside, going by Jack Alesi. So the question is, because Alesi had the pace earlier on, but the question is, did he maybe sustain the slightest bit of damage that's unsettling that car after that incident with Adam Lavis? Was there a little bit of netcode contact in all of that? Oh, Siobhan McKernan and Greg Heaney off the road. McKernan and Heaney. Heaney still off the road. Loses out to Lavis, loses out to Nichols, slips back to 12th. Currently in the invert pole position is Greg Heaney. Tim Nicol. This is how he ended up down the field. Oh, grass. Yep.
Bit of Jim's lawn mowing services going on, but nothing too serious. It's all good. And just to pick up on Dave Oliver, about a lap or two ago, he was hovering around 2.6 seconds. He's actually kind of shaved off a few tenths over the last couple of laps, so I wouldn't say it's going to be, just a clear run to the home stretch for John Akers. I think he needs to pick up the pace a little bit if he wants to maintain that advantage. But hopefully Dave Oliver, just for us viewers at home, to make it a bit more exciting, doesn't burn out his tyres too fast. But yeah, he seems to be chipping away. So far about 8 tenths or so over the last 2 to 3 laps. So yeah, very interesting to see how he. Yep. That's my first one. That was my first commentator's curse.
Sorry, mate. The commentator's curse. Well done, Johnny Bannock. You'll fit right in here, mate.
My apologies. Yeah, and also just one last bit, just to pick up on the Kurt comment just before.
And down the inside, Benici can't get it done. That was at turn 1 for Northwind. On the comeback trail, Cooper Friend in championship contention. The race 1 winner trying to get back to 5th. Keep going, mate. Sorry, had to jump in there.
No, you're all good. Just a quick comment on the Kurt comment from earlier. He was struggling to find a setup, not trying to expose the secret source of RER, but yeah, he was just struggling to find a setup, so that's probably part of his frustration. Just a bit of a preview for what he's probably going to be talking about later on tonight. And Paul Wood here, that's frustrating. That reminds me of Alton Park a couple weeks ago in the V8 Supercar.
Yes.
And speaking of the men,
here is Kurt Nommensen in central commentary with us. We'll have a chat with him in a moment. Just to touch on your point, there's Friend. Oh, wow, that's ambitious. To go when Lukey hides up on the inside. What about the awareness, the alertness of Sean Benici to avoid an almost certain incident? That's brave.
Drifted that thing.
That's a no-holds-barred sort of overtaking manoeuvre from Cooper Friend. He's a man on a mission. Nicely done. Forceful. And that's the thing as well. So, to extend on your point about the super sprint format and the invert grids, right? I love this night because it brings out the best of the racing. It forces these guys to get the elbows out. Cooper's in contention for a championship. He's made a mistake. He's trying to redeem himself. So he is pulling out all stops and not waiting for second invitations. He's not playing a patient game. That was evidence of that. But I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that I feel as though these are two of the tamest sprint races we've ever had in the Porsche Cup at Phillip Island.
Yeah, I did expect a bit more of Destruction Derby going on, but these guys are very well behaved so far. A little bit of mowing services going on for the council down there at Phillip Island, but nothing too bad. But again, the car is pretty difficult when you're trying to go side by side, like what we saw with 5th and 6th earlier.
And trust me, once MotoGP clears out at the end of the season, lawn mowing's about the only bloody thing that it will be happening at Phillip Island, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a bit of a war between South Australia and Victoria, unfortunately, but there has to be casualties, and this is the newest one. Absolutely.
Kurt, unlucky, mate. I would hate to think that sleep deprivation played a small role in your demise tonight, but talk us through it, please.
I can't blame sleep deprivation today. I had a good amount of sleep, but yeah, no, it was, I don't know, I just couldn't get the car to turn, and if I could get the car to turn, then it just wanted to rotate the back, and I just could not get it to tweak out of the car. There was no setup sort of to work off to tweak to my own preference, so it was trying to go from baseline, and just, yeah, I couldn't get it to drive, and instead of bash my head against a brick wall, I just thought I'll pull the pin and get some sleep a bit earlier tonight.
And that's the difficult thing, isn't it? Like, when you're trying to fly blind, essentially, with getting a setup, getting comfortable, and we know how difficult a beast these cars are to drive, irrespective of, you know, any extenuating circumstances. We know the rear end's loose, etc., etc. So, yeah, not the easiest night for you, mate, and disappointing to see you parked up so early.
Yeah, it's not fun, but yeah, it is what it is. It's just one of those things that if this the finale round was a track that, you know, was in the officials last season, then probably would have had a setup and it wouldn't have been as bad.
That was Benici almost. Sorry, that was Matt Schmidtke, I should say, wanting to have a look at Dave Oliver at the same point of the circuit where we just saw the forceful move from Cooper Friend earlier. Fantastic. And speaking of Friend, it's lap 10. Keep an eye on this, Johnny, right? From the mathematical standpoint. Cooper Friend's 2 seconds off Jack Ellis. He needs to find half a second a lap. He has the fastest lap of the race to his name. He needs to find half a second a lap in the last 4 laps to find a way past Ellis back to 4th position, which would be 9th on the grid for the invert race. Schmidtke at 1 on Oliver. No. It's wide, however, and that will allow Schmidtke through, you would think.
The rejoin. Oh, no.
No. I thought they got away with that. Unlucky. Matt Schmidtke and Dave Oliver have come together at turn 2. Oliver's going to redress it. The beneficiaries of it are Cooper Friend and Sean Benici, who go through to 3rd and 4th.
Oh, the
dear.
Out of the window, mate.
Yep. Wowee. Dale Atkins off the road, drops back down to 10th. And, yeah, that's unlucky. I mean, you could see it happening. I thought Oliver was going to be able to pull it up and avoid the contact with Schmidtke. We might get an onboard replay with Oliver if we can, please, Andrew and Neil, to illustrate to you how close he was to getting away with it, because from where we were positioned, our camera was on the outside of turn 2. It looked so close to him getting away with it, but there was the point of contact there. Oh, Gorioski. Unlucky.
It didn't look like the heaviest of touches. I think he just slightly drifted wide on the inside, and that's what tapped him around. But yeah, very unfortunate for the team.
It doesn't take much to turn these things around. You unsettle it just a little bit with the amount of bounce in the front. It just, yeah, it loosens it up right up, and around you go.
The pogo stick suspension.
Exactly. Lap 12 is underway. And that's the point. Everybody's been talking about the pogo stick of this car throughout the course of the season. Are we still dealing with that, or have iRacing come to the saviour of the race car and all and sundry? Have they been able to tinker with it yet, Kurt, or not?
No, it's still a pogo stick. It's not as bad. It's definitely a lot better than the first season that we did in this, because it doesn't bounce as much. But yeah, there's still a lot of pogo stick, and that definitely affects the setups, because you go to take the understeer out of it, and it starts bouncing around a lot more.
There goes Johnny's teammate, Bobby Commode.
Yeah, Neil's being a bit cruel to us, but we're all good. It's still going.
Oh, dear. Dave Oliver there in 6th spot at the moment. So the onus will be on him to try and get by Matt Schmidtke cleanly now and back into P5. But good sportsmanship there in the way in which he redressed the situation. At least they only lost 2 positions each. John Akers will have 2 laps to go by the line this time by. Hey, Kurt, next term, the schedule gets revealed later tonight. What are you hoping to see as far as categories and cars are concerned?
I'm honestly not sure. As long as there's supercars and peak up, that's probably where my attention will be. So as long as they're still hanging around, which I don't see them going anywhere,
no,
there'll be things for me to drive next season.
Although that being said, given the atrocious turnout of the elite split in the recent past, I can see us going back to 2 splits of Porsche Cup racing. I'll give you the tip there. That's my prediction. But apart from that, yes, I think the status quo of Monday, Wednesday and Thursday's main course offering of our prime time setup will stay in place. John Akers, from the start, got the whole shot, just bolted like a man possessed. The perfect launch, and has not looked back, helped by all the garbage that's unfolded behind him. But look at this. Can we go to second? Have a look at Jack Allison now, under serious pressure. Paul Woods a lap down. Forget about that. Cooper Friend has caught Jack Allison. Cooper Friend could yet be about to get his way back to second, which says to me that if he wasn't unlucky in putting himself off the road at turn 1 on the opening lap there, boys, he may well have been able to go through and win this thing and set up a winner-takes-all grand finale.
Even Aisley's rear end, it looks like it's a touch caved in on the centre, so he seemed to be drifting out a little bit wide on that final complex there before the back straight that we're coming on to now. Yeah, look, I wouldn't be worrying too much. At the end of the day, mistakes happen. You just got to move and deal with it. You can cry about it later, but really in the race, all you can do is just try and move forward and put your best foot forward, really. So I wouldn't be too worried if I was Cooper.
White flag in the air, boys. Actually, J.R. Lung, hey, Bartlam. Good evening to you, mate. I saw your comment come through earlier. We were off air at the time. Great to have you on board. All the best with your racing exploits this season. I did see your socials from the recent opening round of the Scholarship Series in the Toyotas. I agree with you, mate. I've only been lobbying for it for a couple of years. The tin top equivalent of Formula V. We need the XLs in the iRacing world. I am in wholehearted agreement with you on that. And the only concern will be that I will eventually start getting noise complaints from the neighbours here in Raceview if the XLs are on broadcast at any point in time. Last lap, John Akers, Jack Allison, Cooper Friend, Sean Benici and Matt Schmidtke, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. And Akers from third on the grid is going to set up an all-up shootout for the finale, remembering that the incident for Matt Schmidtke did his championship aspirations no favours whatsoever, but Cooper Friend's firmly in the fight. John Akers and Riot Sim Racing chalk up a victory at Phillip Island in race 15 of the championship. Round 10, race 2, the second last one of the term. Well done. Akers from Allison just held off Friend, Benici, Schmidtke, Oliver, then Nickel. Have a look at D. Oliver, fair dinkum. Tim Nickel, Siobhan McKernan and Greg Heaney coming through to round out the top 9. Dale Atkins, look at this late lunge. Adam Way must go. And Jonathan Harris will hold the invert pole position and lead the field to green for the finale in just a few moments. Oh, that livened up quite nicely towards the end. 1.8 the winning margin in the end. Anyone else picking up what I'm picking up? John Akers has been... thank you. That was race 1. I was looking at that thinking, what the hell's happened to John Akers? No, that's race 1 results. Thank you. Oh, heart and mouth stuff there. No, that's better. John Akers, 4.4 the winning margin in race 2. Talk about giving me a heart attack. Jack Allison, Cooper Friend, Sean Benici, Matt Schmidtke, Dave Oliver, Tim Nickel and Siobhan McKernan in the top 8. Greg Heaney, Dale Atkins, Adam Lavis and Jonathan Harris the top 12. And that was very nicely done. So all to play for. Still 3 contenders in the mix there. Broden Friend, Cooper Friend, Matt Schmidtke and Jonathan Akers. Again, we'll come back and bring you the results a little bit later on. Hopefully Adam Lavis will crunch the championship points numbers and finalise them for us before the end of the night. Kurt, stay with us, mate. Not done with you yet. We'll come back to you as soon as we get to race 3. We've got a little window of opportunity here, ladies and gentlemen. A, to go around the grounds, and B, to take a break. Around the grounds, 53 apiece. 7-11 plays 8-5 at Cardinia Park in Geelong. The Cats and the Crows in Thursday night AFL. Thursday night NRL in favour of the Roosters with 5 to play. 26 points to 16 over the Manly Seagulls. It's always good when the Seagulls lose at Brookie. There you go, even if it is the bloody boys from Bondi. Nice alliteration there, I thought. We're going to a break. Good to have you along for the ride. These are the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club 7 on the West Coast, 10 on the East Coast, to midnight in New Zealand. Hope you're enjoying Thursday Night Motorsport for the final time. Night 4 of Week 10 of Term 1, 2026. A 2-week break on the way, and then we launch back into life the Thursday after the 2-week break, which is going to be the 16th of April. So looking forward to that. A break and back, hopefully a more attended pro split, elite split, than what we've seen in the last couple of weeks on the other side. We're here with thanks to Disruptive Labs, Waste Options, Trophy AI, merch.tgsrci.com and Flash Graphics. Don't go away. The season finale for the Porsches to come up next. Then Disruptive Labs GT4. In between, the reveal of what the schedule looks like for Term 2. Stay with us. Everybody, good to have you company wherever you're tuning in, and look what's arrived at the gateway to hypothermia. That is not a replay. You're watching the live warm-up for Disruptive Labs. These are the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. This is race 16 coming up of the Porsche Elite Cup for Term 1 of 2026, and this is the state of play for you. We can tell you that there are just 10 cars on the grid for the season finale. It is the smallest elite split finale I can ever recall in the history of the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, which is unfortunate, but it is a quality 10, ladies and gentlemen. The state of play as far as the championship's concerned is that Andrew Dyson had one hand on the title coming into the round, which is why no one's really bothered turning up. This is essentially a dead rubber for you, ladies and gentlemen. Dyson 447 led Hayden Smith 341. He's not here. Willie Blair 339. He's here. Jeff Adams 279. Ryan Jones 269. Ryan's not here. He's actually at Phillip Island, ready for media commitments with the Speed Series this weekend. Rodney Goll on 262. Alex Barrell on 262. Rodney's in the house, but Alex is not. Nick Wood 228. Not in the house. Andrew Smith, Reese Keane. Andrew's here. Reese is not. Alan Dawson, Luke Allavoine, Marcus Watson, Paul Rogers, Corey Lazarus. The top 15. Bloody abysmal, unfortunately, the turnout here the last couple of weeks in the Porsche Elite Cup. Remember when I said earlier that my best bet for Term 2 would be that we go back to 2 splits of Porsche Elite Cup racing or Porsche Cup racing at large, Elite and Open? That is your evidence as to why I've made that statement, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I agree with you, Steve. More rain. They'd have to be sick of it by now, and even more reason that you're happy to be in the commentary box with us, Kurt.
Yeah, I tried adjusting for the rain, and I was even slower than the dry, so I'm much better up here than I am out there on the track.
It may be a quiet grid, but it will, it won't be relaxing to watch. You are absolutely right, Trav. Good luck to you in race control. And actually, at this point in time, big thanks to all of our race control crew for their efforts right throughout the course of the season. We do firmly appreciate that. There's your track and weather information, but I'm hoping Andrew might be able to bring up the results tabs from the night so far, just so we can paint the picture, because this is the first time we've checked in with the pro split. Let's have a look at the results so far, if you can, for me, mate, and let me know if you can't. Yes, I am. I'm asking if you can show me the results graphics for qualifying race 1 and race 2. Are you able to do that with your technical skills at your end there?
Can we do that from here? Let's see. Here we go. Race, show. Empty.
Let's have a look here. There it is. Have a look at that. Oh. He's done it beautifully, ladies and gentlemen. He's just taken all the graphics off screen. There's race 1. So Andrew Dyson, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Dominant force of the championship, winning by 5 seconds. Ben Pedersen, Jeff Adams, Paul Rogers, Shane Clancy, and then Andrew Smith, Sam Chapman, Rodney Gollan, Willie Blair, and Oscar Haynes. Oscar not finishing that one. Hopefully that's not a sign of things to come, but we'll know once we have a look at the results from race 2. Rodney Gollan got the invert pole for race 2. Willie Blair missed out, and no Oscar Haynes again. So yes, we're down to 9. It looks even more, poor. Actually, that's not even a very good grammatical sentence, ladies and gentlemen. It looks more abysmal than what it already was. Andrew Dyson, I was trying to be nice about it, but there's actually no way. There's no nice way to paint a 9-car field for the elite split of the Porsche Cup, one of the staples of the club. Andrew Dyson, Jeff Adams, and Ben Pedersen, your podium in race 2. And then we had Paul Rogers from Willie Blair, Shane Clancy, Sam Chapman, Rodney Gollan, and Andrew Smith. And you know what that means? Because it's an invert top 12, positions 1, 2, and 3 will actually be, I reckon positions 1, 2, and 3 are about to be blank. And position 4 is where you'll find Andrew Smith, and he'll be on pole. I might be wrong with that, but we're about to find out. Cars on the grid now. Final race of the term. 37 minutes the journey, 24 laps. Here's how it looks for you. Yeah. Andrew Smith will be from position number 2. So they've done away with the invert 12 because they don't have 12 cars on the grid. So Smith from 2nd. Gollan and Chapman the 2nd row, Clancy Blair the 3rd, Rogers Pedersen the 4th, and Jeff Adams, Andrew Dyson the 5th. And they've got Andrew Smith has the entire front row to himself. Watch Chapo, he's a bit of a loose cannon in the rain. He's a bit of an ominous threat there, one you got to watch. The track is now, I would say, moderately wet. If we can have a look at the weather conditions there, please. Yep, moderately wet, 18 degrees on track, 25 the ambient. They are having a pull of it, aren't they? If they think it's 25 degrees on a wet day at Phillip Island in March. 2:30 in the afternoon, 33 km/h winds in a west to northwesterly direction, 25 the ambient, 18 on track, 55% humidity, and the intensity of the rain is sitting at 54% as well. So not quite Nürburgring numbers, but certainly wet. The final one of the term. Andrew Dyson's already got the championship wrapped up, but bragging rights are firmly on the line at the gateway to hypothermia. Let's go! Go on a magnificent jump. Rodney Gollan blasts past Andrew Smith on the run down to turn 1 and will lead them to Doohan Corner. Wide goes Smith. Contact. Off goes Smith. Pedersen and Chapman got into the side of him. I think it was Chapo. Then Pedersen, Blair, Smith, Clancy, Dyson, Rogers and Adams make up the 9. Ryan Jones, reasonably accurate weather conditions. The rain factor, but certainly not 25 degrees. Thank you, man. Oh, no, off goes Rodney Gollan through the gravel at Stoner Corner. He's got company in the form of Andrew Smith. The 2 men that started at the front of the field now plummet to the back.
Absolute nightmare start. Absolute nightmare start.
Wowee. Let's go right, boys, says Stefan Lawrence. He's sticking around so that he can watch a replay of the GT4 finale from the Nürburgring. And it's absolutely lashing down in Victoria. There is rain in the forecast for this weekend. Have fun down there, Jonesy. All the best, mate. Go well. You can watch it on Fox and KO all weekend, ladies and gentlemen. I'll give you a look ahead to the weekend in sport at the end of the broadcast, as per usual. Sam Chapman finds his way to the front. And right now, Kurt Nommensen is not regretting his early escape from the server in the slightest.
No, not at all, Zach. Not at all. This is atrocious levels of rain. Honestly, this is just as bad as it was at the start of the AM split for Nords. It was about this wet.
Yeah. And right now, we're looking at this thinking it's going to be a very long and soggy 24 laps. And that's even if we do get 24 laps, because the problem you've got now, Johnny, is they're going about 20 seconds a lap slower, maybe 15, 20, somewhere in that vicinity. We'll get a better indication of that after lap 2. So I don't think Jeff Adams off the road. You just saw him spearing over turn 1 at the top of the shot. Cam McConville style, except the wet equivalent. Oh, boy. The problem is, mate, I don't think we're going to make 24 laps on time certainty.
No, and hopefully race control aren't too busy, but they seem to be going off by themselves. So Travis has a party up there in race control. He's having a bit of a breather, a few sighs of relief. That's if they stay apart for his sake. But for us, it's looking very, very, very interesting.
Just a fair bit of aquaplaning involved at the moment. Let's have a look at this again. Incredible feels like highs of 9 degrees tomorrow. Have fun with that, Jonesy. I hope you packed your winter woolies. In fact, you, of course, used to be based up here. You would have not used your winter woolies for a couple of years. It's nice to know that they're getting another run now that you're down in Victoria on a permanent basis. 3 minutes gone here, folks. We're on lap 2, and already, have a look at the totem pole. +2 for Jeff Adams, and he's been off the road. +1 for Paul Rogers, +5 for Andrew Dyson, +5 for Ben Pedersen, +4 for Willie Blair, +3 for Sam Chapman. Chapo, of course, using this as a training exercise to get himself acquainted with the Porsche Cup car on a more regular basis ahead of the opening round of the Porsche Pro Invitational next Wednesday night. Andrew Smith off the road again, this time at MG or Lucky Heights, one of the two. Haven't quite got a track map there, ladies and gentlemen, to give you an exact position of that one, but all we know is off the road. There's a real risk of these guys aquaplaning here, Johnny.
Yeah, it just, obviously given the nature of the cars, given there's not really too much weight bearing over the front axle, you really kind of have to counteract that feature of the Porsche. It's looking very, very difficult. I think just off the start, I think maybe the muscle memory has kind of stayed, lingered too much really from the dry sessions from earlier, hence why some of them went full force into the turn 1, turn 2, and even up into turn 3, and that's why we just saw some lawn mowing services.
Although that being said, I've always been advised to not go lawn mowing in the rain.
Yeah, it's not too good for the blades.
Oh, Benny Pedersen. Pedersen off the road in the right sim racing entry. And that is a guy that has not really warmed to these new model Porsche cars. The 992.2, this is the first season in which we've utilised it on the platforms of the GSRC, and Pedersen has been quite vocal in his review of them so far, and I don't think these weather conditions are going to help his enthusiasm or lack thereof towards them at this point. Chapman leads Blair, leads Shane Clancy, who I hope stops by the commentary box again, because he was here on Monday night and he was literally the next person I was going to go and chat to, Kurt, and he saw himself out to the left. He departed before we got to have a chat to him. So I hope he stops by tonight for Australia-wide racing.
Yeah, I can understand it. Sometimes it does feel like that. You're sitting there going, oh, go to bed, I'm gone.
And it's funny, I've been getting that vibe this week that people are criticising me or suggesting that I might talk too much. There goes Pedersen again! This time through the grass and the gravel and onto the runoff. A bitumen down at turn 1, Doohan corner. And that might be just Benny saying, you know what, I'm going to see myself out. He hasn't been in a hurry to move from there, has he?
Yeah, shucking a bit of a Kurt Nommensen there. No no apologies for that comment. Yeah, just yeah, it does look pretty treacherous out there. Sam Chapman though, excellent work to him. Nearly 7 seconds up the road, just nearly after 3.5 laps. Like you weren't wrong. Zach. It was he seems to be pretty huge in these conditions.
I was going to say, you're slotting yourself in and making yourself very comfortable on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club at the commentary box. Johnny Baddock, that was a nice little subtle drive-by on Kurt. And that's what we love. We love a little bit of banter and a bit of sledging here. Friendly fire. Off goes Willie Blair. Can he get it back on and stop it? Yes, he can. That's a good save, actually. Under pressure now from Shane Clancy. Loving the combos post-race. Thank you, Wolfbane51. Appreciate that. Yes, we were as well. We just didn't expect the post-race discussion to continue until 4 a.m. this morning. Brooksy and I were looking at the clock thinking, oh, no, we're good. Because Brooksy was asking me, believe it or not, boys, he was asking me about how I go through, you know, getting off air and that wind-down process, coming off the adrenaline, etc. and so forth. And I said, normally I sit down and watch Home and Away and do this and do that. Whoa! Because you're wide awake. You're so wide, you're alert, you know, the last thing you want to do is go and try and sleep. You're just going to toss and turn for 13 hours. By the time I got off the phone with Brooksy, I didn't even go through my normal ritual of sitting down watching Home and Away and everything else. I went up and I was asleep within about 45 minutes. So, no, it's great to catch up with Brooksy. We don't get to do it often enough, and it's it's unfortunate the events of this week that have played out that brought us all together last night. But at the same time, that's the hidden gem in the bad situations is that some good does come from it, and some of the good is that everyone opens up, everyone's willing to sit around, chew the fat, have a discussion, catch up, check in. So we're thinking of Jake Slade. We know today was a tough day for him, and all of his friends and family and everyone associated with his mate that obviously they're mourning at the moment. As Willie Blair gets by Andrew Dyson. Hello, Trav. I'll get back to you in a moment. But yeah, it's one of the things, and I found it out a couple of years ago when a school friend of mine passed away. I described his funeral as one of the biggest ones I've ever been to, and we'll never see anything like that again because it was a Lance Corporal. Cessnock literally shut down for the day to say farewell to Jack Fitzgibbon. But it was the school reunion we never had, that we never really wanted, but we actually needed. And some of our school contacts have actually become adult contacts again. So in every bad situation, there's always some good that comes out of it, except for that for Andrew Dyson off the road at 1. He was not alone. He had Willie Blair off the road as well. And Blair's on the other side of the road now. It's, yeah, have a look at that. Whoa, wild ride for Willie Blair.
He'll probably get done from iRacing with a cut course for that one. So I think he'll be taking an early trip to pit lane.
He'll have a black flag next to his name for sure. That's a wild, wild ride. But really, I can understand exactly why he's done that, Johnny. Like, you're going to lose less time doing that than you would by turning around and going back to turn 1.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising for the tarmac after he went through the gravel to actually grip up as quick as it did, considering the rain intensity we're having at the moment.
Look at the comment writer screen, boys. Hello, Benny Pedersen. Arced up and done. Yes, the Porsche 992.2 seems really dead at the moment. We knew that you weren't a fan of it. We knew that tonight's result wasn't going to help that opinion either, mate. Hello, nice to have you on board. Would love to have actually preferred to see you out there on the track, seeing it through to the end, not to be. But yes, I was waiting for that comment. I just knew it was instinctive. I just knew it was going to be coming sooner rather than later from you. Here's Rodney Golan in 7th at the moment. Survival of the fittest out there at the moment. Just a fight to make it through to the end. A last man standing sort of vibe about this race at the moment. And I said the same last week at the Nürburgring. In comes Willie Blair on to pit road for that drive-through penalty. And the stop and hold and whatever it is that goes with that. There he is pulling up now.
I think it's a stop and hold for that one because you do take a fair chunk of time with it. So I think they give you a stop and hold for cut course.
Okay, some interesting feedback there from Benny Pedersen. First crack at the new car in the rain and shuttering bad in the wet. So if it wasn't already a pogo stick, it's tenfold now by the looks of that.
Yeah, iRacing always claimed to have the best simulation software in the world, which granted, it is very, very good, but the stability of the software can be a bit questionable, but there are a million factors that play into it, and off goes the, Gallon. A bit more low mowing services going on for the council there in Phillip Island, but to quickly just finish up, it's granted brilliant simulation software, everything about it is top class, but the stability aspect of not being able to take into consideration all the different PC components and stuff kind of does open the door for a lot of issues to occur, and it could be very random.
Have a look at the standing water at the hay shed. My goodness. Yeah, I ran VR, so it has to be perfect, and every update gets me closer to the edge. Glad to see we finally found something Daiso is blank at. Porsche Cup in the rain, says Ryan Jones. Insert the adjective there. And
so Ryan will be begging for more rain next season so that Andrew doesn't win the season again.
Its frame rate software is good. They just keep increasing the scope. Okay, so there's a bit to pick apart there, right? Sliding onto the main straight. So Daiso in third spot at the moment. It's now very wet and 59% intensity. So it's not extremely like it was monsoonal at the Nürburgring, but it may as well be. Down the inside, Daiso fending off Paul Rogers. Rodney Gollan, Jeff Adams, Andrew Smith and Willie Blair make up the top 8. That invoice for Willie was 48.12 seconds. And Jonesy can actually gloat a little bit with regards to this. I don't usually try to encourage Jonesy, but I will in this particular instance because he drove like a man possessed in the rain here in the GTEs last Friday night, and it was an absolute ball terror of a drive. If it hadn't been for one or two little slip-ups that he got involved in, involved in a couple of squabbles, he could have easily reeled in the eventual race winner Stephen Bull and had a field day and cleaned up. That was a very, very impressive wet weather performance. Admittedly, the rain wasn't as intense and heavy as this, but still, yes, the rain at the island and Jonesy seem to be a lethal sort of combination when he gets it right. Getting red flag weather at this point? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right, because the one thing that iRacing doesn't have is a red flag. That's the only thing that separates it from the real world now. They've got the weather. There's Golan again. They've got the wet weather. The only thing they haven't got is sleet and snow at this point on the iRacing Tempest weather system. Benny Pedersen saying I couldn't see it at all. Visibility would be poor at the moment, especially if you're stuck in behind somebody. But yes, that is the one thing that separates us from the real world, gentlemen, and we've said this on multiple occasions. We do get to a point where you look at it and you think, yep, if this was the real world, just by modern day safety standards, you can't be too safe. Even though the first sign you're ready to racetrack is motor racing is dangerous every single time you walk into the facility. Doesn't matter where it is anywhere in Australia. But yes, we seem to have this whole threshold of, okay, now it's too wet. We never used to. Off goes Rodney Gollan again. He's just lighting up red off-track alerts everywhere at the moment. He's exploring the real estate on this final night of the term. But there's a big, vitally important point to make here. There's something to be said about driving to the conditions, boys, which is exactly what they had to do last week at the Nürburgring. So, A, they'd be used to it, and B, they'd be sick of it at this point. But the iRacing infrastructure hasn't yet introduced a red flag procedure. And I think it would be a lot of work for them to be able to do it effectively.
I think the biggest problem with implementing the red flag procedure would be that how do you either stop the timer or do you keep the timer going with those time events?
Exactly.
So I think that's the big thing that's stopping them putting a red flag in at the moment, because they definitely have the capabilities, but I think just trying to work out the logistics of it all to make it enjoyable for everybody else is the hard part.
Yep, and it's no point throwing a safety car at this point because that's going to achieve Buckley's apart from neutralising the race. So, yes, drive to the conditions. We know it's not going to go 24 laps. We've already burnt nearly 16 minutes. We're only on lap 10 now. And we can tell you that Willie Blair and Andrew Smith have already completed their pit stops. Benny Pedersen, the only retirement so far. Vitally important championship points up for grabs here for Willie Blair in terms of securing and wrapping up second. And Jeff Adams, with a good enough points haul, can leapfrog Hayden Smith as well tonight. Because Smith came into the round on 3:41 and has not turned up. Now, he's one of your teammates, Benny Pedersen. Where is he, please? What's going on there? Oh, unbelievable. Look at the spray. Look at the standing water. Can someone go out there with the super sopper and a broom, please?
We need NASCAR's jet dryer on the
Yeah,
track.
exactly. And if we thought it was dark at 8 o'clock in the server, boys, it's just as dark now.
I certainly
Yeah, I
don't
feel
think
like
it's
it's
going to be
more
long
purple.
until it clicks
Click
over
out
to
of it.
extremely wet.
Correct.
These guys
Absolutely.
are in a yachting simulator 2 weeks in a row.
Travis has a party. No rain in GTE tomorrow night, just to try and entice more people to come and have a run there. I got it. I like it. Good sales pitch, that. I like it. 10 laps gone for Chapman, leading by 19.3 seconds. Holy cow. Give it to him in a canter. He's racking up bench-like numbers in the wet.
Yeah, I think he'll go well in the Pro Series if he can, drive like this in the rain. If they have some rain events, I think he'll do very, very well in those events.
Copy. Yeah, Kurt, what's next for you, buddy? I mean, you said already that the focus is going to be on the Porsche and the supercar next term, but talk to me about what fills the gap, mate. I know work will keep you busy, but what else is on the radar for you over the next 2 weeks whilst we have a little bit of a break and put the tools down?
Definitely be doing some sim practice in the supercar and the Porsche Cup and all that, but you'll probably be sorting out some other stuff. I got a lot to sort out in the off season with stuff to get back into go-karts and all that kind of stuff, so I'll probably spend the next 2 weeks trying to sort all that out and get myself all situated and back in front of where I am now.
Johnny, question for you with regards to the rehab, the recovery of the injury sustained while trying to do your best Andrew Gaze over Christmas. Where are we at with that? Are you pain free when you get out of the sim after a run in the supercars, or are you still noticing a little bit of tenderness there?
No, we're all good on that front. I didn't want
good.
to risk anything in terms of pain. If I felt it, I wasn't gonna do it. I will admit, the first day I got out of the moon boot in the crutches, I did go directly to the sim to test out the the braking foot because of the heavy load cell, to see what pressure I could sustain, and then straight away just felt it coming back. So I just kept off it for a while until it finally felt good, and then my throttle pedal spring snapped, and then that kept me out for another week as well. So it's funny how that works when the pedal for the other foot breaks. But yeah, other than that, we're all pain-free.
Roosters home 33-16 over Manly in Thursday night football at Brookvale, and Geelong 68-60 winners over the Adelaide Crows in the Thursday night AFL match for this week as well. Paul Rogers is giving Andrew Dyson the big hurry up here. It is the only battle on the racetrack. The only one at this point. So, again, we were all pumped up and excited and energetic about coming to the island to go Porsche racing. Have a look at that. I shouldn't laugh, because if that was me, I would have already parked up, because I hate it when I can't see where I'm going. I hate when the road ahead of me is, the vision is less than ideal. So that's really a bird's eye view of what Paul Rogers is contending with here, and if you were him, you'd be wanting to find a way past Andrew Dyson, but good luck doing that, considering that Dyson has been the dominant force of this championship and is going to wrap up the title tonight. He had 106 points on Hayden Smith coming in. His absence paved the way for him to wrap it up without any sort of pressure being mounted on him tonight. So well done to Dyson. To the victor go the spoils, as Paul Rogers follows him down to MG once more. We're at the end of lap 12. Sam Chapman started lap 13. He's 22 seconds to the good on Clancy. Dyson another 3 seconds back. Can they reel in Clancy? Maybe not at the moment. Have we made it to extremely wet yet, boys? I haven't seen an update there on the weather update. No, just very at the moment. And the intensity's gone back to 0, so the rain's actually stopped. So we're not going to get to extremely, but we're not going to dry the track in enough time to entertain the idea of dry tyres in the next 16 minutes. So there you go. There's the update for you. Chapman, Clancy, Dyson, Rogers, and Adams, the top 5. And Thursday night football going in favour of the Roosters and the Cats, respectively. Big weekend of sport coming up. I'll preview that a little bit later on. Term 2, the schedule reveal coming up post-race here tonight on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, plus our post-race show as well. And I go back to the point that I made about half an hour ago, boys. One of the tamer, one of the less energetic finales we've ever seen at the Island. We were so excited about the Island being the grand finale venue because of the show it puts on. And if anything else, whilst we're disappointed by the turnout, my vocal cords and voice box are actually thankful for the quietness of tonight's action.
Yeah, I think tonight part of it is probably that people wouldn't have had setups, seeing as this wasn't in officials, so that definitely doesn't help the turnout. On top of the fact that it is the pickup car with the pogo stick, and everybody hates it at the moment.
And yet everybody around the world still turns up to race it in droves. And we're going to have 45 cars on the grid next week at the Hockenheimring for the Porsche Pro Invitational season commencement. Hope you can join us for that too, by the way, folks. So Australian Open World Nationals Tuesday night, Bend West. Yes, Bend West. How good's that going to be? And then, of course, Wednesday night for the Porsche Pro Invitational opener over on the SimSpeed Esports Network platforms. For the Australian Sim Racing Group. So actually, the boys have brought me a shirt. They've put together a series shirt, which I look forward to displaying on social media and on the broadcast when it arrives in the mail in the next couple of days. It might not get here in time for round 1, but it will be definitely for round 2. Hit us up with your suggestions, boys. Benny Pedersen and co. in the comments thread there. What do you want to see? What don't you want to see as far as the Porsche Cup's concerned in Term 2? Because we'll get a bit more of an idea about the schedule in a couple of weeks' time. And you are more than welcome to say that you don't want to see any rain ever again for the rest of the season, as far as the rest of the calendar year, as far as Porsche racing is concerned. We've thrown enough at you over the last couple of weeks. But yes, as far as tracks are concerned, let me know what you want to see, what don't you want to see on the new schedule when it's released in the next 2 weeks. Hard to believe we've got, well, it says we've got 10 laps to go, but really, if we're being, completely honest here, we're not going to get any more than 9 in because we've still got a pit stop to run, and we've only got 13 minutes on the clock. So actually, we're running very close to potentially only getting 8 laps in here, boys, which means we'll fall too short of the mark. Chapo starts lap 15, Willie Blair runs off the road, and so does Andrew Smith. Smith is still showing a lap down at the moment. And yet the top 6 are yet to transit the lane for Ryan Jones, rain every week. Of course, you'd say that. The proverbial SH1T stirrer, Ryan Jones chiming in from down at Phillip Island. Andrew Smith has a black flag to clear right now as well, so he's got to stop a drive-through penalty coming his way. That'll be for incident points. Down the inside, Rogers. No, not on Dyson just yet. And it's going to be interesting to see, boys, because the top 6 have got to complete a compulsory pit stop in this race, but they're leaving it as late as they possibly can.
Yeah, of course. And while we're watching this battle, I do have one quick question for Ben Pedersen in the chat.
Yep.
You mentioned, obviously, Zach, he's not the biggest fan of the new Porsche Cup. He nearly went off there, Paul Rogers. Good save from him to quickly finish up.
It's not so lucky. Got balked by Andrew Dyson. Had to sacrifice himself rather than wipe Dyson out in the collateral there. And now that battle has evaporated.
Yeah,
that's run its course.
That's 2 for 1 in Merc. Mike curses in one night
Correct.
for me, unfortunately. So yeah, we're getting that ball rolling. Sorry, just to quickly finish my question to Ben Pedersen in the chat. Yeah, to quickly finish the question, I want to know exactly why you're not a big fan of the Porsche Cup car, the new one that's currently out. I do know the suspension is a bit of a meme at this point, but really from what I've seen online is that the purists really don't get along with the car, with the fact that it introduces assists like ABS and traction control. So I really do want to hear from someone like yourself if you are that big of a hardcore enthusiast as Zach claims.
I think you just nailed the 2 points that he's going to come back to you with, actually. Those driver creature comforts, I reckon. Paul Rogers in third spot goes to pit lane. So Jeff Adams goes through to third, Shane Clancy to fourth, Andrew Dyson to second. Rodney Gollan, oh, Dyson's off the road. That's turn one. Dyson gets back on the road. The margin to Chapman now is 32 seconds. Chapo's on the verge of being able to come in, get done for pit lane speeding and still get out in front of everybody. Dyson off the road at 1. And now only 3.6 seconds ahead of Jeff Adams. Oh dear.
It is a bit of a Chapo masterclass out there, isn't it? A long way in front, and he's only just set his fastest lap as well at a 1:41.3.
This is one of his more impressive wet weather drives, boys, I reckon.
Yeah, it's a bit Verstappen-esque. It reminds me of Brazil 2024 when he went from 17th to 1st in that race in the midst of that World Championship battle with Lando Norris. But very fine drive from Chapo.
I was looking at giving this a go, says Wolfbane 91.
I hope that isn't 3 from 3, Vanek.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would it be a viable option to go back to the old car, us Travis has a party? And I want to put it on the record, and Andrew Neil might be able to verify this, and if not, Dan Yeaman and Matt Schmidtke and Adam Lavis will be able to, because basically just a baby Porky GT3 is what Wolfbane's saying. But at the end of last year, we had so much opposition to the 992.2 from those that were quite okay and quite happy and content with the 992.1. I did put it on the table. I said, would it be feasible, instead of splitting it into elite versus open, or elite and open, as opposed to the current class structure, would it be an idea of saying, right, if you want to run the 992.1 car, there's your server. And if you want to test yourself in the new equipment and new gear that's going to be used in all the officials and all the majors around the world as far as this series of racing is concerned, there's your server. So it's interesting to get that discussion back underway, because I did table it, I want it on the record, at the end of last year, just to appease the guys that don't want to be pandered to with the creature comforts of the 992.2.
Yeah, I think that'd be a feasible option. Obviously, it's got to go through whatever review process that you guys have at GSRC, and also just a quick stab at Ryan Jones. It could be 40 seconds, all right? That's how it could get better.
That's right, yes, or 45.
Yeah, or a minute, who knows? But yeah, let's just keep our expectations in check. Yeah, I feel like that would be a reasonable solution, particularly if you kind of time stacked it as well, if possible. Yeah. I know, obviously, race control and broadcasting commitments can get a bit a bit of a skeleton crew at times. Yep. But if you're possible to time stack it, I reckon it would be feasible, potentially for people wanting to race both as well. So at least you get somewhat of a bigger pool of drivers at each round. Look at
Pedersen there, Benny Pedersen taking it towards the gutter. Have a look at that with Lube jamming up and let him go. I'm not sure we should touch that with the barge pole, that comment, quite frankly. Good on you, Benny.
Slip off.
Sam Chapman, Andrew Dyson, Rodney Gollan, Paul Rogers, and Jeff Adams, and Shane Clancy there in sixth position. So Chapo stopped and came back out 5.8 seconds ahead of Dyso, who hasn't stopped yet. That's how dominant Chapman has been in this wet weather race. He has not put a foot wrong. He's not put a wheel off the road. Just clinical. And off goes Andrew Smith, whose last stop was also 45.98 seconds. Willie Blair's back on pit road, and this now, he's been there for a minute this time through, so he might just be conceding defeat on this. Through we go. Listen to that. So the lane's return, and listen to how heavy it's hitting the car. Unbelievable intensity.
Just a typical day down at the island.
Correct, and Ryan Jones can verify that. Based on today's weather conditions. Listen to how hard Chapo is having to work with this car at the moment. Just to keep foot to the floor and turn it and keep it on the black stuff. Having a couple of bites at the cherry going through 10 and 11, but down we go.
Raining as well down the pit straight.
So the rain has returned, yeah. Remember a couple of moments ago, sorry, we got that memo come through that we're at 0% rain intensity. Oh, that's not the case anymore. 5.5 minutes to go, probably based on current pace. Probably looking at 2 laps at the line for Chapo. Whoa! Sliding through the southern loop. So back to 60% rain intensity now. So another band is passing through. And 60% is the heaviest of the night. Sorry, Johnny.
No, you're right. Just a quick note as well from that onboard. I think it also highlights as to why everyone's going off at turn 1. You kind of see they have to stick to that outside line, even through the final corner, just to try and stay away from the puddles banking up on the inside of the corner. But the problem is, if they push it too hard, then it's going to go way too wide. And even on Chapman's onboard, it looked like it kind of was like scrubbing along the surface, trying to hunt for grip, and it just hooks up at the last second. So no wonder why these boys are struggling through there.
Can I just revisit a topic that was raised earlier? Our good mate Trav has a party. Not sure there would be enough interest, though, as everyone is forced to evolve with the times, says Benny Pedersen in relation to the comments about whether we have a 992.1 and 992.2 server. That's certainly a discussion for the club to have, and I mentioned that back in November, December, as a way in which to, instead of having class splits based on pace as we do with GT3, do something different, have it based on the car. That was something that was flagged at the time, but we decided not to go down that route. And the numbers early on suggested that there was a lot of interest in the new car and a lot of support for it, but that interest has waned somewhat in the last few weeks, particularly in the elite split. Daiso back out onto the racetrack now, ahead of Jeff Adams, Paul Rogers and Shane Clancy. So Adams has leapfrogged Rogers during the pit sequence. And Rogers now gets past Adams because Adams had 2 wheels in the dirt down out of turn 12 down the main straight. Oh boy. So another spanner in the works there. Jeff Adams drops off the podium and Paul Rogers back onto it, but they've lost 7 seconds to Daiso. Uh-oh. Chapo had 2 wheels in the dirt. First off track alert I've seen next to his name all night. That's okay. The lead is still 28.7 seconds. Daiso in the pit lane, though. Look at the fuel saving he's been able to do in the 28 minutes he's been out on the circuit before the stop on lap 19. 5.08 compared to Chapo's 8.42. Just let that sink in for a moment. The transit time that was saved there by Andrew Dyson, that was Chapo's first little hiccup of the night, which with a half a minute lead, you can kind of get away with and turn a blind eye to. Just going back to Trav Party's point, you asked me how home and away was going earlier. It was going very well because I got to watch the first segment of the Thursday night show, and then your teammate wanted to have a chat in Discord. Good evening, Greg Heaney. So I didn't get to finish watching tonight's episode before jumping on air. That'll be the first order of business as soon as we get off air tonight. I won't be sticking around till 4 a.m. for any post-race shows and chats. It'll be straight to the telly with a cold one in hand and watch home and away, or the balance thereof. There's still, minimum 30 people racing tonight across the splits. Plenty of interest. Yeah, absolutely, Jonesy. 100%. All right, Chapo. 2 laps to go. He's on the penultimate lap now. We will go into overtime with this one. I didn't see the white flag flying that time by the line. So we should get to lap 22. Oh, Dyson's off the road at 1 again. It'll matter very little because Rogers and Adams are too far back, but the margin will evaporate. One more slip up and these guys could be right on his tail. Poor boy.
Yeah. Also, just to open the conversation back up about whether we should run the new or old pickup cars, I feel like I've nearly gone 3 for 3. Yeah, I feel like I can kind of understand why people are obviously voicing the opinion of, you know, just to evolve with the times. Obviously, given that, obviously, you know, the old 99 2.1 car is obviously now retired. Like, I can kind of see the interest dwindling, especially if we have some discussions like Andrew Dyson this season just leading the championship for so long. I reckon it'd be the same effect. It's just, I don't know, maybe there is, I feel like there is something there, potentially even like maybe a Friday night series as well, just for the old Porsche Cup cars. Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one, but I just thought I'd throw that out there as well, potentially even split nights, maybe sub out the GTE next season for the old pickup car.
Why not? White flag in the air for Chapman. We go into overtime. Andrew Smith picks up another black flag, so he'll make another trip down the lane. Willie Blair's not going to make 75% to be classified. Timmy Nicol and Jordan Dakin have just dropped by to have a chat with us, fresh out of the AM and Pro-Am splits, or AM and Open splits. Those races already done, ladies and gentlemen, because we had a staggered start tonight with the AM starting at 9 o'clock Eastern, the Open at 9:05 and the Elite at 10 past 9 Eastern Daylight Time, just so that we could hop between servers between races to bring you one race from each split. Hang tight, boys. As soon as we're done here, we will hear from you as we start our post-race show, and do stick around because the schedule reveal for Term 2 takes place as soon as we're done with the post-race show and crowning the champions. Adam Lavis already hitting the books to start calculating the final points standings as well. But this guy has been phenomenal in this third and final race of the nights and this 16th and final race of the season. I'm so pleased to see him back in victory lane in the GSRC Porsche Cup, and I'm delighted that he's going to be flying the flag for the club as part of the Vermilion Esports assault on the Porsche Pro Invitational. Sam Chapman wins at a soaked and sodden, saturated Phillip Island. Very nicely done. Dyson will wrap up the championship in half a minute's time. There he goes, on the way through the final two corners of what's been an utterly dominant campaign from Dyson. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 race wins to his name before we got to tonight, and he just went out to tick the box to seal the deal, and did so with consistent finishes every step of the way. Not a straightforward equation or assignment for him, but he got the job done nonetheless. Dyson is your champion, adding another championship to the portfolio after grabbing 3 of them last term. He grabs the Porsche GT3 Cup in term 1 of 2026 for DPR Racing. Phenomenal drive, phenomenal season-long performance. Paul Rogers held off Jeff Adams for third on the night, but I reckon Adams is going to do enough to leapfrog Willie Blair and Hayden Smith and go second in the championship. So I'm pleased for Jeff. And subpar racing, Shane Clancy, Rodney Gollan make up the top 6. Andrew Smith is going to finish a lap down. Willie Blair non-classified, so too Ben Pedersen. And 9 is really a disgraceful turnout for grand final night on a track that we all know and love, in a car that we've been familiar with, well, sorry, a category and discipline we've been familiar with for such a long time, rather than necessarily the car, because obviously we're still trying to get to grips with the 992.2. Curtin Omington, I'm about to let you go, mate, because I know you got an early start tomorrow. Isn't it funny, Johnny? He teed me up earlier, late last night, early this morning, and said, look, just so you know, I need you to get me in and get me out as quick as you can when the post-race show starts tomorrow night, because I got a bloody early alarm Friday morning, and he was here 40 minutes before anybody Unfortunately, it was because he DNF'd it. I did flag that as if you make it to the end and you see the checkered flag in all 3 races, Kurt, and you haven't stopped by the commentary box before the finish, yes, we'll go to you first. But we've had 40 minutes of your company, mate, and it's been great to have you here, although we would love to see you have a bit more of a good and clean run and a competitive run in the Porsche Cup next term.
Yeah, thank you. Hopefully next season we go to tracks that have all been in officials, and I don't have to try and think of a setup and throw it in the bin before I ever get to the track.
Love it. Hey, well done, mate. Great to catch up with you. Thanks for your insights in Central Commentary, which in the end ended up being the driest and safest place to be for you rather than out in that monsoon. Monsoon 2 weeks in a row in the Porsche Cup. I reckon you're all sick of the rain by this point. Enjoy the break, buddy. We'll catch up on April 13 when the new season gets underway. We look forward to seeing what you bring to the table in the supercars and also, of course, the Porsches next term. Go and get dry.
Too easy. Thanks, Zach.
There he is, Kurt Nommensen. And Johnny, before we delve into the post-race show, and I know you'll have a couple of questions for the guys here, thoughts on all of that? I mean, I guess, yeah, okay, we're all a little bit disappointed about the lacking in quantity of the, particularly the elite split tonight. In fact, numbers probably down right across the board there as we see the final results on your screen. But there were still some points of interest. There was still some impressive driving. There were still some notable moments to get up and excited about and keep us interested and intrigued.
Yeah, I personally got to say congratulations to Sam Chapman. Absolutely dominant performance. A bit sad for Rodney Golan. He was obviously, towards the sharp end of the field, and it just slowly just fell away, unfortunately, with tiny mistakes creeping in. But obviously, given the treacherous conditions, it is unfortunate. But to everyone else, good on you for staying on for the race and at least trying. I can't imagine what it would have been like to have been Andrew Dyson, just seeing that lead just keep growing. But he kept his foot in, even with a couple of mistakes. Good on him for still doing it. Even though he was a championship leader, he had a massive buffer and gave it everything that he had. So good on to him as well, and to everyone else who stayed on for the race.
All right, stay with me, mate, because it'll be nice to get some questions thrown from you towards the drivers that have been so kind to join us for our final post-race show for the Porsche Cup for the term. We haven't had too many Porsche post-race shows because we've been usually doing them in replay mode. Great to have you boys in the house. Chapo, I'll get to you shortly. We'll let you catch your breath after a dominant final race there. We've got Broden Cooper Friend. We've got Jeff Adams here. We've got Johnny Bannack. We've got Jonathan Akers, Jonathan Harris, and Jordan Dakin, and also Timmy Nickel. Hey, Tim, it's nice to have you in the booth. It's been a while since we've had a chance to catch up with you. But I want to start with Jordan Dakin. We didn't get a chance to have a look at the results from race 2 and 3 for you guys, so you might have to fill in some gaps there for us, mate. But the grand finale, when you went in with a 36-point advantage, couldn't have started off any better than with that race 1 win, considering that your main opposition and your relative was 3 positions behind you.
It was a bit of a tough one, those last two. That last one, the middle one, the race 2. It was, I guess, just as easy as the first one. I don't want to say easy. That's a bit uncalled for. But yeah,
you're welcome to be as honest and as blunt as you like, mate.
Yeah, look, I felt like I really had the pace here. A lot of the other boys clearly had a lot of pace as well, but I guess I just had that next edge that took me there. Race 3 was an absolute shocker. Kelly had the right tyre pick there and just blew us all away in the end. So I think it was a good lap or 2 ahead, Kelly there in the end. So yeah, well done to them.
Okay, so your individual results. First in race 1, race 2?
I think second.
And race 3?
Yeah, 10th.
Oh, okay, right. So it's not a foregone conclusion there. We probably need to have a look at the numbers just to verify that you have wrapped up the championship, though.
Yeah, I think I somewhat had it in the bag. There was definitely mathematical equations that would lead to me not gaining the championship, but I'm just watching it get updated at the moment. It looks, I'm pretty confident with it.
All right, we'll stay with us, mate, because we'll confirm that for you very shortly. No, we won't blow the secret unless they're absolutely finalised. Are they absolutely finalised, Andrew? Are they good to show on the screen? I'm not sure. No, Adam's still working away at them, so we'll just get rid of that for the moment if you don't mind, mate. We'll bring that back up in a few moments' time. But yes, based on that, it is looking pretty bloody good for you, Jordan. How much have you enjoyed the challenge of the Porsche Cup this season, mate? And how sick of the rain are you after the last 2 weeks? Because we got atrociously wet conditions here in race 3. I'm not sure what it was like in your server.
It was enough rain to convince me to put wets on, but they were clearly the wrong choice. Like I said, yeah, Kelly clearly went out on dries, and I think at the half race mark, I was getting mowed down by him. So went in, had 30% on the back tyres, and yeah, made the silly decision of thinking I could just finish the race on them. But yeah, had to come back in again and chuck some dries on and try to get the fastest lap point. I just tried to gather as much points as I could, knowing it was going to be tight. There was a chance of it being tight, so yeah, it does look good though.
Yeah, and race 2 was dry as well.
Race 2 was dry, yes.
Yeah. We saw that server kicking in as we were departing to go and cover the open split, mate. What most about the season have you enjoyed? I mean, obviously, apart from the fact that you've won it by the looks of it and everything's going well. And by the way, Joel and Hanson, very appreciative for the series that's been and thanking everybody for it. Well done to you as well, mate. Great to have you out there. From your standpoint, what have been the standouts and the takeaways of the season? What have you most enjoyed about the last 10 weeks?
Look, the best part for me was Northwind Motorsports. It's our first season as a team. We have had an absolute ripper of a time here, and going good across pretty much every series we've entered. Haven't won them all, but still definitely wrestling some feathers in there. So it's been very good. Other than that, I've really enjoyed your commentary. It's been absolutely awesome to come back here and watch them and go over them with the boys and see where we can do better. Yeah, no, it's been fantastic, really.
You're welcome back anytime with comments like that. Now, the next couple of weeks, you mentioned Northwind being, the first all-in season. No doubt the aim is to come back bigger and better in term 2. What do the next couple of weeks look like for you guys whilst the GSRC takes a break, mate?
For me, you might see me a bit absent. I'm actually going in tomorrow to have spinal surgery, so
Jesus!
There's a chance I might not be back for a few weeks. So we'll have to see how that goes. But a few of the other boys, they're definitely raring to go and very keen. So we're definitely coming back and hopefully have some same results or better here.
I won't ask you to disclose or divulge any more information on that, but I know what it's like to go in and have surgery on a delicate part of the body. I had brain surgery about 11 years ago as well, and everybody kind of just looks at you twice when you say it so calmly like that, which is why you caught me off guard with the big bomb drop of, hang on, I'm going in for spinal surgery tomorrow. Obviously, we wish you nothing but the best of luck with that one, mate, and a smooth and safe recovery. About how long do they expect the recovery to be for you before you can get back in the rig?
They say 6 to 12 weeks back to full manual labour job, so it shouldn't be too bad. Shouldn't be too bad at all. I expect a couple of weeks off the sim. Probably enough to let some of the other boys, Kurt and Kelly and all that, get in front, so we'll see how we go.
Okay, so the number one's on the car, but it's not going to get a huge run. But no doubt once you get back and get comfortable again, the eyes start to move towards term 3, really, in terms of trying to repeat the dose of what you've dished up this term and claim another title.
I'll just be cheering on the boys from Northwind, my cousin especially. He's had an absolute awesome season as well. To have both of our names up there at the top of the board, it's been unreal. So well done to him as well. I can just sit here and support the boys, really, and just help them out with things and just whatever I can do.
That cousin rivalry, it must be nice to be on the winning side of that ledger.
I have been, mate. I have been for the last 30 years, so we won't go there.
Let me ask you this, right? If you were, because I ask everyone this at this time of the term, obviously we know for reasons already explained that you're not going to be making a full-time appearance here next term. But if you were, what would be on the hit list? What tracks would you like to see? What tracks would you like to avoid if you were putting the Porsche Cup schedule together?
I'd definitely love to see Spa in there, Bathurst, you know, all the usual staples. One I really think is doesn't get enough run time is Oran Park, being my local track as well. I absolutely love that place.
Being your local housing estate at the moment as well.
Yeah. So I'm only in the suburb next door, but yeah, definitely was my childhood track. I do love driving around that place on iRacing. I'm glad it can stay put on here. Would love to see that. Would love to see that next season or the season after. Yeah, like I said, I don't think it gets enough runs across the leagues.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Tracks to avoid. I like any challenge, really. There's not really a track I don't like. Honestly, you caught me off guard there. I can't think of any that I really don't like.
Copy that. All right. Well, in that case, then hang tight, because once Adam has finally finalised the numbers, we'll come back and get you to do some thank yous as what we suspect will be the champion of the Porsche Open Cup. Oh, sorry, AM Cup in 2026 Term 1. Hang tight, mate. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Zach. Cheers.
Jonathan Harris, coming back to you in a moment. I want to bounce across you, though, and go to Tim Nicol, because it's the first time we've had you in here for a while.
Yeah, hey Zach, it has been quite some time, and I thought, well, if I put it on podium, I want to come and say g'day at least. So, g'day, mate.
Hello, mate. I won't say goodbye that quickly as you said g'day, but what I will ask you to do is elaborate on the night from your standpoint, and fill us in on the missing pieces of the puzzle there. Again, the pitfalls of only being able to show one race at one time when there's three servers on the same night, mate. And how have you enjoyed getting to learn what is being affectionately referred to in our circles as the pogo stick?
Yeah, I'll start with the pogo stick. Hasn't been too bad. I only really started driving the Porsche just sort of like the last season of the old model. So coming to the new one was not as, I would say, as harsh as probably what other people are experiencing. But it does grow on you, but yeah, it is quite. I got pogo sticked out of Heat 2 tonight, which yeah, quali well, pole on quali, and second race wasn't too bad. Got swallowed up by Broyden and Maddie, but the second one, unfortunately, Siberius spat me sideways. I think it was last, but finished back in the seventh. And then in the feature, yeah. Pulled through on an early pit stop to get out of the mess and sailed home for the win. But yeah, the championship's been weird for me. I've had some significant time off the sim due to travel for work. So yeah, it was just nice to get back in and have a crack. Would have been good to see a few more numbers on the track, but the boys were great. Adam Maverick, we had an absolute cracker of a tussle in Heat 2. So no, it's been really good.
You've been around the Caper a long enough time now to know how it works, mate. Have you? I can't recall a time in which we've had as significant a drop-off from first until last, round 1 to round 10, as what we've had with this Porsche Cup series. And the only reason I can think of as to why is a bit of disdain for that new car. People just not wanting to persevere with it yet. Any insight into why that might be the case apart from the car?
Yeah, well, we can't blame fuel prices. So
correct.
I don't know. Like, I don't find it too bad to drive, but like I said, I hadn't been in the old one for that long. I don't know. Gentlemen sim racing, it's always great to come and race with you guys. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. It's end of season. There's heaps going on, I suppose. Heaps of weather issues going around, obviously Australia at the moment as well. Poor people in north of WA
yes.
are flogging. Yeah, I don't know. I'll be back to have another crack. I've spent more time in the Porsche than I have in the supercar this year, and I'm really enjoying it. It's yeah, but it is hard to get your head around.
And the other thing as well, mate, I mean, I don't want to, again, we've got a fair few people here to get to, and I'm hoping to get to all of them before they decide, no, they've had enough of waiting around, because we're all impatient people and we've all got sleep to have and lives to live tomorrow. So I don't want to keep you too long. Plus, we've got the schedule to reveal to do as well. So fill in the gaps for me. I know how busy you are in your personal life, in your professional life. So how often do you get a chance to jump aboard the sim these days, and what will we see you jump behind the wheel of when time permits, when we get to term 2 in a couple of weeks?
Yeah, thanks, Zach, and I'll keep it quite short and understand. Yeah, there is a bunch in here. It's great.
That's great,
I look, for me, I think Wednesdays and Thursdays, if the schedule stays the same, the supercar and the Porsche, and I'll get to every race I can. But yeah, I'm also race director for another league, so that keeps me quite busy, and on a committee, obviously directing safety car and race control. But yeah, so I'm involved, and then, you know, obviously painting a few cars for people here and there, and a few livery reveal videos. It's more than enough to keep me busy. But no, it's enjoyable. I think I've got a 14-year-old son who's starting to take a bit of an interest in it, believe it or not. I thought he would have earlier on. He had his mates over on the weekend, and they had a blast, so he's shown a little bit more interest back in it. So I wouldn't mind seeing him on the sim, to be honest.
So now we've got a different discussion to have, don't we? Do you sacrifice your own time aboard the sim, or do you buy him his own so you don't have to compromise your own running?
Nah, he can have a crack on mine. That's all good.
Okay, so birthday and Christmas presents, ladies and gentlemen, the Nickel household, not getting too expensive just yet. The time will come, though, where that is the case, I'm sure. Hey, just quickly, I'll finish with you on this one. You mentioned other leagues as well. It's not lost on anybody just how vibrant, how lively, how fruitful the sim racing universe is at the moment. Can you believe that the GSRC here has been running on 6 years now? It's hard to believe that what we thought would just be a little escape from the insanity of lockdowns and the scaredemic is now a part of our everyday normal lives 4 years after all that madness saw itself out the back door.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? And you know what? It's a tremendous bit of work that everyone puts into the league. You know, it's one of the most affordable leagues to come and race in. I tell everyone, if you want to go somewhere with some fair racing, a good bunch of guys, get on Gentleman Sim Racing, because it is a place to be. You know, there's heaps of other leagues out there, but this one's got it all.
Indeed it does, mate. What else is on the horizon for the next couple of weeks? What's keeping you busy apart from what you've already mentioned?
Well, I will make everyone a little bit envious. I'm counting down to 19 days to get on a cruise ship out of here for 18 nights off to Hawaii. So that is in planning, and luckily we bought flights and most stuff before the prices are starting to skyrocket. But yeah, that's it. Work, you know, keeping people connected on the internet's my gig. So yeah, just there's plenty of that going on at the moment. So yeah, holidays, family time, and a bit of sim racing in between.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we won't be seeing Tim Nickel for a good chunk of the early part of term 2. We are a little bit envious, but we'll look forward to following up and hearing all about it from you when we do next get a chance to chat with you, mate. Tempest weather system, sick of seeing the rain already or not?
Sure am. My role at work is emergency management layers and officer part-time. I've seen more cyclones this year than I have in the last 20. So yeah, over it. Everything is mouldy here in the territory. As you know, I'm up here in the top end of the tropics.
That's right.
There is mould growing everywhere. We are over it. So some sunshine and a little bit cooler weather would be absolutely amazing. But yeah, thanks again, Zach. I really appreciate your time and how engaging you are with all of us. Thanks.
Anyone else you want to thank while you're here, buddy?
Yeah, just obviously the team, Quantum Racing, Troy, and the lads, which is, you know, obviously we're a bunch of hackers that we just sort of pull together and have a bit of fun. Thanks fellas, and yeah, obviously race control, broadcast, yeah, Timmy Watson, you know, awesome job sitting there and putting up with our every race. So well done fellas, and thanks to the league overall.
You know how thankless a job it is. Based on what you were saying about your role in other leagues and the like, go well, buddy. Appreciate that. Enjoy the actual break and then the extended layoff that you get by virtue of not being in the rig because you're on the other side of the world. And look forward to seeing you and somewhere down the track in the not too distant future, no doubt, Junior Nickel in the sim rig as well, buddy. Thanks for that.
Cheers, buddy. Have a good one. See you guys.
Okay, so going to Pro-Am in just a moment, going to Bryden and Jonathan, but I can now tell you the final points in the AM split, boys, and I can do that only because Adam Lavis is currently working on the open split and the elite split. He's working on the elite split now. He'll get to the AM split, the open split in just a moment. Jordan, 526, Cameron, 480, just held off Kelly, 476, came home with a wet sail with 2 wins there, races 2 and 3. Almost perfect night, actually, when you look at that. And Lee Peckham on 432 and Joel and Hanson, 369, held off Edward Rollo, 359. And 340 for Tristan Koch. Barry Punter, 322. Nathan Harvey, 284, wasn't on the grid. Kurt Nommensen only started one of the 3 races, or finished one of the 3 races, I should say 274, made up the top 10. Small margins there. Second to third, 4 points, and 10 points between 5th and 6th, and also 9th and 10th. But to the victor go the spoils for Northwind Motorsport. And Jordan Dakin, congratulations. Well done.
Thanks, mate. That's absolutely incredible. Look, I never thought I would go into a league and win a championship. Despite the possibility of an asterisk next to it, considering there's 3 splits this time, look, I'm still super proud of it, and I'm very happy with that one.
Actually, you may well go down. If we go back to 2 splits next term, I don't know how they're going to go about it, whether it's going to be just go back to elite and open, or whether they'll have elite and open in 1 split and AM in a 2nd split, just so that now that we've got 3 splits dedicated, we'll have 2 splits covering the 3 splits over the 2 servers. I don't know how they're going to go about that, but at the moment, you are the only and the first Porsche Amateur Cup champion, mate. So congratulations on that. That's a great achievement in its own right. And a big season because, as we saw, the numbers there were magnificent at the start, hence why we had to introduce a 3rd split. And obviously it waned quite significantly towards the end there. But at the end of the day, you've got to turn up. You've got to be in it to win it. As I said to Jace Douglas last night, you did that. To the victor go the spoils. The floor is yours to thank whoever you want.
Yeah, look, man, as they say, you know, you can only beat what's in front of you. So who's to say I couldn't have been further up in open? So that's the way I'm looking at it anyway. Huge shout out to, firstly, you boys doing this broadcast every week. It's absolutely awesome. There's plenty of energy and a lot of engagement with your audience that you got there, Zach. Massive shout out to the Northwind boys. They've been absolutely incredible to me since we started this project. And also just a massive shout out to my dad and my nan. My nan absolutely loves watching this. As you can imagine, having 2 of her grandsons on the grid. 2 of her grandsons on the grid every week. She absolutely loves it. And of course, the misso inside that has to put up with me practicing every week, and she's stuck with 4 kids in there. So.
Yes. And stuck on lifting all the heavy weights and all the freight over the next few weeks whilst you're in recovery as well. So you owe her multiple, I'd say.
Yeah, I might have to milk it a little bit longer than what I need as well. So we'll see how that goes.
I love it. We've spoken at large over the course of 6 years, the understanding and the patience and the tolerance of the long-suffering partners of all the cohort here on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. So there's a few wives and girlfriends of our members that can no doubt sympathise with your missus at the moment, I'm sure. Congratulations, mate. Before I let you go, Johnny, have you got any questions for our AM champion?
I only have one, which is to Sam Chapman, and say, what the hell did you eat this morning? Because what a win. And on top of that, congratulations to everyone that won in their respective splits. Yeah, just beautiful work across the board, and I'll be very excited to see what happens next season. But yeah, that's my question to Sam Chapman.
That's your question to Sam Chapman. We'll get to Chapo in just a moment. Remember that question.
No worries.
And I'm coming back to you because I want your thoughts on the Term 2 calendar when we reveal that very shortly. So on that subject, Jordan, you're dismissed, my friend. You're good to rock and roll, but stick around if you want to see what the schedule looks like so you can report back to the Northwind stable at the end of this post-race show, mate. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Zach. Appreciate it, man. I'll be sticking around with the boys. I'll probably duck over there now and celebrate a little bit with them. Did we win the teams championship as well? Is that a thing?
Stand by.
Sure,
We'll confirm that shortly,
awesome.
right? Because
That'll be
once
awesome.
Adam has to crunch the numbers for the elite split and the open split before we can even get to that. So stand by. We'll confirm that shortly. Good on you, buddy. Appreciate that. Well done.
No problems at all. Thanks, mate.
And all the very best for tomorrow. We look forward to hearing a positive outcome report back from you in the not-too-distant future. Let's go to Jonathan Harris is here, and also Jeff Adams is here. Jeff, I'm coming to you shortly when we get to Sam Chapman and the pros split, or the elite split. Sorry, I'm getting my GT3 and my Porsche lingo mixed up. Broden Cooper, friend, good evening to you. You've got to explain yourself, actually. Broden Cooper, is there a middle name in here? Is there a nickname in here? What the bloody hell's going on? Because I get confused until I see it on my Discord screen there and actually realise that Broden and Cooper, friend, are actually the same bloody human being.
No, that would be my dad. That's a long story, but iRacing, when I signed up, I was too young. They wouldn't let me use my own name, which is ridiculous. So had to use dad's name for iRacing, and I use my name in there so people don't get confused and think my dad's taking them out.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Hey, talk to me about your night. Bit wild. Job done in race 1. That was all good and well. Enjoyed watching race 2 and the fight back, mate, because you bowled it wide at Doohan Corner at turn 1, went out, did a little bit of lawn mowing, and then tore back through the field like a man possessed. And it was clear that the red mist had descended. It was clear that you were obviously a little bit frustrated with how it started, and you well and truly made up for it.
Oh man, race 1 and 2, I could probably say all of the races. I was sitting in my sim and I had one of my teammates had to calm me down because I was shaking the whole time. Couldn't focus.
Oh dear. What was the reason for that, if you don't mind me getting you to elaborate on that?
Oh, just geeing myself up a little bit, thinking about championships and whatnot, which I'm curious to see how that goes. I'll probably stick around tonight to see who wins, who doesn't win, but it was a good race. Race 1, drove away, which I came into this round, not many hopes actually, but secured that. Race 2, I had an idea in my head at turn 1, lap 1, that obviously didn't go to plan. Bowled it wide, and race 3 was literally just a matter of get as many points as I can, see how we go.
I was going to say, in the last couple of seconds, we've had Tim and also Jordan drop out of the commentary box. I'm just making sure that I get to everybody before they drop out of the booth. And I'm making sure that nobody leaves without saying good day at the very least. Let's talk about your results tonight, mate. Best of all worlds, really. I mean, a first, a third, a second in there. Good fight back in the second race, as we say. I mean, to finish just behind or alongside Jack Allisey. I mean, you gave him a bit of a hurry up, and I reckon if you had one more lap in that second race, you might have had him.
Yeah, man, one more lap and he would have been all mine. But nah, man, by the end of that race, tires were getting hot. I was sliding. I think everyone was starting to slide a bit as well. But I can only imagine if our race was wet, how much harder that would have been tonight. We seem to be blessed by the iRacing gods tonight, so thankful for that.
Hang on, so you're telling me that the only server that got lashed with the precipitation was the elite split, yeah?
We didn't get a single drop of rain practice qualifying or any of the 3 races.
If the elite boys didn't have bad luck, they'd have no luck at all based on that. How unlucky. But that's the temperamental nature. That's the inconsistency, isn't it, Johnny? I'm going to bring you back in at this point in time as the expert tonight. that's the inconsistency of the Tempest weather system. You can have 3 servers set up almost identical with the same, likelihood of rain, etc., and so forth. And then we always get reports, doesn't matter whether it's GT or Porsche, of mixed variable weather conditions. And unfortunately, 100% chance in the elite split, Sweet FA in the AM split, and none in the, as was evidenced by the fact that Kelly McLaren started on the slicks there and absolutely blitzed them. And then no chance at all in the open split. It's amazing how you can have such discrepancy despite setting the servers up almost identically.
Yeah, I just say it's typical Melbourne weather. Not saying that Phillip Island is that close to Melbourne, but it does resemble Melbourne very much. Maybe it's just a Victorian thing. So at least they got that part of the simulation correct with the Tempest weather system.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 11 o'clock now, so I can say this, taking the piss a little bit with the extent of how hot they thought it was in server, because we had it verified today that it wasn't that hot down there at Phillip Island, but that's okay. The point that I should make here as we go back to Mr. Friend is I can report that you won the round. I'll come back to the confirmation of the overall point standings as soon as I have it verified from Adam Lavis that I can run with it. But yes, you have won the round. So you did everything you needed to do, because really you were third in the 3-horse race there, and it was going to be a bit of a task to try and reel in John Akers, and the fact that he blitzed the field in race 2 and you were trying to redeem yourself. Had you been able to go with him, that could have been a completely different story, and it could have all hinged on that third and final race. Talk us through the final race, mate. How did that play out from your standpoint? Because we're seeing here that Timmy come through and won it. You've picked up second. Third went to Jono. Third went to Paul Wood, and fourth went to Matt Schmidtke. A small field, but pretty much 2/3 of the field involved in the invert 12. And you were at the back end of that, starting on the 5th row. Talk us through the hecticness, because usually when we have the invert, you've got to get the elbows out and be forceful with the overtaking opportunities.
Yeah, it was a lot of, wouldn't say elbows out, but I'd say a lot of start moves in the first few laps, try and get the most out of it. But, it wouldn't have been on the broadcast because we weren't last race, but I nearly had a repeat of race 2, nearly went bowling at turn 1, but saved it, collected it, went around. I had one of the boys in Northwind, Alex Barallon, who was helping me out tonight, telling me when to pit, who's where and all that. But no, he helped me with a good strategy. Pitted early, got a few positions, and came out pretty well off in the end. Had a pretty good battle with Matt as well. A little bit devo that I didn't catch Tim in the end, but I can't complain. I've been fighting an uphill battle all night.
Well, that's exactly right. And I guess you take the learnings from that and try and apply it to next season, try and avoid falling into the same traps and pitfalls again, mate. But how much confidence do you take out of what you've learnt, what you've achieved this season, with a view to coming back and going 1-2 steps better maybe in term 2?
Just hope to bring all of the good races from this season, take to the next, and leave all the bad ones behind. But that's the best way to go about it, I guess. Leave all the bad stuff in where it was and continue with the positive.
We've got John Harris here for a chat as well in a moment. 13th, 12th and 7th for Johnny tonight. We'll get to him in just a moment. And John Akers, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, a 6th, a 1st and an 8th. So you'll hear from him very shortly too. And then we'll go to Jeff Adams and Sam Chapman from the elite split. I'm actually very interested to see if Jeff's been able to wrap up second in the championship with a very solid result tonight there. We'll get to all of that very shortly. You mentioned a moment ago, I don't want to keep you too long, mate, because at the end of the day, we do still have GT4 to get to and the schedule reveal for next term. So we'll talk more about next term when next term arrives. I want to hear it from you, how helpful it is. You mentioned having Alex Barallon in your corner tonight. How helpful is it having someone there in your ear doing half the thinking for you, just to take some weight off your shoulders?
It's so helpful. I reckon my biggest number one enemy for this season was basically myself. I was just getting in my head, freaking out a bit. Too many different thoughts going through my head, not being able to focus. So having a team behind me, helping with setups and pit strategies, and just being there, calming me down. You know, it's helped me out a lot this season. They've helped me work on myself, helped me calm down, become a better driver. And I'd say from start of the season to the end of the season, I feel like I'm improving. And again, I'm with a team now, so I feel like I've got people backing me, people believe in me, which I can't thank enough all of the boys at Northwind for taking me on at the start of the season, and where we've come. Of course, the Dakin boys getting a good result in AM, all the boys overall, just, yeah, we're doing a good job, and I'm thankful.
I've just been advised that we're in autopilot mode at the moment. The producer-directors had to go for the first pit stop of the night, so there won't be any graphics coming up on your screen for a couple of minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And once Andrew Neil's back in position, we'll get back to revealing results from the night that was, which means I can ask you one more question, mate. The next 2 weeks, what does it look like? How do you spend the time off from the GSRC, and what are you most looking forward to when we get back underway in term number 2, which is of course coming up from April 13, and where are you going to be popping up to have a run?
I reckon next season's just going to be a sole focus on Porsche Cup. I reckon balancing GT3s, Porsche Cup, and a few other series here and there was a bit of a struggle, you know, coming home from work every day, driving that. I think Mum will be relieved with a 2-week break and finally get off the sim and help her around the house, around the farm. She'll be happy. But no, it'll just be hanging out with the Northwind boys and enjoying life, enjoying Easter, and yeah, hopefully be back at it.
All right, mate, stand by. We'll have the results up in just a moment from the open split as soon as Adam Lavis has finished putting the points together, and as soon as we can run with it. Who would you like to thank before I let you go, though?
I just want to thank all of the Northwind boys, really. Had Jordan message me after round 1, asking if I wanted to come have a chat, meet the team, and yeah, I can't thank them enough. They've backed me for this whole season, helped me out, practice sessions, posted sessions, all the setups, all the advice, just helping me become a better driver. And whether I win, whether I come third tonight, wherever I finish, I'm happy that I got someone backing me, someone believing me. Yeah.
Good to have you on board, mate. Great to have you and the rest of the Northwind crew part of the club. It's been really good to see you in action out there. We look forward to seeing what you bring to the table in term 2, but stand by, because as soon as we get the open split results on the screen, I know you'll be keen to have a look at that. I'm going to press on in the meantime, though, otherwise we will be here till 2 o'clock, because we've still got the GT4 race replay to come. Appreciate that. John Akers, hello to you. I'm going to go to Jonathan Harris, though. I've got 2 Jonathans here, ladies and gentlemen, one after the other. Jono, talk to me about the appearance from you tonight, 13th, 12th and 7th after a D and Q. What were your thoughts on another night in the pissing down rain at Phillip Island?
I was a bit pissed because we didn't get any rain at all. That's the only reason I showed up.
Yes. So you were unlucky because, as we said, the open split didn't get any of the precipitation. So it's one of those rare nights that you would have liked to have been playing with the big boys.
Yeah, Paul got very lucky. I'll say that.
Yeah, been a big week, mate. Obviously, the supercars last night, the legends as well, and now this. What have you enjoyed the most? What have been the takeaways? How are you enjoying learning, getting to grips, getting your head around the pogo stick, as everyone's referring to the Porsche 992.2?
I mean, I don't think it's that bad, to be honest, but it's been difficult. Obviously, I haven't been full-time in any GSRC series before, so I'm learning at a bit slower than usual, and then I've got a lot of other league stuff I'm doing in the background as well, so I don't really get to practice for GSRC. I kind of just show up and see how I do on the night.
That's fair. I completely understand that. Those points are now ready to go. Hey, Jono, let me ask you this, because obviously there's not too much to pick apart with regards to the results tonight. You weren't able to make it onto the podium. Hopefully that's something you can improve upon next term? Where are the goalposts? What's the aim? What's in the pipeline? What do you want to achieve out of next term? Where are we going to see you pop up and race, and what might compromise your ability to be a full-time competitor?
Well, I've still got the World Rallycross Championship going on for the next few months, so that's obviously taking up most of my time.
Yep.
But I would definitely like to be full-time in at least one of the series. It might be GT3, but if there is an endurance series, I wouldn't be too mad about doing that one.
Okay, interesting. We did have Enduro series a bit more when we had lockdowns and we had, no social lives on weekends, and we were confined to our homes in a solitary manner. I'm not sure what the club have got in store for term 2. Stand by though, because that's going to get revealed very shortly. Rallycross, that's an interesting discipline compared to circuit racing. The challenges, I could only imagine the vast difference between the disciplines. How do you adapt going from circuit racing and full-on bitumen to ralllycross?
I definitely enjoy the dirt a lot more, I'll say that. Definitely a lot more talented on that side of things, but yeah, it's a completely different world, obviously. It's got championships, so you've got all the Euros, all the Americans, and got picked up by a good team and working with them to try and move forward. We're in the top 10 in the standings at the moment, so I'll take that.
So in other words, what you're saying is you'd love to see a GSRC Rallycross Championship on the Turn 2 schedule.
I wouldn't complain.
Wouldn't complain at all. All right, very nicely done. Hey, while you're here, anyone you want to thank?
Just all the 75 Sim Sport boys as usual, and a big congrats to Paul Rogers on his podium tonight.
Yes, no, that was a very nice performance from him in the top split. Of course, that race replay on your screens at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. And by the way, thanks for hanging around till the early hours of this morning for our post-race show, the off-air chat. Although, you poor bloke, you didn't get a word in. You saw yourself out at about 1:30 a.m.
I might have fallen asleep.
I thought so. Well, at least someone did. I didn't. I was still going at 4 o'clock.
Yeah,
me and Betsy were having a good thing, mate. That was great. Go well, mate. Thank you for stopping by for a chat. Always great to have you in here. And Joel and Hanson asking if we've announced the season calendar yet. No, stand by. That's coming up in the next few minutes. We've got to get to Sam Chapman. We've got to get to Jeff Adams and John Akers firstly. But before we get to John Akers, we can now show you the final standings in the Porsche Open Split for Term 1 of 2026. And it is with great pleasure that I say congratulations to John Akers, even with 9th in that season finale race just now. 6th the first and a 9th was good enough in the end. 4:42 played Broden Friend 4:31. Friend wins the round, first, third and second. How he's ruining the off-track at Term 1 of lap 1 of race 2, because that was his to lose based on the pace that he showed coming back through the field. That could have been all the difference in the end. But John Akers, you've done enough, mate. And really, the defining moment was that start. For race 2, Broden made a shocker and you made a blinder, and you did not look back. You ticked the box, you cashed the check, you got the job done. 9th, obviously, maybe not necessarily the way you would have wanted to finish off that final race, but it doesn't matter. The job's done. An inch is as good as a mile, 11 points the margin, and another championship in Porsche Cup racing for the Riot Sim Racing squad. Well done.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. Look, it's the open field of the guys who raced against this season. It was bloody tight. I mean, even in practice here tonight at Phillip Island, it was less than a second for the top 12, and I think it was only something like 0.3 of a second for the top 7. So, yeah, look, incredibly tight, great racing. I absolutely had a ball. I was sweating bullets. I was stuffed qualifying and had to start 12th. Managed to scramble up to 6 as you in the first one, and then got a lucky start in the second and got away, and then had an absolute brain fade in the in the feature. And apologies to the guys I took out at the bottom of Lukey Heights.
That's why the number's in red. You copped a penalty. You copped an invoice, didn't you? Yes.
I did, yes. So, not to worry. But absolutely stoked to have got there in the end. So, yeah, I'm really happy.
Not one of those nights where, like Andrew Dyson, you could rest on your laurels of what you'd already racked up throughout the course of the season. He had a good buffer to play with. You didn't. You had to bring your A game tonight. And obviously, other results fell your way as well. Matt Schmidtke got caught up in an incident with Dave Oliver in the second race, lost a couple of spots. Obviously, he's picked up a penalty in the third race as well. It was so tight, that championship, and only 13 points covered the top three. That's why your comment is so well nullified there, mate, of how competitive that open split has been. And it's been probably the best racing of the term, and it bodes well for what's to come in terms 2, 3 and 4. How have you found getting your head around the new car?
I'm with John Harris. I didn't find it too bad. Some of the guys absolutely thought it was diabolical. I think
your teammate included, actually, Benny Pedersen.
Yeah, Benny. Yeah, but the latest update, they changed the tyre model across all cars, and they tweaked the sidewalls and stuff. So it seems to have improved the car. I mean, Benny's certainly happier with it, and yeah, as I say, I didn't have any real issue. At the end of the day, everyone's racing the same damn car anyway, so you just got to deal with it and do your best. So yeah, I was quite happy with it. Love it.
Now that you've got the job done there, pending that you don't get moved up to the elite split, mate, what's the plan for term 2? Do we go around and get a championship defence in the bag as well, go back to back? What else is on the racing radar for you and for Riot Sim at large when we reconvene in a couple of weeks?
Yeah, look, obviously I'll be racing the Porsche regardless of what split I'm in, and mate, if I'm in open or ever it's dressed up in the next season, I'd love to win it, but it's just too hard to say. Like I say, yeah, I'm certainly not the fastest guy out there. It's more of a consistency thing that sort of gets me across the line as far as I can tell. But yeah, like you got these young fellas like Cooper and that coming through that are bloody rapid. So if I can go back to back, mate, I'll be absolutely stoked. Put it that way.
Very, very nicely done. I'm just having a look. I'm having a look. I've only just caught up with the team chat. Our good mates Johnny Bannock and Andrew Neal are having a good chat in the Discord chat thread for the broadcast team at the moment, whilst I'm steering the ship of the post-race show. They are both still here. Andrew's going to stay with me for GT4. Johnny's going to ask Chapo a couple of questions in just a few moments' time as well. Jono, let me ask you this before I go to Jeff Adams and Sam Chapman. What would you like to see when the calendar's revealed for Term 2 for the Porsche Cup? What would you like to see? What would you like to avoid?
A couple I'd like to avoid, probably the Bend. Possibly Imola and Monza. I mean, they're both great tracks, but they're done to death. Some of the ones that I consider being good, I've always enjoyed the Sachsenring. That's a good track. Spa, obviously. Silverstone hasn't had a run for a while, and of course that epic race we had last week at Nords. That's a given. So, and it's maybe some of the smaller tracks like Alton Park, for example. Always a good challenge.
Would you prefer Nords in the dry though?
No, I was happy with it in the wet, but it just got worse and worse and worse. So, I mean, obviously I gave away a 15-second lead there in that race, and there was a reason for it. Obviously, I was keeping an eye on where Matt was, but up until the last lap, I had 0 incident points, and unfortunately, the track just got that bloody slippery there at the end. I ended up with 3 when I crossed the line, but yeah, look, it's a fantastic track, and it's a challenge whether it's wet or dry. But I mean, we needed snorkels and bloody wetsuits there the other day.
Any of your mob lining up in the official Sebring this weekend?
Well, that's the right way, mate. It's far too early to call that.
Copy. Yeah.
Usually thrown together in the last 15 minutes, So I know there is some chat about it, but we'll see.
All right, mate. Hang tight with me. Appreciate that. Before I let you go, is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, look, obviously the Mad Buggers in the Riot Squad, Grange Automotive and Print Racer, Sim Racing in Focus, V8 Drive Day, that sort of stuff from the team side of things. and obviously everybody is involved with GSRC, you guys in the broadcast booth and everything, race control, you know, epic job. Someone's got to do it, and the guys do a fantastic job. And of course, finally, all the teams and drivers. You know, obviously the competition's tight and everyone's cut and thrust, but it's a good, friendly atmosphere, and it's really, really enjoyable.
Indeed. Let me say thank you very much to you and to the Rd-10 boys for what you brought to the table throughout the course of the season. It's been great to see you wrap up the championship. We're about to go and see if Stefan's been able to do the same thing in GT4. We, of course, I haven't seen the results of any of that yet, and no spoilers for anybody at home. A full 60-minute replay of their season finale coming your way as soon as we're done with all of the Porsche debrief from the island. So it's a late night, but we appreciate those of you that stay with us and burn the candle and get the coffee brewing to do so. Appreciate that, mate. Hang around, because I know you'll be interested in seeing the schedule for Term 2. We'll get to that in just a moment. Jeff Adams and Sam Chapman are here. Jeff, have you got 5 minutes?
Yeah, I've got 5 minutes. Yeah, I'll be quick.
Good. I don't know, because I feel as though I need to shut up for 5 seconds, so I'm going to get Johnny to have a chat to Chapo about that pulsating blinder that he's had in the tipping down cats and dogs rain here at the island in race 3 in the feature split. So Johnny, go for it. Ask Chapo a couple of questions for me, please.
Yeah, so my original question, Chapo, is what did you eat this morning? Because absolute nearly perfection. We unfortunately did catch one mistake, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to give you flack. It was still a flawless performance from you. And I just want to know, like, how did you, like, really just find the grip line so quickly just to open up, like, a half-minute lead?
Yeah, ham and cheese croissant is the answer to the first question. It was brilliant. I'm not sure if that was the key protagonist in this, though, given my first couple of races, I was pretty slow and nowhere. But yeah, once the rain came out, I only jumped in because I'd got crashed out of my NASCAR race and there was a minute left for Red Joe. And I went, all right, bugger it. If the race is open, let's go for it. So bobbled around the first two, and then the rain came out and went, okay, let's see. And I think it helped that I probably spent a little bit more time in the 5-minute warm-up actually doing a few laps than some of the others. But at least on my screen, I could sort of see where there was some rain and see where there didn't seem to be as much. And yeah, was surprised how quickly I was able to sort of find grip and really find a lot of pace on everyone else. It's really one of the more dominant performances that I've ever really done to come out, a full pit stop ahead. So, yeah, I was very happy with that. I think I've not had a lot of time in this car, and I don't think I've done any in the wet. So I'm just hoping that Hockenheim is absolutely soaked next week on Wednesday night.
Yeah, I'm going to be, after watching the last couple of rounds of this season and in the Porsche Cup, particularly after the monsoon at the Nordschleife last week, I'm going to be very interested to see how you go in the Porsche Open series. That'd be very interesting to see. And yeah, I think that whole long answer, I think it's just really, you're just trying to be very humble. I think it's just
very
pure
modest.
Raw talent, really, from the sounds of it, considering it was a last-minute decision to actually join the race.
I like the sound of raw talent. I can only be modest for so long, but no, well, yeah, it's. Yeah, no, I think I don't know. This car does like to push a fair bit, and even in the rain. And I think playing around with the gearing and that sort of thing as well, and using that to my advantage, probably helped. But yeah, it was just able to sort of consistently put in decent laps. So obviously until that. That slight spin in the final, but fortunately I was about 28 seconds to the good, so I was able to get away with that okay. But yeah, like it was tricky, and then, once I had a little bit of, room ahead, I could play with the lines a little bit more and not be as worried about it too. So, that was a positive. But yeah, it was really good fun. I was struggling to find a setup that I could use, to be honest, because I sort of used one of our Hockenheim ones for the first race, and that was rubbish. And then used an Interlagos one for the second race, and just immediately understeered off the circuit. But the Interlagos one, wet one, seemed to be the right one.
Yeah, I one of my teammates, Kurt Nommensen, he mentioned the difficulty of actually trying to tune the car for Phillip Island. But yeah, glad you're able to get a handle on it, and just so I can give Zach a bit of a breather while I think he's making another cup of coffee. 2 last questions to just neatly wrap it up for you, so you can head off. So what are your future plans? In regarding, besides just the Porsche Open Series, are we going to see your return next season, hopefully to try and potentially contend for the championship? And yeah, I've just lost my train of thought. So yeah, we'll just leave with that one for now. So yeah, what are your plans?
We'll start there. I mean, yeah, probably. I mean, like, I think given that I'm going to try and get my head around this car and treat it seriously, it probably would make sense for me to do it next season. It's sort of a matter of time for me at the moment. I'm still trying to work out what job I'm going to end up doing as all the bigwigs do some shuffling. But yeah, that will play some decision in all of this. But yeah, hopefully I can, because I think I'll need as much practice as possible in this car to have any chance of being competitive in the other series. So yeah, we'll see. And then yeah, I'll just have to see what the rest of the schedule looks like. Hopefully there's some interesting stuff. Obviously, like Legends was super fun this season. So
and you're not
like
just
that.
saying that because you won, Chapo.
Well, not just because I won,
No,
but like it always plays a role. But no, like they're killer cars to race, and they're a heap of fun. So like that sort of thing. Bring V's back, I reckon. Zach, you can't claim it for that because I end up always getting silvers. But yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Hopefully, there's something that I can jump into and I have time to race.
And
now,
I've actually
Johnny,
just caught the train
you've got the thought.
Yes.
You've got the thought. Go for it then.
I've got the thought. I just want to say, is there anyone you want to say thanks to, team-wise, personally, anything like that?
Yeah, good stuff. You're good at this.
Second time around, yeah.
yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, the VE guys that went out there with me tonight, although once I did crash out and I was like, I might jump in the pickup, Lewis went, go to Hockenheim laps. I was like, nah. So thanks to those guys. We've got a nice fresh livery on. This actually might be the debut of the livery, so I might have actually leaked it. I'm not sure.
Possibly. Yep.
But yeah, we're looking forward to getting a big team out next season, and obviously you guys for putting in the hours and all the after hours work as well this season, Zach. I've been liking that. When the stream goes down, it's no matter. We'll go put another stream up a few days later and get it sorted. So no, it's a great effort from you guys too.
It's been a massive season. And by the way, Johnny, yes, he was trying to be modest, but he wants that praise that you heaped on him as a written endorsement. He will be sending you his postal address so that he can get it with the signature at the end of the broadcast. Don't worry about that. Hey, Chapo, just quickly, one from me, and then I'll go to Jeff. And I want you to stick around because the schedule reveal is coming up as soon as we're done with Jeff, of course. The fact that you made that last-minute decision to jump in here, was that with the view to slowly beginning that preparation for the Porsche Pro Invitational and being serious about the campaign and getting comfortable with this car?
Yeah, like in all seriousness, it actually sort of was. It was, you know what, I've not done a huge amount of time in this car. This is a way that I can sort of go out there, feel out my pace, give it a bit of a race, see what the setup feels like, and have a bit of, fun in the meantime. So that was certainly part of the thought process. Yeah, like the rain just sort of added to the fun. So, yes, I'm just hopeful for rain now. Need to hackle their service and turn it right up to very wet. So, but having said that, who knows? I don't think there's any stopping Damon Woods in any sort of weather. So we'll see.
Come on, mate. If this was a real world server, you both like if this was a real world scenario, we both know that would have been red flagged. Pack up your bat and ball and go home.
Yeah, weak in
Yeah,
the
yeah,
real world,
yeah. Anyway, it is what
My
it is.
visibility was fine, so.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Stand by. Jeff Adams, thank you very much for hanging about, mate. I know it's 11:30 on the East Coast and 8:30 on the West Coast and 1:30 a.m. in New Zealand, burning the midnight oil. But let's say congratulations to you, mate, because Andrew Neil put the results up there on the screen a few moments ago, and I'll remind everybody that wasn't tuning in at the time. Andrew Dyson, 558, 175 points up the road from anybody. That's just Dyson. And when he dominates, as I said, last term it was Trans Am, it was Toyota 86, it was GT4. Now he's added a Porsche Elite Split title to his CV. But with a blinding run home, mate, a barnstorming run home. Oh, hang on, what's happened here? Daiso's picked up a penalty in race 2. Now, let me have a look at that. So he's picked up 15 seconds for contact, which means you've inherited the win in race 2, right? So that's the breaking news there that we need to cover off. That's number 1. Number 2 is that you've picked up a 3rd and a 4th. You've finished 2nd for the round, 7 points off Daiso, but you did what was required in the absence of Hayden Smith to leapfrog Willie Blair and pip him by 4 points for 2nd of the championship, mate. Tonight, really, in the grand scheme of things, couldn't have gone much better for you.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. It's been a good old run to the end. Clearly, nobody was going to catch Andrew. He was with that much of a lead, so it was really just more about a see what I could chase down and see as high as I could possibly get. And I managed to pip Wiley there at the end there, but the first 2 races were a good run. But that last race, even though I come in 4th, it was a bit of a mess. If you watch after watching that stream, you can see I definitely could have done a better run. But after coming off on lap 1, I think I just had a long way to come back, and I come off the track like 2 or 3 times in this wet. It was just monsoon level water, and the racetrack in any normal consensus would have been a red flag, but not in iRacing. So everybody's on the same racetrack, so I had to do my best and see what I could do.
Sick of rain after the last 2 weeks. You'd be happy to see some dry weather racing in the Porsche Cup next term?
Look, I'm not someone who doesn't like wet rain, but when it's this much rain, it can get a bit difficult. But unfortunately, I think iRacing is a bit hit and miss when it comes to the Tempest thing, and you never know. Like, I think the problem with iRacing's heavy rain and the torrential rain. It does make the race, especially after racing 2 races on the dry and the racetrack's just been totally rubbered in, and then to go and have this much rain on the racetrack, it made it was very, very difficult. And I actually wasn't here last week. I had family commitments, and by all counts of things, I don't think I missed much with the rain.
No, you're certainly not. Did not. It was more of a blessing in disguise for you. You couldn't be here, I'd suggest. Everyone's still trying to dry out after that. But when we look at that, I mean, 4 points due to Willie, and then 341 for Hayden Smith, 340 for Rodney Golan, 269 for Ryan Jones, Alex Barrel on 262, Paul Rogers 259, 257 for Andrew Smith, Nick Wood 228. 4 of the top 10 not even on the grid tonight. But your result right there, mate, we see it on the screen. A Porsche Open Cup already in the CV. Now you've gone out and claimed runner-up in the Porsche Elite Cup. Sure, there's been a big drop-off in the field throughout the course of the season, but this is, evidence of what sticking with it does and yields in terms of rewards and merit. Perseverance pays off in the long run. You must be delighted to have grabbed 2nd in a field that had some of the who's who of Porsche racing that we're going to see on that Elite Pro Invitational grid next week in the fold in the early stages.
Yeah, I'd be dishonest if I thought it's a bit disappointing that I didn't get to race some of the real fast guys. I can see that I've definitely improved with my racing, and I would have really to have put myself up against them all season. But yeah, like you said, you just turn up and you take the points when you can get them, and it's just turned out to be a 2nd in the championship. I genuinely didn't that was going to be where I was going to land. But yeah, well, when you got some of the boys that don't turn up, yeah, this is the result.
And what's on your hit list? What's on your wish list, your bucket list for next term, mate? Not just with regards to if we'll see you going around again in the Porsche Cup, but also the other categories that you might like to have a steer in as well.
I might have a steer in the V8s. I've been if they're still around. I'm pretty keen for the V8s again. I've been I gave it a big hiatus and had a big break from them. So I can be quick in them if I put my time to it. But I think the P Cup is going to obviously take a big front seat for me. I definitely enjoy this car, and like I said, I've definitely improved over a few seasons, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we get some top end lads up in this next season, and we can and I can really see where I'm actually standing in the overall pace of things, and see if I can learn from any of the really, really fast guys. And look, nothing to take away from Andrew Dyson. I mean, yeah. he's clearly 10, 20 steps ahead of me, but it's definitely something I can definitely aim to achieve in the long run.
He's don't worry, he's 10, 20 steps ahead of most people at the moment. He did Dench-like things in the Porsche Cup this term. There's no doubt about that. Hey, question without notice, because there's a lot of people that probably wouldn't appreciate how much you're actually heaping praise on this car and enjoying driving this car. How do you train for it? Have you got a real-world pogo stick somewhere in the Adams household that you just go and have a little bit of a steer of it from time to time? Because there's a lot of people that the first thing they compare this car to is a pogo stick.
Yeah, definitely. It's certain racetracks, it's definitely a struggle. But I've actually been able to tune my wheelbase to try and curb some of that over exuberant bouncing in my hands, so I can get a little bit more control over the car. I know a couple of other people have done so. I'm lucky enough to be privileged to have the SimuCube Pro 3, and having the ability to sort of adjust your wheelbase in that sort of regard has definitely been a help. Don't know if anybody else is doing that, but yeah, I definitely think that's one of the big things that's helped me. And I like the Cup in general, regardless if it had the TC and the ABS as well, because that was obviously another additive to the car. But I think iRacing's tire model has been like phenomenal, and I reckon it's changed the P Cup and like a lot of the series, the GT3s, even the GTEs getting the new tyre model. I think they really hit a bit of a home run with that, and I don't know, like some people like certain cars, but I definitely still enjoy it.
How does the upcoming 2-week break look for you? What's on the schedule? I know obviously it's not until the early part of term 2 that we talk about a day that is of real significance for you, that of course being Anzac Day, but how does Easter and the time off look from the GSRC platforms while we stand down for our term 1 break?
Hopefully spent with family, so I'll be spending a lot of time with them. I'm obviously a little addicted to the sim racing, and having a little break off it would be definitely a good thing for my family. But I look, they've been ultra supportive anyway. Look, it's not like they make it hard for me to do this. I wouldn't be able to do it unless they were supportive. Hats off to the missus and whatnot, and putting up with the kids, and they all want to get involved as well. So it's always been fun, especially like in that last race. I had my daughter tap it on my shoulder. I just wanting to have a conversation right at the lap 1, right at the start. I can't blame her. Like it's it is what it is. But look, you gotta take it what it is. And she didn't obviously understand what was fully going on in front of me, but still super keen to spend some time with the family. I'm actually disappearing to Singapore for 10 days with the family as well, and tripping over. Yeah, so I got the first half with Easter and whatnot with one side of the family, and then I'm travelling out west, out towards a place called Chawena, which is central New South Wales, an old gold mining town. Not sure how that's going to go with the diesel prices.
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
And whatnot. So that's obviously we've got to take that into consideration. But hopefully the flight still goes ahead to Singapore, and hopefully I don't get stuck over there. That's another problem.
If you see Jeff advertising the sale of a kidney or a liver, it'll only be to fund the cost of the fuel at the moment for diesel drivers, ladies and gentlemen. Mates, stand by. Johnny, I know you're still here, mate, and I hope you haven't done a Jonathan Harrison falling asleep on me yet, because he did that last night, and he's still here too for some reason. He's obviously looking forward to seeing the schedule reveal in just a moment. Wake up, everybody, we're about to do it. Have you got any questions for our Porsche Elite Split runner-up before we do that?
I just wanted to make a comment about the supercar thing. Like, I wouldn't mind having him back in the stable for next season, but yeah, I understand with the nights being so close together. Obviously Porsche Cup, if that's the interest, takes the cake. But what is it specifically compared to the supercar do you find just a lot more enjoyable?
It's just a challenge. I think both cars are a challenge, and you got to take that as I find when people find these cars difficult, it's always you got to take it as a stride, as a thing, and take pride in wrangling them, and the P-Cup's got its own sort of style of driving you need to adjust to, and it's definitely not a GT3 car, even though people would say it is, like with the stuff, but it's got its own character, and that's what I like about them. But even so, like the V8 supercars, as you know, they're definitely their own style of driving, and it's got its own style of like tactics that you need to employ when you do all the different types of racing. So yeah, I just really enjoy all that type of stuff, and I really enjoy the challenge.
Look at the banter from the right-hand side there with the boys saying it feels like a New Year's Eve countdown. Here we are doing our best to build the suspense and drag it out. If you're in Queensland, your New Year's countdown actually doesn't expire until 2 a.m. on Easter Sunday, when you actually are in line with the rest of the Eastern Seaboard. But for everybody else, we're about to launch into the Term 2 reveal. Before I do, Jeff, anyone you'd like to thank after the term that was?
Yeah, just shout out to Subpar. Obviously, I'm racing with Subpar in the Cup car, but also shout out to Whiskey Business and Andrew Neal, obviously running in the background there. He's a top bloke, and I've got to give him a shout out. He's doing a great job in the background, and thanks to Zach and everybody in the background doing all the hard yakka and helping and keeping this thing running.
6 years and going strong at the moment. There's no doubt about that. Righto, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, well done to our champions. A magnificent Porsche Cup season done and dusted. Stand by, because we will get to the GT4 finale from the Nürburgring in just a few moments. It is a good thing that I had a coffee at the start of the broadcast. Everyone's got their hit list, what they want to see. Without further ado, let's reveal the slate. Greg Heaney gave me a teaser earlier. He said, keep an eye on Thursday night, and that's all he said. He said, I'm not telling you anymore. Keep an eye on Thursday night. But before that, of course, comes Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Andrew Neal has the info at his disposal, ready to put it on the screen so that we can give you all the details and information regarding the what, the when, the why, and the how. Further information regarding the actual calendar and race formats on various different nights and weeks will follow in due course, but this is the state of play, the slate that we'll be delivering for Term 2, Season 25 of the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, Term 2 2026, starting Monday, April 13. Monday.
Here we go, Zach. Let's make sure I don't give any teasers away here by mistake, and it doesn't go like a Windows 95 launch. There we go. Monday's up.
Here we go. Monday night, Wings and Slicks. We're boycotting the Super Formula Light. It's being put in the garage, and in comes Formula 3. So it's a Wings and Slicks format still in the entree slot. sprint races, 30-minute races, and of course the 45-minute finale. So the makeup of the schedule in terms of the race format, exactly the same. But the car, significantly different and a little bit more poke about it. I don't mind it. So Monday night is 3 night on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. It's an open wheel tin top doubleheader. Formula 3 into, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Waste Options GT3, hopefully not just a glorified Porsche Cup. This next term, looking forward to it. 11 different manufacturers to choose from, ladies and gentlemen. We barely saw any of them get some love throughout term 1. So looking forward to that again. Once again, our broadcast will be a split of about 7 races from the Pro split, 4 from the Pro Am and 3 from the Am across the various different formats. 2 Enduros, 4 60-minute races and 4 sprint rounds. Again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's a proven formula. We love it. And yeah, have a look at the banter here in the comments. Pipe down, you blokes. The interesting thing out of all of that is that Waste Options stay on board as the naming rights sponsor of the whole night. So it is still Waste Options Monday Night Motorsport. It is great to have them on board once more. And we've got a lot to look forward to there with regards to the 3 splits. We know it, we love it. It's been the staple of Monday Night Motorsport from the start. 24 seasons ago now. So GT3 prime time, and that all gets underway 7:25 Eastern Standard Time, Monday, April 13. Again, back to 3 time slots in Australia, time zones in Australia from that point rather than 5. So looking forward to that. Tuesday. There's some significant change coming to Tuesday. Let's have a look at this. And I got the tip-off about this one from Greg Heaney earlier in the day.
So we haven't got a board for Tuesday. It's just going to be talked about.
Oh, okay. Right. Oh, I didn't get that memo. All he's told me, ladies and gentlemen, is that Tuesday night is going to be committee choice, committee members' choice. Now, I need to actually dig up the message here so that I can actually go with the right wording from the great man, because he did message me earlier in the night, about 7 o'clock, actually. So what's that, nearly 5 hours ago now. He said, touching on the reveal info for tonight, Tuesday will be done as a committee choice round. So 5 different committee members, very similar to the production car series that we ran a few terms ago, ladies and gentlemen, whereby you had 5 different cars and they got 2 rounds each. But this is how it varies. Tuesday is being done as a committee's choice round, a car, track and format selection done by 5 different committee members. So they'll do it for 2 rounds each over the course of a 10-week season. I don't know whether that'll be 1 and 6, 2 and 7, etc., or it might be 1 and 10, 2 and 9. I don't know how they're going to break that up exactly, but that will be a car, track and format selection done by 5 different committee members. He did rattle off who they were. I can't remember them at this point in time. Obviously, he is one of them.
I'm one
10
of them.
weeks of the season. You are as well. Good on you, mate. And all cars and tracks and formats are on the table to work with within the time slot. So am I led to believe, Jeff, because that is the only information that I've got there with regards to Tuesday night, that it's going to be just the 1 category on a Tuesday night rather than 2?
As far as I'm aware. But yeah, things still change, so you got to just keep your ear to the ground and see what happens.
So we're looking forward to that because, again, hard to cater for everybody's requests and, sort of ideas and wants and needs and whatever else, mate. But at the same time, we've got our staples like our GT3s, our Porsches, our supercars, and it's nice to dabble with ideas, try trial and error sort of formats and championship ideas, just so you can gauge whether there's A, interest, and B, some sort of momentum behind it as well. So I don't mind the idea, and it's good to see that after 24 seasons now, we're still coming up with new ideas.
Yeah, Zach, I think that if anybody's got any ideas of what they actually want to run, you can always sweet talk the committee members and get your ideas across and see what everybody sticks and what they choose. So yeah, get your sort of your votes into all your committee members and see what you can get.
When they mean sweet talk, ladies and gentlemen, do you take yellows or greens?
Greens.
Yeah, okay, copy that. The 3-figure bills, ladies and gentlemen, under the table to Jeff Adams. to get your requests across the table. I love it. Gee,
He's
that
good too.
rain
He's
won't
good
let
too.
up. Now, that's exactly right. Good on you, Dale Sharp. Thank you. Good to have you tuning in from the City of Churches. Righto. Tuesday night done, taken care of. More information regarding that on socials in the next couple of weeks. And, of course, in our Discord chat threads here as well. Wednesday. Again, oh, beautiful. Look at this. So we're back in supercar support mode, ladies and gentlemen. The Toyota 86 Challenge, previous champion Andrew Dyson, is back on the schedule after being such a standout performer in Term 4 of 2025. And it will continue to run the Supercar Support Series format. The club favourite, the Toyota 86, that is Wednesday night in the entree slot. So same track. Or same venue, but maybe a couple of varying differences in track configurations for the Toyotas. That being said, they do all right on the longer circuits as well, as we've seen over the course of time. Destruction Derby night, as it became known in the early part of Term 4 last year. Let's hope that it's a little bit cleaner this time round, but the GR86 is back. That's great. And then, of course, the supercars, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We know that there's going to be a couple of clashes with the Logitech G Pro Invitational. That's unavoidable. That's, just unfortunate and inevitable. But at the same time, we had a great championship this year in Term 1. We've had a few people that aren't involved there that stay here. The guys that go there come back and have a run in the off weeks. Wednesday night just seems to be a happy hunting ground for supercars on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club and, of course, in the Australian sim racing community at large as well. So that is Wednesday night. It ain't going anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, the supercars. I did suggest moving it away from the Logitech, but at the end of the day, there is still, as we saw last week, there were still 14 on the grid here when there were 45 at Sebring. There is still merit in running with the status quo on a Wednesday night with the supercars here. So looking forward to that. Thursday night, have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at this. Yes. Yes. Time to get the decibel range up and about, ladies and gentlemen. The entree, the best in the land. The entree becomes the main course. Formula V is back. Have a look at this. A long way to return to Thursday night motorsport. 3-race super sprint format each and every week. And ZW Cabin's vocal cords getting a real workout. There's going to be a couple of nights where I'm in Cessnock because I'm on my way through to Karting New South Wales events and whatever else, where the old noise complaints will be coming in thick and fast from the neighbours and whatever else. I don't care. That is probably the best news on the entire schedule as far as I'm concerned. Formula V is back. Best racing on iRacing by a country mile. And then, of course, we'll complement that with another open wheel tin top doubleheader, the Porsche Cup. Multiple race formats, as you've seen throughout the course of this season, a 16-race championship, but back to the traditional 2-split format for the Porsche Cups. Elite and open, so goodbye to the AM split. So, hey, well done to Jordan Dakin. He remains the incumbent, outgoing, and only champion of the AM split for the moment. And we go back to the Elite Open format, and we're looking forward to that immensely. But Chapo, that's great.
That's incredible news. I guess I'm going to have to clear the calendar for Thursdays.
Correct.
Bear with me while I work out how the hell I'm going to do that. But we're back. I'm not missing a Formula V season. So, I think that's going to make quite a few people very excited. Chris Nugget is mounting a campaign, and it seems like there's some happy people in chat. So hoping everyone rocks up this term and gives it the numbers that it deserves.
Absolutely. Pack the grid. Fill the house, ladies and gentlemen. There should be 50 of them buzzing around on the racetrack. However, like the legend cars, let's be perfectly honest, like the Toyotas, you don't need massive grids to have sensational racing, but it just certainly adds to the spectacle. And again, the problem for me is the vocal cords need to bounce back and be able to still call the Porsche Cup. I don't feel like we've got out of fifth gear properly too much throughout the course of this term. We'll be going to sixth and seventh gear when Formula V is back on the grid on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, and looking forward to that. Righto, what about Friday night? Let's have a look.
Now, Zach, you haven't seen this, but I seen it when I was getting the boards put up, and I'm very excited for Friday. So here we go.
Okay, here we go. Stand by. Wait, here we go. Righto, why not? So, Gentlemen's Endurance Championship comes to Fridays. There was some speculation, there was some talk and chatter about maybe seeing some endurance racing for the new term. I have no confirmation or I don't have the faintest idea as to whether or not we've got Friday Night Motorsport live exclusive and free again in term 2. Some of our broadcast details are, up for discussion with regards to the skeletal unit we've been working through and with throughout the course of term 1. But have a look at this. Le Mans Hypercars, GTP cars in Class 1, GTE in Class 2, multi-format racing, multi-class racing, same server, and 60, 90, and 120-minute races. So this is just an expansion on what we saw in term number 1 with the GTE Championship, where they had 45, 60, and 90-minute races. So there'll be 220-minute races. I suspect 4 60 and 4 90-minute races. I would imagine that'll be the makeup of that. But that's great to see. It's been a while since we've run a weeknight 2-hour race. That's awesome. And it means we were looking, boys, at the schedule, and I know last year when we got back out of daylight saving, we had 2 on every night, but we've only got 2 championships on 3 weeknights and 1 championship on Tuesday and Friday. So we've lightened the load a little bit, but we're hoping that the quality of the product will speak for itself and compensate that, obviously. What was the discussion, boys, around this one? Jeff, you might be able to speak about this from a committee standpoint, bringing essentially World Endurance Championship style racing to a Friday night.
Unfortunately, Zach, I don't have a lot to add towards it, other than the fact that I'm actually looking forward to it myself. And I'm hoping that it definitely brings some maybe some new players into the game, maybe some new drivers who have been waiting for the multi-class sort of racing that GSRC has not had in the on the grid for a while. So I think maybe we might, especially with the 60 and the 90 and the 120, it's definitely a different mix-up than what we normally have on the Friday nights.
And there's a big vibe on GT at the moment. As I said, 30 on the grid almost last week for Phillip Island. So hopefully the momentum carries over into term 2 there. And we look forward to, if it's feasible, if it's possible, to get a broadcast up and running on a Friday night, bringing all of that to you, ladies and gentlemen. That looks magnificent. Because, see, the thing is this, right? We used to run our endurance stuff on the weekends, on a Saturday or a Sunday. But obviously, as lives have got busier because everything's got back to normal, that's become less and less feasible to be able to do. So we've obviously shrunk it into a compact 60 to 120-minute format instead of being 4 or 6 hours. So you're still going to get your endurance hit, but it's going to be on a Friday night, and then you've got the weekend to do whatever the hell you please. So have a look at that. Mountain Man, again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. 200 kilometres around Mount Panorama. The wheel is back. We'll spin that every Friday night to determine the car of choice. And that will be, of course, Joe Baldwin's baby. And that'll be Saturday nights from 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. More with regards to the broadcast start times and all that sort of stuff to be revealed closer to the start of Term 2, which we remind you is Monday, April 13. Righto. Anyone that's left in the house, Jonathan Harris, I haven't heard from you for a little while, and Johnny Bannock's still here as well. What are our thoughts on all of that?
Oh, I couldn't be happier with V's coming back.
Me too. Yep, absolutely. Anything else tickle your fancy there, mate?
Oh, definitely Friday night as well. Oh, I've got to be honest. Every night looks good. To be honest, F3 looks good. Back in the bringing back the FRG days from a couple of years ago. That'll be fun.
Yes, absolutely. Johnny, your thoughts on what you've seen there? Obviously, no doubt eyeing off Wednesday nights at about 9 o'clock with the supercars, but what else, jigs your interest?
To be honest, definitely Friday. I'm not really too familiar with the history of GSRC running multi-class events like this, but yeah, it definitely does pique my interest. Depending on how the contract clauses with the misses go, on allowing me to race on Fridays, to try and contend for a title potentially. I probably would go for the GTP cars, but just obviously got to try and get my head back around that. It's been a while since I've driven them, so yeah, definitely Friday's probably going to be one of the supplement races I'd want to try and tackle if I could.
I love your contract negotiations. It's been a prominent talking point for you over the first couple of weeks of your commentary career. Actually, one more question, and then I'm going to let you guys go, and we'll take a break, and we'll come back with the GT4s. That is the look for Term 2, ladies and gentlemen. I know we dragged that out, releasing it to you, but we've been finally able to confirm it. The rain has frozen at Phillip Island because the server is now officially ended. So we've just got a frozen screenshot from the gateway to hypothermia on screen at the moment. It did this to us last week as well. Even the server's now telling me that I'm talking too much and winding me up. The reality of the matter is that's a great schedule. Johnny, last one to you. You were asking earlier, Jeff, about why the Porsche over the supercar. I'm going to ask you, obviously we know you as a supercar racer, we know that that's your bread and butter. Having been in the booth and watched the Porsches over the last couple of weeks, is there, a bit of itchy feet going on, a bit of interest in maybe giving the Porsche a go at some point, again, if you can get the approval to do so?
Yeah, the Porsche did pique my interest at one point. It's really just more the timing of the two nights, like back to back. I'm not trying to sound elitist or anything, but I really like to prepare for the races that I do. Like, I like to try and put my best on, and the supercar has already taken up my time as it is, and with Porsche Cup being like the next night, I just don't think I'd get the time to actually put on my best performance. Where I feel like Friday, a Friday night, maybe I might be able to get away with it, depending if it's like if I choose to go GTE, because I do have a lot of experience in the GT area before I actually got into supercars. Just so I actually got into it for a bit of a break. So yeah, I don't know. Like, obviously I'm not going to ask the GSC to move it around, but yeah, like maybe at one point, if I decide to take a break from the supercar, I might actually try and do the Porsche Cup and see how I go.
I was talking to a couple of people about this earlier in the week. I would have loved to have seen, purely because of St. Petersburg, I would have loved to have seen us bring IndyCar back into the Friday night slot. Maybe that'll be a Term 3 offering. We've still got to, of course, try and see if we can top the last two GSRC Indy 500s and the finish thereof. But again, when you've only got a limited number of slots to work with and put something in, something has to miss out. I know there were a couple of people asking about TCR, the Mazda MX-5s, etc. Wait for them to pop up somewhere maybe later in the year, although maybe with the GT4 class hemorrhaging the way that it is at the moment, struggling to attract a huge grid, maybe we go multi-class racing there, like what we did way back when, and we had GT4 and TCR on the same server, on the same track. That was a thing back in the early days of the platforms of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club. It goes to show how long I've been here, ladies and gentlemen. Fair income, aging like a... Well, I'm not sure if I'm aging like a fine wine. I'm not a female. Now, on that subject... any final thoughts on all of that, gentlemen? It's been a big night. We're not done yet. I agree with that. Just chuck Formula V on every night, Chapo.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I reckon. Yeah. Every night of the week. Just do a single race in between the other two races. I reckon just a little bit of a spice it up, just in case the others are getting boring. Formula V won't.
No, that's exactly right. 15-minute race in the middle. Entree 2, then main course. But that'll be the main course, and your Porsche will be your dessert on a Thursday night next term on the platforms of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club. We are so excited about that. Gentlemen, been terrific to have your company tonight. We really appreciate that. Go well with the GTE race tomorrow night, Mountain Men on Saturday. Then enjoy the break. And Chapo, good luck with the doubleheader next week, mate. The AOWN and also, of course, the opening round of the Porsche Pro Invitational, mate. We'll be cheering you on.
Thanks, mate.
And it was
Thanks, Zach.
interesting.
Thanks for everything.
Thank you, Jeff, mate. I appreciate that. Jono, thank you to you as well.
He's falling asleep.
Jonathan Harris, that is. Yeah, no, wake. It's not Jeff. Wake up, John.
All right. There's too many of us in here.
I agree. We've got Jonathan Harris, we've got Johnny Bannock, we've got Jeff Adams, all the J's lining up. Triple J. How about that? Last one. Johnny mentioned it there earlier. That everyone's got their own elitist. I don't think you're elitist when you say that, Johnny. I'm interested to get your thoughts though, boys, on your on preparation, because obviously everyone has their own way of doing it, their own rituals, their own creature comforts. What works for you might not necessarily work for somebody else. And Chapper, you're one of those people that the guys around you are far more hell-bent on getting those testing miles, that preparation in, and you wheel up in a Porsche tonight after, your plans got upended because the NASCAR stuff didn't go to plan. You just jump in and you do what you did at Phillip Island. Everyone's got their own way of doing it, but you've got to find what works for you and stick to it.
You do. I wouldn't go with my strategy tonight as the main way of doing things. So it only works on very rare occasions, particularly these sorts of cars. I won't be attempting that for next Wednesday. Whether or not I get as many laps in, I'm not sure. But yes, it's not you don't always get away with it, and you probably only get away with it when things are upturned as they were tonight. You've got rain and that sort of thing, or it's a slower car that you can sort of get the hang of and hang around in a slipstream. But yes, I actually, funnily enough, did find at one point, I can't remember whether it was sim racing or something else, but did really well in something that I'd done zero practice for, and went, oh, that's killer. It could have even been physics or something. And went, yeah, all right, well, I guess we'll use that same strategy again. Didn't work. So it's a hit and miss one.
Indeed it is. But boys, thank you. Appreciate that. I said after 11 o'clock we'd get to GT4. I didn't think it'd be after 12:15, but that's okay. It always drags out on grand final night. Go and enjoy some sleep, boys. We do appreciate it. And we do absolutely appreciate the dedication involved in sticking around as long as you have into the next day. Go and enjoy the break, recharge the batteries. Obviously, the AOWN and the Porsche Pro Invitational before we reconvene, and we look forward to seeing you all once April 13 rolls around. Thank you. Jonathan Harris, Johnny Bannock, Sam Chapman. Merch.tgsrci.com is where you go for all your GSRC merch and paraphernalia. Plenty to choose from in the merch store. Starkey and the crew there do a magnificent job. Distributing all of that once the orders come in. Bucket hats, T-shirts, bottle openers, you name it. They have it in the merch store. It's a great range. The hoodies particularly look very, very snug and cozy for this time of the year as the temperature starts to dip a little bit, especially over night time, unless you're up here still sweating like you're in a sauna. At the moment, the heat came back with vengeance, and the humidity as well in Queensland this week. GSRC merch.myshopify.com, merch.tgsrci.com takes you to the same place for all your GSRC merch and paraphernalia. We do it with thanks to Disruptive Labs, Waste Options, Trophy AI, merch.tgsrci.com, and Flash Graphics. And of course, if you want to get involved to find out the who, what, when, where, why, and how of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, get involved as either a series sponsor, a club sponsor, or as a competitor. Get out there and enjoy the fun of the fair and the thick of the action. Or you want to get involved as a producer, director, or commentator alongside our great crew here, skeletal stick thin as it is. Race.tgsrci.com is where you go to. We're taking a break. It's our first one for a while. It's been a big post-race show. We hope you like the look of what Term 2 looks like on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. We can't wait. Monday nights, Thursday nights, and Wednesday nights. look absolutely sensational from a main course and an entree standpoint. Particularly excited about the 86s and the Formula Vs. My vocal cords are going to need a rest come Friday, so hopefully the World Endurance Championship-esque racing that we're going to have doesn't ruin the vocal cords as much as the other two are bound to. We're taking a break. Well done to Andrew Dyson on the Porsche Elite Cup Championship. Well done to John Akers on the Open Split, and of course Jordan Dakin on grabbing the honours in the AM Split. We are back to see who can wrap up the GT4 Championship crown for Disruptive Labs for Term 1 of 2026 on the other side, as it is now Friday Morning Motorsport across Facebook and YouTube. Our As Live replay of the finale, the 60-minute race from the Nürburgring, is next.
Yeah, you're clear. Oh, you're telling me. Yeah. Have you got me now? And I might be fired after that one. But Discord was not showing on the audio mixer. It was like I crossed it off, so it was picking up audio from somewhere. Anyway, I went into the sound mixer and just muted everything. Oh no, it's still coming through. Through from? Yeah. Where is it coming through from? See you, buddy. Thanks for the help. Hold on. What is going on? Oh, tell me about it. Dax kept me up too long.
in terms of the track list and what doesn't. And now I'm in Echo.
Oh my. Going from bad to worse.
Because obviously this is a bit of a smaller league. This isn't, Porsche Pro. This isn't AOWN, whatever.
Yep.
I like, you see these teams pop up in GSRC and then they kind of grow through the seasons and then you'll see them at the top. And I want to point out something I saw in AM on the broadcast earlier. Northwind Motorsport, so they've made quite a few signings between tonight and the last round. And I'm quite looking forward to see how they grow into next season.
Yes, we'll talk about that as we go because this race is about to get underway, ladies and gentlemen. The rolling start for the season finale. It's Stefan Lawrence's to lose, but the two title rivals are on the front row. Stefan Lawrence versus Paul Wood. And then on the second row, Michael Adams, Adam Lavis. Third row, Dale Sharp and Andrew Franklin. And fourth row, Brian Levitt and Thorne Weggett, although Thorne hasn't taken the start by the look at that. 12 past 1 local server time. They're taking the World Endurance Championship chicane, not the Grand Prix chicane. Can we just bring up the weather and information on the right-hand side of the screen there above the comments, please, again, Andrew, as we get set for the start. And here we go. The final round, the 14th race of Disruptive Labs GT4 from the Nürburgring. Let's go to work. 21 degrees the ambient, 34 on track, dry conditions. No rain in sight. They'll be relieved at that. 43% humidity. Winds are north to northwesters at 2 kilometres an hour. So bugger all in that. Dale Sharp's made a move on the inside of Andrew Franklin to turn 1. So it's a 5 kilometre circuit. We know it. We love it. It's a former home of the European Grand Prix. And where Mark Webber, of course, picked up his first Formula One Grand Prix win back in 2009. We're underway. An hour the journey, 2 compulsory pit stops. And Stefan Lawrence's championship to lose right now. Of the manufacturers, 5 of them on the grid, 3 Porsches, and then a single entry from Mercedes, Ford, BMW, and also Aston Martin. And Aussie racers continuing their trend of running 3 different manufacturers throughout the course of the season across their 3 entries, Lavis, Sharp and Wood. Back to you, John. Let's finish the point there. I agree with you. I love seeing how it grows and evolves, and I love the recruitment that goes on, watching teams grow, watching the cat and mouse with recruitment, taking drivers away from, because that creates a different sort of talking point in terms of inter-team squabbles and rivalry and politics and all that sort of stuff. So I love that aspect of it. And speaking of politics, you've already heard Sam Chapman's thoughts on that for the foreseeable future, but albeit unintentionally. But really, going back to you, there's so much to like about 4 10-week campaigns. The rip, tear, rush and bust of it, the hustle and bustle, and so much more, mate.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's like any other championship. You might have a driver changing teams over the off-season or in between rounds. It takes place over a couple of weeks, but in the GSRC, if you change teams, it happens overnight pretty much.
Yep, exactly right. Speaking of teams, 3 Aussie races, and then 1 each from none, as in Brian Levitt running a privateer. Bit chicane out there through Andrew Franklin, Entropy through Michael Adams, and of course Riot Sim Racing, John Akers' team, Ben Pedersen's team, Hayden Smith's team, represented through Stefan Lawrence, who, if last week's any indication, because he's on the West Coast, will be still up with the cold one in hand, watching this back as it goes to air. And we'll probably jump into the Discord server to have a chat with us at close enough to 1:30 Eastern Daylight Time. So 2 and 3/4 minutes gone. We're on lap 2. Lap times are going to be in excess of 2 minutes here, so that makes the maths relatively simple. This will be somewhere in the vicinity of a 29 to 30 lap race, pending pit lane transit times and other factors, I reckon 29's a safe enough sort of bet. 1 hour race. Won't take long to come and go. The only disappointment is, and this is why GT4 has been put on the back burner for a season, ladies and gentlemen. The depleted numbers that we're seeing at the back end of the campaign for a category that really, in real world Australian motorsport, is absolutely filled to the brim at the moment. They've got 34 on the grid for Phillip Island this weekend. Practice getting underway later today, of course. When it comes to real-world motorsport, John, I mean, obviously, we've all got an interest in different sports. There's a big interest in sim racing. I'm going to come back to watching sim racing in a moment because it's still a novelty to me, right? But because my main role here, I'm involved from a work standpoint, so spectator feels really weird. But from your standpoint, what do you keep an eye on as far as the real-world component is concerned?
In terms of motorsport, just really the main ones, obviously F1, taken a big interest in the World Rally Championship over the last few years. I try to keep an eye on the Australian stuff, but there's a lot of politics going on around that, especially supercars, and that makes it a bit less enjoyable to follow.
Yeah.
Of course, Enduros every weekend, got a bit of supercross as well, pretty much a little bit of everything.
And I guess it's interesting, isn't it? Because one of the other aspects of this club is you've got the guys that are all in. Any opportunity to race, they go and race. But we've got guys that dabble in real-world stuff as well. We've got guys that dabble in European and American leagues. Connor Nixon with IndyCar, Corey Lazarus with Porsches. We've got people that are juggling 9-to-5 jobs or, shift work jobs or anything like that. So to think that we get to the end of the term and we've got guys that are turning up for 1, 2, 3 appearances a week, some we haven't seen for a while, the way in which everybody gets around the club in any capacity they can, and everybody's very supportive of the fact that we all lead very different lives. We've all got our own schedules away from the GSRC, but this is our common ground. It's one of the great community aspects of everything we do and what this is all about, and has been for 6 years.
Yeah, of course. I think, pretty much everyone here comes from a completely different background, and, every night we come here and do the same thing.
So, I'm just going through and catching up on my Discord messages as we watch this race on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. And Trav Azzopardi was also, you know how we were getting the not clear comments in the YouTube thread earlier? Trav was reminding me of that in our Discord. He sent me a message via Discord. I've only just seen it, Trav. Apologies for that. It's been one of those sorts of nights, unfortunately. Adam Lavis, I dare say, will be giving an online tutorial to Andrew Neil between now and term 2. It happens to the best of us, mate, tech issues. But at least we're on air. I've been involved in situations where I've been trying to work and I haven't been on air because of technical faults. I'd much rather be on air than off air. And we, at the end of the day, we can only apologise. Dale Sharp having a bit of a Blinky Bill moment right now, nearly.
Yeah, a bit of a tech issue. I mean, I looked at the Discord button and there was nothing coming up on it, so I said all clear, and it must be coming through another audio channel there somehow. I've just sent a rage message to Adam Lavis saying, I'm going to need you to go through it with me. We don't want that happening too often, especially once we get onto politics.
Well, apparently, yes. Although that being said, my COVID politics wasn't safe for broadcast either, so I can understand that. That I didn't realise what sort of a trap I was luring Chappo into with that. I had no idea he felt that strongly. Now we all do. Isn't that nice? Dale Sharp, Blinky Billing at the moment. Andrew Franklin has got by him as a result. And now, because Sharpie's reappeared, Franklin, look at it. Have a look at the. If you ever suffer from epileptic seizures, don't look at Dale Sharp's car at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. I apologise in advance. He's having all sorts of strife with his internet connection right now. There he is, Blinky Bill.
Actually, looks like Sharpie's back on dial-up.
Yeah, the old school dial-up where you actually couldn't have the house phone receive phone calls at the same time as you were connected to the internet. Remember those days? Oh, technology is a beautiful thing. It's come so far in quarter of a century.
More fortunate of us
Dale
had
Sharp.
2 phone lines back.
Yes, well, I can't lay claim to being one of the more fortunate ones in any of that, but yes, at the time I was living on mum and dad's dimes, so I wasn't at an age where I could contribute to the family income. How times have changed, I'm probably still not contributing to the family income, quite frankly, because the world's got more expensive. Stephen Lawrence, Paul Wood, Michael Adams, Adam Lavis here. This is tame and processional, boys. It's certainly not the most life-affirming affair we've ever called on the platforms of the GSRC. That'll be totally different when we come back in Term 2 on a Thursday night in the entree slot, ladies and gentlemen. Christ almighty, I'm excited about Formula V. That is going to be absolutely epic. That's probably the best news out of that schedule. Andrew, what did you like most about that schedule reveal? I didn't get a chance to hear from you with regards to that.
Mate, I've got to say the Friday night looks good. The multi-class, GTP, GTE, that looks really good. I don't know how I'm going to manage to get myself away from the family on a Friday night to participate in that, but I will do my day.
That's it. Pull some sort of rank, I don't know. The interesting thing out of all of that, we've got our eye on Paul Wood at the moment. If he can keep Michael Adams at bay, well, yeah, the problem for Woodsy is enduro points are on the line here tonight, so this is still Stephen Lawrence's championship to lose. And he's doing everything right to go about sealing the deal because he is 4 seconds to the good at the moment on Woodsy. Woodsy's under no immediate threat for second because Adam Lavis is behind him at the moment. And Lavis, as long as Dale Sharp's continuing to have his Blinky Bill issues, and it looks as though they are permanent. He's just dropped off the face of the planet on this 5th lap of 29. Yeah. It looks as though Adam's going to be able to seal the deal for third quite comfortably. Andrew Franklin could be the big beneficiary out of all of this. Bondi not on the grid, Jordan Malcolm not on the grid, but I don't think he's going to bag enough points to move beyond 7th, where Craig Bond is at the moment. So Jordan Malcolm, we haven't seen him for the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks now, make that, and he's still going to walk away 6th of the championship. That's why GT4 is on the bench for Term 2. But that's the other thing too, Jonathan Harris. Oh, look out, hang on. Look who's got his internet restored, ladies and gentlemen. Dale Sharp, good morning.
Good morning, good evening. Seems to be a little bit more stable at the moment than it was a few hours ago.
First world country, third world internet, Sharpie. I've said it before.
Internet's not looking so good after all.
Usually it's not too bad. But Adelaide decided to deliver us some gale force winds just as we were doing GT4 and qualifying. And I thought, hopefully the wind settles down and it settles down for the race, and it didn't turn out that way.
No, it certainly wasn't. It was sounding Morse code then, even. But with all of that, Sharpie, do you feel as though you're just getting the leftovers of the cyclone brewing on the west coast at the moment? Is that what's going on?
I'm not sure. I haven't really looked into it, to be honest. We've had beautiful weather all week, and then this afternoon it just, I didn't really look at the weather forecast, but yeah, it's just got windy. I thought, it shouldn't be too much of an issue, but it's just one of those things. So sim racing, replicating, mechanical failures, I guess, in some way, shape or form.
Round onto the main straight now, and there is Stephen Lawrence leading this one by 5 seconds. Jonathan's going to stay here for a little bit. Dale's going to hopefully stay for a couple of minutes as well. Mate, we didn't get a chance to catch up with you last night. How much did you enjoy ripping and tearing around your home circuit?
Oh, that was a hoot last night. These the legends have been a blast. I mean, there hasn't been many of us. Numbers have been getting down a bit, but that was I've been looking forward to the Adelaide Grand Final Wednesday night, and the results weren't that amazing for me, but every lap was a hoot. Like you'd be battling at the front and you'd have an issue and you'd drop back a bit and you're just in another battle with another group of guys. That was good fun.
What did you make of, I'm sure you would have seen it during the back end of the broadcast there. What did you make of the Term 2 schedule reveal? What's your fancy?
Obviously disappointed to see GT4 go, but I'm not surprised. Obviously numbers are down a bit, but I dare say it'll just be on the shelf for a season or two and we'll see it back. But the 86s, definitely, they'll be fun. I just got caught up in the demolition derbies most of the time last time they were on, so we'll see if we can have a bit better luck coming, threading the needle in those. GDEs, yeah, I'm not so sure. I can't really get my head around them, but I haven't given up on them just yet. But yeah, it'll be exciting. I reckon Tuesdays might be good. I don't know if there's any official points or anything going towards Tuesday nights, but jumping in a random car and track combo. Yeah, jumping in a random car and track combo each week sounds like it'll be fun.
What keeps you busy between now and the commencement of the new term, mate? Obviously Easter and whatever goes with that. But on top of that, is there any racing in the pipeline or not?
Well, as in sim racing or in the real world?
Oh, both.
Not really. I do a little bit of pro trucks, like with one of the American leagues, AMX iRacing. So I sort of work my shifts around. They have a Tuesday night race, which is a sort of Wednesday lunchtime here. So I'll have that on the Wednesdays. But other than that, probably just try and stay sharp with some officials.
I see what you did there. Very nice. Good craft from you, Sharpie. Very good. I like it. Jonathan, bring you back into the point. Dale's point is exactly where I was going before he slid into the booth. You only have to take this one away for a term or two, and then there's, a sort of desire or craving for it. People want to see it back on the grid. People want to go racing in it again. And it's an awful predicament the club finds itself in. They've only got a maximum of 10 weeknight slots to allocate things to. They've gone with 8 for this term, trying to lessen the quantity of offering to increase the quantity of entry, I guess, for lack of better ways of illustrating or explaining that. But we've seen it so often before that the Porsche Cup went away for a term and then there was a big vibe on it when it came back. Formula V's gone away and come back and enjoyed a resurgence. IndyCar as well. So you can have too much of a good thing. And what we've got is going to replace what we've had beautifully. And it just goes to show just how many good championships are at our disposal in this magnificent platform that is iRacing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the main problem this season was we probably had too many series that weren't draft cars, if you will. I think the closest we had was the Legends, but we were missing the 86s, we were missing the Formula Vs. You could even put Formula Fords in that conversation as well.
Yeah, correct.
And I think, with the championship drop-off as well, you're not as inclined to join if you're not in the championship or if you're not on the pace, whereas if you're in a Formula V, you could be 20th on the last lap and you can still win the race. So I think that's a big point there.
Some people take the results aspect of it very, very seriously, even though Roland Dane's not picking up the phone to offer you a big fat contract tomorrow morning. But others, and Sharpie, you can attest to this, there's a certain element of fun that is associated with everything we've been about for the last 6 years here, and that's why people continue to show up and do so for 40 weeks a year, be it once a week, twice a week, 7 times a week. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like it's a good place to race. It's it is a lot of fun. Some races and series I'll jump in just for the fun aspect of it, and other times I'll go after the points. But like it's a good group of guys. I mean, we've all done officials and seen the crap that we come across in there. So it's refreshing when you can come back to the gents and have a good competitive hit out. And yeah, I just love what the club does. We've got good mix and good bunch of drivers.
Hard to believe, and I say it all the time, this is the end of the 24th season. I've been here for all 24. Hard to believe that it took the pandemic or the scaredemic, however you want to view it, and all that nonsensical garbage that we all had to endure from, you know, people that are allegedly smarter and calling the shots. Sorry, now I'm getting political, not just Chapo. The reality of the matter is that we all had this sort of theory that, a big moment for Brian Levitt, but he caught it. That's about the only moment we've seen so far. It's been a relatively clean 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 laps to this point. We're on lap 10. We're in the 20th minute of play. We're heading for about 28, 29 laps tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a replay of the Disruptive Lives GT4 finale from the Nürburgring for you, 14th and final race of the campaign, the only 60-minute enduro. This was run earlier in the night, about 5.5 hours ago. Yes, that's when it started, 5.5 hours ago, so it's been a long broadcast for us, but we hope you're enjoying the replay as much as we're enjoying bringing it to you. There were still 40 minutes to go, which means we're ending this broadcast around about 1:40 Eastern Daylight Time, and then some of us are going to bed and some of us are going to watch Home and Away. Stephen Lawrence, Paul Wood under pressure from Michael Adams. That has been the case for the last few laps, and Andrew Franklin's keeping Adam Lavis company, but there's not much else happening out there at the moment, which is a good opportunity for Dale, Jono and I to chew the fat, and Andrew Neal as well. There's a certain fun element aspect to everything we do, but it's amazing how, and you guys both can attest to this, despite everything going back to normal, the world's somehow recovering from all that rubbish of 2020 and 2021, and who knows what rubbish we're about to endure with Trump and Iran, etc., etc. But this is the one part of what became our new normal that has become part of our old normal. It's just been incorporated into everything that we previously did that we now do. And it's the one part of what was that 2-year shutdown, essentially, that has continued to thrive despite everything going back to normal. And there are many different reasons for that. One of which is iRacing have really... no, we're not having that conversation again, Stefan. You're swearing at me again by talking about Married at First Sight, but that's another story. We're not having that discussion again. I can't believe he dropped that. He swore on air last week by admitting to the rank and file of the general public that he's a mass fear. Part of the problem of the reality TV viewership of Australian television. But anyway, let's go back to where I was. Many reasons for it. And I think the main one, boys, is that onset of COVID and the influx of people that turned to iRacing to, you know, I guess, remain sane, clinically and mentally and, you know, everything else. That was their escape from, you know, the lockdowns and all the, you know, rules and mandates and all that sort of crap. iRacing had to lift their game to accommodate the influx, and they've well and truly done that.
Yeah, well, I only started sim racing in 2022 when it was all kind of over, so I don't really know what it was like pre-COVID, but, you know, I think when I got on it, I think it was a pretty good package, and I think it's improved a lot from what it was, that's for sure.
Put it this way, boys. When I started, there were only 3 manufacturers in GT4. There's now 6. There were 6 manufacturers in GT3. There's now 11. We had the commentary box is looking particularly bare at the moment. We had, if you look at there it is on the right-hand side of the screen. We looked at the stats. We had at the time 3 Australian circuits. We now have 7. There's been we had no wet weather tempest system. The way in which iRacing has thrived and continued to do so, it's a testament to them and the way in which everybody has turned to the platform, A, to get track mileage. I was talking to Jed Murphy the other day. He said it's scary how similar the real-world Mercedes GT4 that he's going to drive this weekend in Shannon's Speed Series Monochrome GT4 Australia at Phillip Island. He said it's scary similar, the GT4 in the real world to the GT4 in the sim. It's impressive similar. So people are now turning to this as a platform to stay match fit, but also to connect with what has become an online community as well. So at a time where a lot of us were introduced to the sim racing world, and Jono's evidence of it, have then gone on to obviously tell other people and introduce them to this magnificent beast. There's a lot to say thank you to iRacing for what they've done over the course of the last 6 years and what the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club has brought to all of our lives as well.
What year did you start sim racing, Zach?
Well, see, I've never turned a wheel in anger in sim racing. So I only saw a memory pop up on Facebook yesterday now regarding this. I first broadcast or commentated sim racing in 2020, April 2020, when the proverbial hit the fan and we all ended up isolated in our homes in solitary confinement. You know, I mean, you weren't allowed to leave your postcode, and yet people were still ballsy enough to book international trips or interstate trips. You weren't allowed to leave your postcode. It was madness. But yeah, I was actually introduced to it by a couple of real-world contacts that I worked with at venues and commentated on and all that sort of stuff. So my main introduction was Chris Whittaker, Trent Lavis, but also Robert Hazeldine, who is one of our original broadcasters here. Drift Esports, if you remember that, ladies and gentlemen. So that was before we had our own GSRC broadcast platform. The club was there, the foundations were there, but the broadcasts were over on Drift, and also SimShed after the fact as well. And it was interesting because Robert had spent the last 2 years, whilst I was commentating real world motorsport, trying to sell me on sim racing. And I was like, mate, I do enough of the real world stuff. I'm not necessarily interested or you know, able to take on that extra load. And I was like, if I wanted to go and watch, and this was a direct quote at the time, I said, mate, if I wanted to go and watch someone play online, I just turn the PlayStation on and I commentate myself, causing multiple car wrecks in Formula One. True story. But sure enough, pandemic hits. We're all in lockdown, and that was the carrot dangler. He was able to sell it on, to me then. And my initial thought at the time was the way that I'm going to be able to do this justice is if I give it the real world treatment in terms of the way I broadcast, the way I commentate. So because there was still that stigma around it being not a sim, not a virtual, you know, racing platform. It was viewed as a game, right? And slowly but surely, some people still believe that, but there's substantial evidence to suggest that it is more than a game. Yeah, okay, we're here for shits and kicks and giggles, but it is such a unique thing for motorsport that cricket doesn't have, that rugby league doesn't have, that AFL doesn't have. So that was my philosophy when I got involved. Give it the real world treatment in terms of the commentary, which is why I usually blow the decibel meter off the Richter when Formula V's on the track, because I do the same in the real world. Same with the Hyundai Excels. Here come the first round of pit stops, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, there is a car race going on your screen at the moment. Stephen Lawrence into pit lane, and we're reflecting on 6 years of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club if you just joined us. Paul Wood in for his first compulsory pit stop, and Michael Adams as well. This is 13 laps in, so they're in that window, which means 27 minutes, which means about 33, 34. So another 4 laps, and they're in the window to stop and get home as well. There's the parked up car of Stephen Lawrence, his first stop of the race. Top 4 in. Brian Levitt still completing his 13th lap. So, and Andrew Franklin was the first of the stops at the end of lap 12. So he's 1 lap off sequence compared to everybody else who are now on pit road. There's Brian Levitt just coming into view. I'll come back to that in just a moment, boys, and finish the story. And back off we go now with Stephen Lawrence leading the field back out onto the racetrack stationary for 23 minutes, 23 seconds, 0.85. 23.21 for Paul Wood, 23.31 for Michael Adams, and Adam Lavis 24.48. Andrew Franklin went the short fuel first time through, 17.01, so we probably expect him on pit road earlier. Second time through, and Brian Levitt, it'll be interesting to see whether he goes the long fuel or the short fuel as well. So he's looking like he's going the full fuel this first stop through. So it'll be a longer stop for Andrew Franklin second time through, and everybody else will be on a short stop, 23.42 for Brian Levitt, the pit stop time there. And you just saw all of that relayed through the totem pole on the top left-hand side of your screen. So yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Because at the time, it was just a way for me to keep match fit as well, doing the commentary, being involved in what we're doing here, and obviously being introduced to a lot of people that I didn't know, because there were a few guys that I knew from real world motorsport, but there were a lot of sim-only contacts. And it's amazing now, since it was on, I had no idea that this was going to be how long this would last or I'd be involved in it. But now it's my most stable form of income and work, which is extraordinary. I'm committed to this 40 weeks a year. So it's, when you look back and the foundations and where iRacing was at the time and where we were at the time, it's all come a long way.
Yeah, I think it would have been interesting to see what it would have been like if COVID hadn't happened.
Well, yeah, exactly right. I shudder to think, actually. I don't think it would have been anywhere near as successful as it has ended up being internationally, had it not been for the pandemic. So maybe iRacing had something to do with it. I don't know.
Well, it was the
there's a
pandemic
theory.
that got me into sim racing. I was the pandemic racer. It's ironic because I think I joined in April 2020, and when we
One
were
of the original Sharpie?
Yeah. So when I was, in the position where all our motor racing got cancelled and all our sport got cancelled, like, well, you'd be the same as that. Well, what do we do? Like,
yeah,
that's
apart from sit around and twiddle our thumbs. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's it. And then all of a sudden, sim racing's being broadcast on Foxtel, and that was my introduction to it. So, thankfully, since the pandemic's stopped, it's just for me it cured the itch. I mean, I dabbled in a little bit of speedway, a little bit of dirt kart racing, but you have a family, and it's an expensive hobby. And sim racing just gave me that competitive racing and versatility of what you can race and different things, and it's it's just definitely given me an outlet and something to look forward to each week.
And that's the thing, Jonathan, you might be able to realise some of your experience here as well, mate. For a lot of our guys, this is as close to the real thing as their budget will allow them to get. And the same applies to a lot of people right around the world. That's why iRacing is the phenomenon and the success that it is. And it's great that we can showcase some of these guys to the world and say, these guys have got the bloody natural talent. They just need someone to believe in them and back them financially, because of just how really bloody expensive the real world equivalent has become. So what was your motor racing background before iRacing entered your world?
Karting.
Yeah,
That's all.
me too. Yep.
X30 and KA, the national scene. But it's it's good because it helps you keep race fit. You can just keep your mind sharp.
Oh, Franklin with a moment on the Rebel strip out of the chicane, coming back towards the main straight. And now Michael Adams is looking at that and saying, I need to get past him, clear him, just in case it happens again, and I'm not so lucky to avoid a sliding Porsche second time through. I love the throwback livery that he's got there. If you haven't worked it out already, ladies and gentlemen, we mentioned it last week. He's wide now. This is the opportunity Adams has been waiting for. Of course, Andrew's running a livery not dissimilar to what Dick Johnson and John Bauer ran through 93, 4, 5 and 6 in the Australian Touring Car Championship, and of course the Ford FAI Falcon that won the Bathurst 1000 of 1994. That's the first thing I look at and think of every time I see Franklin's car on the grid. It's interesting too, because I had the karting background, raced the karting and used it as an outlet actually to open some doors from the commentary standpoint. And I've gone back to karting in recent years as well because of the way in which the real world equivalent of what I do has changed with, you mentioned politics, yes, the fraught nature of that, and other things. And I'm very good friends with a lot of people down at Karting New South Wales who've been very, very good to me over 2024, 5 and now 6 as well. But I didn't entertain the idea of the sim rig because I can't drive a manual to save myself, and I would be a burden to everybody on the racetrack. So it's a good thing that there were roles that opened up for me to actually be involved in the community from a commentary standpoint, which I must be doing something right with because I'm still here 6 years later. But it's interesting, right, because, and this is a point that I was going to make earlier there, I don't know how much sim racing you guys spectate outside of the GSRC, because I know some people that, because we know how many broadcasters and broadcasts of sim racing there are on a weekly basis right around the world, right? And I know some people that follow it religiously because it's their bread and butter, it's their life, right? We've all got our passions, we've all got our addictions. Me, I'm a terrible spectator when it comes to motorsport because of the commentary stuff. So people seem surprised when I tell them I don't watch sim racing outside of what we do on the platforms of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club or what the ASRG boys are doing. And I've only very recently started actually watching those races that I'm not necessarily involved in from a commentary standpoint, purely because I've had to for research purposes. It's not because I'm interested in sitting there as an avid fan and you know, cheering somebody on. It's more that I'm going to pick up the baton at some point for somebody that's crooked, or I've got a role to play in another 1,000 broadcasts, so I have to sit there and study the form guide, right? And the only exception to that, I recently, because I've got the new computer set up now and I've got a couple of extra screens at my disposal, I did play spectator of the OSR 12 hour, and I thought that was really well done from all concerned. Again, with the view to some of the guys that pop up here on the platforms of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club, or some of the guys that are going to pop up in the Porsche Pro Invitational. I just thought that might be a little bit of a side research thing, but I played spectator more than anything else. So it's interesting because people seem very surprised when I tell them that I don't play, and same applies here on the platforms of the GSRC. If I'm not in the broadcast, I'm not always in the position to play spectator because I've got things to do outside of work obligations and commitments. So what's it like from you guys? Do you keep an eye on the other sim racing leagues? Do you keep an eye on anything specifically, or any drivers that you're a fan of, Dale? I'll start with you.
Not particularly. Probably the main ones like the V8 Pro Series. I'll keep an eye on those, but mainly following the GSRC members. And the Porsche Cup coming up. That's I'm obviously not going to be part of that. I'm not really a fan of the Porsche, but I'm excited to see a whole field of the nation's best Porsche drivers, and by the sound of it, we've got a fair chunk of GSRC members on the grid for that. So, looking forward to that. But other than the gent stuff and the members that are made the step to the Pro Series, don't really watch or follow a lot of other ones.
Andrew, I get the feeling with time constraints at your end and family commitments and otherwise that you don't necessarily get a chance to play spectator all that often?
No, I never play spectator. I'm usually in the driver's seat having a bit of fun. Less buttons when you're behind the steering wheel.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. In comes Brian Levitt for another stop. Actually, this is not routine. I wouldn't have thought. Although that being said, it could be because we are actually now in the window. We're at 23 minutes to go, and this is the battle that's keeping it interesting for us, ladies and gentlemen. Stephen Lawrence is out by 11.1 over Paul Wood, who's got 3.8 seconds on these guys. We know that they're on different strategies. We know that Franklin, on corrected order, probably isn't on the same piece of bitumen as Michael Adams, but it's actually doing Paul Wood some favours and justice here because it's holding Michael up. He can't find a way through. Franklin's doing a beautiful job of keeping him at bay, and that is going to be to the benefit of Paul Wood and to the detriment of Michael Adams, and hopefully Michael will still be able to make his way through and get himself a podium. But it's very clear that Porsche have been the car to beat this term on the platforms of the GSRC. in, Stephen Bull's obviously done it in GTE. These guys in GT4 through Stefan Lawrence, and of course in GT3 Pro through Eli Donaldson. There is Paul Wood top a shot, and in comes Michael Adams. Franklin DeVue across curb cam for you as we go past 1:08 Eastern Daylight Time on a Friday morning for the second week in a row. It's good to have you along across Facebook and YouTube, the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. What's sleep, eh, boys?
Sleep's overrated.
Yeah, overrated. Yeah.
I love the fact that we've still got some comments coming in there. Munchie mentioned, cheap hardware, but he also mentioned the big name heavyweights like Shane Van Gisbergen. Still, someone even mentioned to us last night that he was in sim racing circles competing between NASCAR Cup commitments and obligations. Now, we know how much of a circus that is. We know how much travel is involved across the United States of America. We know that there's 36 points-paying races, plus the non-championship stuff, plus the All-Star race. Like, it's a full-time commitment for him between February and November. But so dedicated is he to his craft, and obviously so much does he enjoy going and having a dabble somewhere else and just staying match fit in iRacing, that he was popping up in leagues earlier this week. So all the best to SVG, of course, who ran under the pseudonym here of Shane Wallace many seasons ago on the GSRC platforms for the balance of the NASCAR Cup season. They've done the dirty on him, though. They've ditched 2 road courses from the schedule because they just were sick of him coming in and cleaning up. So I'm all for more road courses in the NASCAR Cup Series. I think their road course racing is on par with Talladega and Daytona in terms of the spectacle, but there's a lot of people that just don't like turning right, and they started bitching and whinging and moaning about that partway through last year when 6 road courses was apparently too many, boys.
Do you think it's not turning right, or is it that they didn't want to be beaten?
Yeah,
I would say the latter.
Yeah, I've always thought that if you really don't like the road courses in NASCAR, I'm guessing your favourite driver's not very good at them.
That's it. I used to always love getting up and catching the replay of the highlights, or maybe even the live coverage if time permitted, of Watkins Glen. That was my favourite road course race of the season. Sonoma's on there as well, but yeah, Watkins Glen, always a classic.
That Marcus Ambrose, Brad Keselowski finish from years ago, I mean, that's still up there with one of the best NASCAR finishes of all time.
Hall of Fame worthy, that one. Absolutely. It's going to be interesting, isn't it? New season will come around very quickly. We talk about it being a 2-week break, but it's not really, because, again, we find a way to fill the gap. You turn around twice, you blink once, and April 13's here. Spare a thought, boys. I travel down to Cessnock on the 7th. I've got an appointment on the 8th. I go to Bega on the 10th. It's a 7-hour drive from Cessnock, let alone the 8 hours from here already completed by that point. I do a weekend of karting commentary in Bega. I drive back on the Sunday night, probably via Wollongong to have dinner with some friends. And then straight back into Monday night from the comfort of Mum and Dad's shed. I do all of week 1 from home. Mum and Dad are already aware of that. I'm sure they're looking forward to it. Keeping them awake until 11 o'clock in the evening. And then my nephew has his first birthday party on the Saturday, and then I drive back here. So we talk about it being downtime, but really it's not. The only downtime technically comes when we get to December and we say, see you boys in 6 weeks.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I know and when we're having our 2 weeks off, the committee's hard at work getting schedules and everything together. So, yeah, like you say, like if you actually get a week off sim racing commitments, well, then you plan everything that you can't plan when you've got sim racing commitments.
That's exactly right. I compared calendars with so how's this, right? I normally go and play trivia at Club Parkview in Goodna on a Tuesday night. Can't do it next week because obviously we've got the Australian Open World Nationals. Can't do it when I get back from my 2 Tuesdays in Cessnock because the Ipswich Jets need me to MC their junior presentation night for the rugby league. So I'm out of trivia for a month. The FDL boys had me on standby just in case they needed a voice as a fill-in on a Tuesday night as well. So Tuesday nights are fast becoming a night where I actually can't call myself free. But because of our 2-week break, I've been able to say to a friend of mine, Wednesday the 8th, let's go have dinner. You know, I'm clear in the evening. Let's go. Let's have dinner. Let's do whatever. That's someone that I always try and make the time to catch up with when I'm in Cessnock. The trip to Canberra recently was so rapid fire and there was so much going on with GSRC commitments being juggled between it that I didn't catch up with anybody technically. But yes, looking forward to catching up with her in a couple of weeks. So there are small opportunities and windows in which you can go and tick some other boxes. Or for me, it's sit down and actually watch Home and Away when it airs, or you know, Australian Idol or whatever it is that I'm watching at the time. But yes, at the same time, I like the fact, and I said this to Greg Brooks in the very early hours of this morning. I love the fact, or yesterday morning now, I love the fact that I've now got a 40-week commitment here. It's always given me something to look forward to, something to plan around, something to work with, and it's that consistency, it's that stability that a lot of us, I think, in these uncertain times would absolutely crave. So I live on a basis of I make sure I make the absolute most of from the third weekend or third week of January, as that was, yes, Andrew Franklin into pit lane now to release Michael Adams and to complete his second CPS and cleanse the field, or do his bit to cleanse the field. Top 4 yet to stop, so it's Lawrence, Wood and Adams, and now Lavis will pass Franklin, whilst Franklin's still on pit road. Lavis still has to stop. Levitt has already stopped. Sharpie's been here for 10 laps, or 16 laps actually, because his internet didn't want to cooperate when he needed it to. And now when arguably all of us should be asleep, yeah, fancy that. The internet wants to work. But yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I live on I tell people I make no apologies for putting work as the first priority. I'm very bad at saying no when someone picks up the phone, and I was very lucky last week. We didn't have a broadcaster available to produce direct Wednesday night, so I was able to do the Logitech opener. So 2 extra shifts last week because I also covered for Banksy. I make no apologies to anyone. I say that my season starts as soon as night 1 of term 1 rolls around, which nowadays is the 3rd Monday of January. I go through until the 1st Friday of December, and then I close the books and shut up shop and shut the door for 6 weeks. And that's my break. That's my downtime. But usually, Sharpie, you'll appreciate this, I don't achieve anything in that 6-week window because I'm too busy watching the cricket.
Yeah, that's usually the way it is. I'm kind of glad we don't race over that Christmas break because you got so much other...
Yeah, the Boxing Day test, all that. Yeah,
oh,
exactly.
yeah. It's all happening. But yeah, it's good. I mean, we love racing. I love racing as much as I can, but it's good to not have any seasons for a few weeks and just sit down on the couch with some Tim Tams and a coffee and just watch some cricket and BBL and Australian Open and everything else that's happening.
Can you believe, too, boys, that when we get to Sunday, on the subject of cricket, it'll be the 11th anniversary of Australia wrapping up the 2015 Cricket World Cup final in front of over 90,000 people at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Yes, believe it or not, 11 years to the day on Sunday, March 29. Now, overs or unders, what are like? What's favourite? McLaren actually starting the Japanese Grand Prix or parking it in the garage again?
Oh, I'd love to see Oscar Piastri actually start a race. I mean, I don't think I've recovered. Oh, I don't think I've recovered from Melbourne. When I'm always excited for the Australian Grand Prix and sitting on the couch, and they start the race, and where is he?
It's quite frustrating, Sharpie, where this will be round 3, and Oscar's already got 4 DNSs to his name. Because obviously Saudi Arabia and Bahrain have also been cancelled as well. So that's 3 and 4. So he's going to race once in the opening 5 rounds of the season before we get to the United States. and Miami on the first weekend of May.
Yeah, I did see a stat somewhere. Not since 1960 has someone had a DNS for the first 2 rounds of the year in Formula One.
Just madness. Absolute madness. Oh, dear. Thoughts on how this has all played out? I mean, obviously, your 2 teammates have had a good season, haven't they?
Oh, they have. They've been hard to catch. Paul's had a really good season. He's found that Porsche Steph Lawrence hard to beat at a lot of the time. He's definitely been a benchmark, but Stefan, I think he's had a couple of rounds where things just didn't go his way, like things happen, and Paul's managed to get a win, and so that's kept him in the hunt. It kept him within, he was in with a chance tonight, but he needed some things to go his way and probably some things to go not Stefan's way. But
yes,
it's been a really good, strong season for those 2. I haven't had the best of luck this season, but
and tonight only added insult to injury.
Oh yeah, that was a you always go, oh, well, it hasn't been a good season, but maybe we can finish off with a strong run and a podium. And well, we got to lap 4 and that went out the window.
Off we go. Oh dear. What we know now, ladies and gentlemen, is that this is the swan song for GT4 for the moment. It will be back. It just won't be next term. Jonathan, I'm going to bring you back into the conversation, A, just to make sure you're still awake, and B, because you touched on something earlier, and it feeds off Dale's point as well, about watching how, certain drivers and certain teams grow and evolve and perform throughout the course of the season. But there's no 75 SimSport entries out there at the moment. Let's be perfectly honest. You're here as a neutral and hanging around because you've spoken, you've commented in the YouTube thread about being more than happy to jump in and have a chat with us in the last couple of days. And we appreciate you sticking around till 20 past 1 in the morning. But away from your stable, and away from Northwind, because I know you mentioned them earlier, who else has stood out? Who else has impressed you from what you've seen?
Yeah, I'm just about awake. I just pressed the wrong button for to talk.
Oh,
but
no.
I mean, there's a few. I think. I'll start with one that wasn't here this season. That was OPR.
Yep.
I think that was a big hole they left in GT3. I know they were here for the first round, but
yeah,
that was a bit of a shame not having them here. Obviously, you've got Vermilion. They're always the benchmark. Along with Riot in the Porsche, they're just a very strong stable. Then you got your Whiskey Business. They're just, you can't escape them. They're just everywhere.
Correct.
And then
that's right. And Greg Heaney's done a very good job of recruiting the troops there, let me tell you.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Andrew Neil is evidence of that.
Yeah, you got Aussie races. They've got some of the best liveries on the track. I think that's a pretty obvious statement to make. But
Adam, wave us into the pit lane as well as we go into the final 10 minutes now, ladies and gentlemen. Keep going, Jono. Sorry.
Yeah, but there's just there's a few more popping up here and there, but I think those are the main ones. Those are the staples. They'll always be here. They won't be going anywhere anytime soon.
No, they certainly will not be. It's been a magnificent season across the board, and I think you nailed the point. There's been some great performances and some breakout performances as well, some standouts. Great to see Stephen Bull, become the Prince of Friday Night. Aidan Luthwaite was the Prince of Friday Night previously. Stephen Bull's, of course, been able to get himself to the top of the summit now in a couple of different championships in that time slot. Obviously, the Indy Lights or the Indy Pro or whatever it was that we ran. See, I'm now starting to fade. In term 4 last year, it was the most recent IndyCar they introduced into the fold. And then obviously we've seen him go out and carve up GTE to the point where tonight people will turn up because it's Le Mans, because it's a 90-minute enduro, but the championship picture, that equation, that's already been taken care of. Bull did enough last week to seal the deal. And on that subject, folks, do tune in tonight, 25 past 8 Eastern Daylight Time, 25 past 5 on the West Coast. and 25 past 10 in New Zealand. It'll be Joe Baldwin and Liam Banks with you for the final round of Disruptive Labs GTE from the Circuit de la Sarthe, a 90-minute enduro, their second of the campaign. And the numbers there have been a raging success throughout the course of the season. That's half the reason they're sticking around in a growing format of racing on a Friday night in Term 2 with the Le Mans hypercars and the GT prototypes joining the mix as well. So that's a massive win for those that have been screaming out for longer races, for endurance races on the platforms of the GSRC. And there'll be plenty of sprint racing across the other 4 nights of the week, which we're looking forward to as well. 6.5 minutes to go here, and Stefan Lawrence is on lap 26. So the way it's looking, they've still got to complete that second pit stop yet, boys. The top 3 have not entertained the idea of going to pit lane just yet. That'll hopefully be, I would suggest, this time by, because we're in that window. They ran 13 laps on the opening stint. They're now about to finish their 13th lap of the second stint, and barring a monumental cock-up, and I can say that now because it's 1:30 in the morning and we've already let enough 4-letter words fly throughout the course of the broadcast, completely unintentionally. They are in the window to come in and complete that second pit stop, and barring that aforementioned muck-up or error, it's Stefan Lawrence's race for the taking. Yeah, exactly, Sharpie. 15 seconds to the good on Paul Wood at the moment, and Woodsy will be the perennial bridesmaid for the second time this week because he also grabbed second in his GT3 split as well. And one of the nice guys of the club, one of the hard-working, dedicated members that put time in away from the track behind the scenes. Of course, Woodsy's the chief steward of the club. And it's probably a perfect time, actually, folks, whilst he's on screen. Stefan Lawrence coming to pit lane, Paul Wood to pit lane. You've got to be careful of that pit entry here at the Nürburgring, as we know. Was that Michael Adams going on for another lap? Yes, it was. Michael Adams is going to go for a 14th lap in this stint and come in and grab 2 laps worth of juice. It will be 3 laps based on that because this pit stop will be short, sharp and sweet. So this will actually probably be a 61-minute race rather than a 60. But Michael Adams will have to stop for 2 laps of juice this time through. Stefan Lawrence was stationary for 8.94 and is back out in the lead of the race. What's interesting for mine, we were talking about Paul Wood there a moment ago. I won't drag this out any longer than I have to, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Michael Adams has spun from the lead. Not ideal. He was trying to reel in a deficit to Paul Wood, of course, built up by the fact that he got caught behind Andrew Franklin and boxed in for a good portion of the second stint of the race. And that has just gone up in smoke for him. So it's looking like a very comfortable third for Michael Adams tonight, unless Andrew Franklin has something to say about that. His second stop was 13.85 seconds. Everybody else pretty much in single digits. 8.94, 6.45, 7.71. As Michael Adams heads up to the Schumacher S once more. An opportune moment for us to acknowledge some thank yous before we say goodbye. Thank you, Michael. So, Michael's given me his YouTube user handle name as well. It's confirming that he was trying to pull a fuel save on Paul to make up the deficit. Appreciate it, mate. Thank you. That answered 2 questions in the space of 1 comment, mate. Appreciate that. A big chance for us to say thank you to the likes of Paul Wood, Greg Heaney, Josh Suno, the entire GSRC executive, all of our committee, our behind-the-scenes crew, because without them, none of this is possible. They put in many tireless, thankless hours behind the scenes. In comes Michael now. Tried to make that in-lap a push lap, and, yeah, unfortunately, Porsche said no. Porsche did Porsche things, and in he comes now to pit lane. There goes Stefan Lawrence, and that was always going to be the case. The difference is Paul Wood and also Andrew Franklin. We'll keep an eye on that. 2 laps to go for Stefan Lawrence. He'll comfortably get back to the line to start overtime. He'll see the white flag with about 2 minutes and 40 seconds. With about 40 seconds on the clock, he will see the white flag. Another championship for Riot Sim Racing, their second of the night or now morning. And a magnificent performance from Stefan, who's had a breakout season in his own right. The double win at Portland really set it all up. He also got the win at Mount Panorama Bathurst in the Enduro. 2nd, 4th and 7th the last 2 weeks. Now a big fat number 1 tonight with Enduro bonus points to go with it. A great performance from him and a worthy champion. Big thanks to the GSRC executive. Again, it does not happen without them. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, setting up all the servers, the championships, the rules, the regulations, etc., etc. The list goes on. And they do it for the love of the club and the love of what they do as a member of the sim racing community and a member of this club. And it's a passion. And it's a shared passion. So a big thanks to all of them. We couldn't do it without them. And they're one of the main reasons why we're still here and still going strong after 6 years. We ride on board with the champion-elect right now with a lap and a half to go. And this will be a sweet drive to victory lane for Stefan Lawrence. And a big thanks from my standpoint to our broadcast commentary and production team, headed by Adam Lavis. Adam's done a magnificent job throughout the course of the season, picking up the extra weight, doing a lot of overtime in his own right because he was always resigned to Monday nights so he could go and do racing the rest of the week. He picked up the freight for an absent Dan Yeaman, who's been bailed up by obviously real-world work commitments on the odd occasion. He's picked up the freight on a Thursday night with Friday afternoon replays until Andrew Neils has been ready to jump in and bring us Thursday night broadcast. So a big thanks to him. Big thanks to Joe Baldwin, to Liam Banks for spearheading Friday nights, Tyson Broad for doing a fill-in there. Big thanks to Andrew Neil, the newest member of the broadcast team. Big thanks to, of course, Dan Yeaman as well for his efforts on both Mondays. And he had to fill in for me on Australia Day because we had a power outage here in Ipswich. Ironic, wasn't it? A 45-degree sauna day, and the power grid up here just couldn't handle it. And then it wasn't caused by a usual tropical Queensland storm either. So a big thanks to all of our broadcast crew, because without them, you don't get to watch it at home. A big thanks to all of the viewers who have been a big reason why we've continued to do what we do to the extent that we do it with 4 broadcasts a week. We do it because the audience is there. They're always tuning in. The amount of guys that go back and watch it on replay or watch our as live replays to see how it comes up on screen, and the amount of spoiler alerts they try and drop along the way. It's been piss funny. But a big thanks to all of them, and of course the sponsors, because without them, the wheels don't turn in motion. So I just wanted to get the thank yous out of the road so that we can shorten up the post-race show here and focus on this guy, because Stefan Lawrence, ladies and gentlemen, is about to join elite company as a Disruptive Labs GT4 champion and join the champions list within his own stable at Riot Sim Racing. Hayden Smith's been there. John Akers has been there. Now Stefan Lawrence will climb to the top step of the summit. He'll do so with a lights-out to checkered flag victory at the Nürburgring in Germany. Thankfully, a lot drier than it was this time last week. Stefan Lawrence is victorious and your champion in Disruptive Labs GT4 on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club in Term 1 of 2026. Oh, nicely done. And could not have done it in a better, more convincing, dominant way than that. Going out, knowing the task, knowing the equation, knowing what was required, putting it on pole, and then converting it into a race win. A faultless drive from Stefan. And really testament to him as well, because as he said last week, you know, he used to be a little bit erratic, used to be getting caught up in incidents and a bit reckless and whatever else. He's gone away, he's honed his craft, he's tidied up the racecraft, and now he's bagging the results. He's yielding the rewards. So well done to him, a magnificent performance. Well done to Paul Wood in for second. Michael Adams has come home in third, held off Andrew Franklin in the end. The margin there, 6.48 seconds. So that spin didn't actually compromise Michael in any way, shape or form. Adam Lavis comes home in fifth. And Brian Levitin, the only Aston Martin in the field tonight, will come home in 6th position. Final thoughts on what you've seen there, boys? It was a pretty straightforward affair. I don't think race control would have had any work to do, really, after the fact.
Yeah, I don't think don't know if we had race control. I think we did have race control, but yeah, I don't think we would have had any work to do. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, really. Not too long ago, like GT4 used to be the most competitive racing we had on the platform. We'd have 30 cars, and getting in the top 10 was that was a good achievement. But no, the boys did what they had to do. Stefan just had to get to the finish. Paul he just had to get the best result he could, and just let the points play out for themselves. And yeah, they all got the job done.
Thank you to you two gentlemen as well for your moral support at this time of the morning, staying in here and saying g'day to us and chewing the fat, helping us through what was a very tame, processional sort of affair, and it might seem like an anticlimactic conclusion to GT4, but to our next guest, it'll be anything but, because Stefan Lawrence, ladies and gentlemen, on the West Coast, in the house, burning the candle with us early on a Friday morning. Congratulations to you, mate. Couldn't have asked for much more. Wrapped it up in perfect fashion.
No, thank you very much. No, it was good. Had to had to get it out there, get it on pole, and we'll just drive. That's basically it.
Just for the benefit of those of you that just saw it on the screen there, 11.71 the winning margin, and Woodsy had nearly 8 seconds on Michael Adams, who had 20 on Adam Lavis. And as you can see, because he only had 6, that's right. He had 6 on Andrew Franklin and 14 then back to Adam Lavis. Brian Levitt finished on the lead lap, and sharply down to retirement in all of that. So 2 technical failures brought about the demise of Thornweggett and also Dale Sharp. Stefan, it's been a long time coming, mate. It feels like an overdue sort of result and reward for the hard work, the perseverance, and the change in the way you go about your business throughout the course of the last couple of seasons, mate. Testament for all the hard work you put in. Credit to you. What does the full campaign and the result mean to you and the Riot Sim Racing squad, who had a hell of a run of late?
No, it means it means a lot more, to the point of I don't know say it in words, but it's more the point of committing to a proper season, not just doing half a season and then obviously life gets in the way and stuff like that. And my goal this year is to commit more and put more time into a certain car. And I thought I'd give the GT4s a go, because I know I was asking Josh to bring him back ages ago, so I can't tell him to bring him back and then not race him. So no, I did that, and I thought it was just, I just wanted to, and obviously pick up the racecraft a bit more and not be so aggressive, not making silly moves, being smart with my decisions. And you're right. I've been racing in this league for, a while now. So it's it's good to finally put the nail in the coffin, as what they would say.
Indeed, mate. And I guess the good news is you are the champion. You get the number 1. The bad news is you don't get to come back next term and defend it. It'll be the next time that GT4 is part of the fold here. How are you feeling about that not being part of the makeup of the Term 2 schedule?
Of course I'm devastated. When I heard that on the stream, I was like, oh, what? No. But that's right. As long as if it comes back and I can get that number 1 on the car, I'll be happy. But no, I am a little devoed, because I feel like I do have some genuine pace in this car. So, but it is what it is. I'll probably still do officials, and I'll probably do the 3s a little bit more on Mondays as well. But yeah, it is what it is. You've got to do what you've got to do, and when it comes back, I'll be ready.
Indeed, and we're looking forward to it as well, mate. So in the absence of GT4, where are we going to see you popping up having a run next term?
I didn't actually see what's on. But I want to give those Ford Legends a go. Are they still on?
No,
next
no, no,
season?
Andrew, you might have that information. That Arsenal at your disposal again. Thank you very much. There we go. So Friday night is going to be multi-class racing. GTE stays and is joined by the Le Mans hypercars and GT prototypes. Thursday night, Porsche Cup in the main slot, of course. Formula V, the entree. Come and have a crack at that, Stefan. You'll love it. Wednesday night, I'm trying to recruit as many people. I want every member of the club in the Formula V server when we get back term 2, week 1. Wednesday night, the Toyota 86s are back on the agenda in the entree slot to the Supercars main course. And on Monday night, Formula 3 into GT3. So it's the all-3 night, the open world tin top waste options Monday night motorsport double header.
I might give the look, you know me. There we go. Sorry. Yeah, you know me. I love my V8, so I can't drive that Gen 3 anymore. I can't do it. But no, I'll definitely give the 3s a go, and I'll give I don't have a right paint for the Formula V, so I might just rock up as a pencil. I think I've got a pencil or a candle, not a candle, a crayon paint or something on that car.
Got to have a Mr. Squiggle.
Yeah, but no, I'll definitely have a look around. I'll see what's I'll definitely always race at least one one car in this league. I always will. It's the best league in Australia at the moment, or best league in general. So, no, but I'll definitely you'll see me around. You know that.
Michael Adams nailed the one bloody word that I couldn't think of earlier when I was talking about it. Yes, that hunger, that they'll be longing for GT4 once it hasn't been there for them after a couple of terms. Maybe one term, maybe two, doesn't matter. I agree with you 100%. And when the GT4 series comes back to the fold, it'll come with a resurgence of interest and momentum, and the grid will be chock-a-block. So I agree with every word you've said there, Michael. Thank you for that, and well done to you as well, mate. When we look at the final championship results, we'll confirm all of that in just a moment. But Stefan, that's it's going to be great to see you there. I think, however, the more pertinent point is, if you don't have a livery for the Formula V, you've got 2 bloody weeks to get that sorted.
Yeah, I'll have to get packets onto it, but I know if I get him to do it, there's going to be something. There's going to be a little Easter egg somewhere on it. So. But no, I'll probably give the 86s a go. They actually seem to be pretty fun to drive. I drove around Adelaide when it came out, and it was actually quite fun. So, but hey, look, that's a couple of weeks later on. Thinking about it's 12:40, and I've got to wake up at about 3 hours for work. I got called in. So she'd be right.
Well, that's exactly right. Brooksy had a 2-hour sleep turnaround for yesterday morning, and I think Dan Yeaman had less than 5. So, we're all feeling the pinch this week, but grand final week brings with it longer hours. We'll catch up on the sleep at a later point in time. Go and enjoy that, mate. Well done on the championship. I'm not going to hold you up any longer knowing you've got the early start. Who do you want to thank before I let you go?
I just want to thank all the boys from Riot. They're just you know them, funny bunch of blokes.
Yes.
They always give each other, like left, right, and centre, and you cop it no matter what. I'm still copping stuff to this day about hitting the grass in a V8 league like 5 years ago. I'm still copping it. So, but no, I just want to thank those boys. They're always supportive, and they're just an amazing bunch of blokes, and that's why I've been with these boys for so long. And obviously, just want to thank all those sponsors as well. I'm not going to say them all because it's 1 o'clock in the morning, but I just want to thank everyone that gets us out on track. And I just want to thank the lovely wife as well for dealing with me. She told me when she got home, she goes, I was hoping you were winning. I didn't want to come home if you lost. And I was like, thank you. I appreciate it. So, yeah.
I love it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So, no, I just want to thank the wife for dealing with me.
I love it. And that's the thing, isn't it? Like, there's no big paychecks coming your way as a result of this, and there's no Roland Dane picking up the phone or anything like that. But it can be a great source of frustration when it doesn't go right.
Yeah, I wouldn't want Roland Dane calling me anyway. Big Ford boy. But no, I get what you mean. But yeah, no, exactly. I laughed. She peeked through the door to see where I was, and the one little moment I had this whole race, of course, she had to see that. So
Yeah, that's it. Yep.
yeah, when there was like, ooh, a bit sketchy after the pits, forgot about that. But no, I just want to thank everyone, and obviously thank you to you guys as well for just putting out so much content and not expecting the world, if you know what I mean. So I just want to thank everyone at GSRC for just doing what they do.
Yep, and we echo those sentiments as well, mate. Hey, go and enjoy the break. Good luck to you and the rest of the Riot Stable, the racing schedule that you've got to conquer between now and when Term 2 gets underway. Have a good Easter, mate. Thank you very much for staying up so late to come in and do a victory interview with us. We know we wouldn't have seen you if it had all gone up the proverbial creek tonight. But no, thankfully, the universe aligned nicely for you. Everything went to plan. You were able to tick the box, seal the deal, and it would have felt wrong had that not been the case given the season you put in. So well done. Enjoy the break. We look forward to seeing GT4 back and you running the #1 when it does come back, and we look forward to seeing you on the grid in something else next term.
Nah, easy. Thanks again, and just thank you for everything. I'm going to go. Good night, guys. Thank you very much.
I'm about to do the same thing, but probably via the other television to watch Home and Away. Final thoughts from... stop swearing at me. You did that last week as well. I love it. Good on you, Stefan. Actually, I know everybody in the media industry and obviously the maths community is mourning the death of Mel Schilling from maths at the moment as well. We pass on our condolences. It's been a tough week for fatalities, of course. We were all around Jake Slade on Wednesday night and after his mate succumbed to the black dog. And of course, Mel, that's why the work of someone like Neil Danaher and Carrie Bickmore and trying to raise awareness and funds to go and investigate and research and try and find a cure for motor neurone disease and brain cancer is so vitally important because what was she, 54? And that is just far too young. Good on you, Stefan, mate. Appreciate that. Final thoughts from the loyal, the dedicated, and probably the slightly clinically insane Jonathan Harris, Dale Sharp, and Andrew Neil, who would there is no one else that would sign up to be in this broadcast booth if they didn't have to be at 1:46 on a Friday morning. But final thoughts from you guys now, and it's been great to have your company for the last, in Neely's case, 5 hours, and you guys the last hour.
Yeah, well, for me it was unscheduled because I had that internet issue in the race. But no, it's been a good night watching, having the racing on in the background, having a chat to you guys. It's been a good season, the club as a whole. Obviously, thanks a lot to the sponsors, Disruptive Labs and Flash Graphics and Race Options and Trophy AI that make it all happen. And as you said before, the committee members, like I know Adam has some early starts some mornings. I don't know how he has time to work with all the everything he has done. But well done to Stefan on a great GT4 season as well. We were chasing him all season. He was definitely the benchmark. Indeed.
Jonathan Harris, final thoughts from you?
I've got no brain cells left. I've got nothing to say.
Andrew Neil, been a challenging night from a technical standpoint, but at least the microphones were working. Some final thoughts from you and what the next 2 weeks looks like before we reconvene, mate.
Has been a bit of a weapon of a night, but I can confirm for you, Zach, it was only me being the idiot with the hot mic. It was not you guys in the stream, so not as bad as it could have been.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we managed to cut Chapo out in his moment of glory. We won't raise politics with him again in the booth.
No, unless we're absolutely off air. I just for context, ladies and gentlemen, Chapo, of course, was part of the whole fold over there, working with the SA Labor Party. And of course, they had a very comfortable win, and because they have done a magnificent job in making Adelaide the epicenter of the sporting universe, just by, you know, luring events there and not giving an absolute stuff about the cost associated with it, because sport is, you know, one of the pillars of Australian culture, so everybody gets behind it. I said to Chapo, I couldn't help it. I was like, and how are you feeling about One Nation being front and centre now in the form of Mr. Corey Bernardi? And that was what set him off. I knew exactly what I was doing. I threw the right bait. But yes, I'm very relieved actually that didn't go out live on broadcast, quite frankly, but it was funny enough that we'll be talking about it for a while, those of us that heard it. Brilliant stuff. Andrew, thank you for the last 2 weeks, mate. We do appreciate it. Very late finishes, and I know very early start for you, so go and get some sleep. Appreciate that, and we look forward to teaming up again next term. I'm excited about Thursday nights. Bring your earplugs, because Formula V, you're going to need them.
Absolutely. And Zach, don't forget, we're still going to do championship points for...
Oh, yes. No, we're not going anywhere just yet, ladies and gentlemen. We might see 2 o'clock yet. Devon Lawrence, the winner, on 467 points, if you don't mind. So the winning margin in the end, 34 over Paul Wood, who held off Adam Lavis, 389. Sharpie, unfortunately, you had a chance there to steal 4th away from Ryan Jones, and it went begging because of the packet loss there. It's good to see that the internet came good. It's just a shame that the internet failure wasn't next Thursday night when there's nothing on. At 260, but you're still the best place BMW in a top 5 finish. Well done. 265 for Jordan Malcolm. Just held off Jordan Franklin, 264. And 220 for Brian Levitt, got up into the top 10 as a result of being here tonight. So did Michael Adams, 217. And Bondi, who I haven't seen for half the term, but I've heard from him, I know he's still alive and kicking, 214 points, rounded out the top 10. Very disappointing turnout tonight, but looking forward to the Toyota 86s on a Wednesday night, the Formula Vs on a Thursday night, taking the place of what has been a very entertaining, for the most part, GT4 season and the Legends Cup as well. We're not done yet, because there's still a couple of things to rattle off, and that is that the new term starts Monday, April 13. But before that, there's 2 important broadcasts that I want to steer you in the direction of, ladies and gentlemen, from the GSRC standpoint. Later tonight, there it is, the Circuit de la Sarthe, 90-minute The Journey, second of the Enduros, Disruptive Labs GTE Championship. It's a dead rubber, but there's still bragging rights on the line, and who doesn't like the prospect of spending 90 minutes behind the wheel, driving around one of the best strips of bitumen anywhere in the world. 13.5 kilometres around the Circuit de la Sarthe there, Le Mans in the south of France. 8:25 Eastern, the boys will be on air, and the race start 8:30, 90 minutes The Journey. Whilst they're on air tonight, I'll spin the wheel just to determine the car of choice for the final mountain men of the term. Now that will be 50 laps this time round. It's always an extra 100-odd kilometres for the season finale. They'll spin the wheel to determine the car of choice for 50 laps, 310 kilometres around Mount Panorama. But again, that is Saturday night from 8:30 Eastern Daylight Time. Tuesday night, make a note of this. I haven't got a graphic for it, but make a note of this. The Bend, Shell V-Power Motorsport Park in South Australia. So we're off to visit Sharpie again. How good. The West configuration, the 7th running of the Australian Open World Nationals with FDL, SRW and the GSRC going toe-to-toe to determine which club boasts the best Super Formula Light races in this great country of ours. Tuesday night, make a note of that. I'll be doing a graphic on Monday to promote the broadcast once I get more information regarding times, etc., and what the makeup of the commentary lineup will be, but I'll be involved. It's not the first Tuesday night I've worked this year, but looking forward to it immensely. And of course, on Wednesday night, make sure you go and cheer on some of our mates from the GSRC who are representing their teams and their club on the big stage that is the debut of the Porsche Pro Invitational Series. Now, that's not broadcast by us. I'm very lucky, however, to be working with the SimSpeed Esports Network and also the Australian Sim Racing Group to bring that one to you. And on that subject, a very happy birthday for what is now yesterday, unless you're in Western Australia, to our good mate from the Australian Sim Racing Group, the head honcho there, a great Brenton O'Brien, who will, of course, have a very busy weekend down at Phillip Island because that's where he works in the real world with the Shannon Speed Series. And on that subject, we do it with thanks to Waste Options, Disruptive Labs, Flash Graphics, the merch.tgsrci.com and Trophy AI. We do it because we love it, ladies and gentlemen. We do it for you because you're silly enough, like us, to be still here on the precipice at 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time on a Friday morning. And we do it because it's a shared passion, and it has been now for 6 years or 24 seasons. Still 2 bits of business to take care of before we can get ready for the very poignant 25th anniversary season on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club starting April 13. Merch.tgsrci.com is where you go for all your GSRC merch and paraphernalia. GSRC.myshopify.com will take you to the same place. Place an order, grab some merch, show your love for the club. Wear it out in public, wear it at the pub for happy hour, wear it at the shopping centre, I don't care. Just show your love for the club in any way, shape or form. We need your sports bar set up next season, ladies and gentlemen, because there's some big sporting events on the way, especially on a Thursday and a Friday night with the footy and the AFL back in full swing. Gather Round, of course, is being played just before term number 2 gets underway. We're looking forward to that. We're looking forward to GTE tonight and a smorgasbord of great sport over the course of the weekend. South Australia, Victoria, Sheffield Shield final continuing this morning. So to Women's International Rugby, the Wallaroos play their first test of the year, 4:30 this afternoon. The Aussies take on Cameroon in men's football. Good to see the Socceroos back in action as they World Cup preparations begin. NBL finals continuing, of course, Adelaide involved there. You've got so much to look forward to. Women's ODI cricket tomorrow morning, West Indies, Australia, 4:30 Eastern time on Disney+. Super Rugby, Autumn Racing Carnival in Sydney. Formula 1 from Japan, MotoGP from, of course, the Circuit of the Americas. Speed Series from Phillip Island, World Superbikes from Portugal, and of course NASCAR from Martinsville and IndyCar from Barber Motorsport Park. That is a hell of a lot of sport to sink your teeth into this weekend. Might I suggest you clear your schedule, clear your plans, and rip over the cold one and kick back and relax on the lounge. But you're going to probably need 5 or 6 different TV screens going at once in order to be able to absorb all of that. We've loved bringing it to you. We hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. That's term 1 done and dusted from a Thursday night standpoint. Liam Banks and Joe Baldwin bring the curtain down on term 1 action on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club tonight from 8:25 Eastern Daylight Time. The final port call for GTE from the Circuit de la Sarthe, and we look forward to seeing how all that plays out. We look forward to your company Tuesday night for the Australian Open World Nationals and for when the new term begins on the 13th of April, the second Monday of the month. We're well into spring now, well into autumn now, spring in the Northern Hemisphere, and the racing. The start of the GSR season is just warming up, ladies and gentlemen. We are only just getting started, and based on what we've seen with the schedule reveal for Term 2, it's going to be even better than Term 1 was, and it was a beauty as well. On behalf of, I think I've covered everything off. I hope so. I apologise if I've missed someone along the way. On behalf of Andrew Neal, Dale Sharp, Johnny Bannack, Jonathan Harris, the entire broadcast commentary and production team that have brought it to you over the course of the last 5 hours here. Yes, 5 hours without a pit stop from yours truly, I might add. We look forward to your company next time. I'm Zach Caven. Have a great morning, everybody. Bye for now.